Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Trader TV Live. All four indexes this morning in negative territory. The NQ down 0.4. Likewise with the ES down 0.4 as well, below 6,100. The Dow continues to move down after a nice winning streak yesterday, 0.39, and the Russell 2000 also down 0.43. Still waiting on some economic numbers over here. We're waiting on advanced U.S. trade balance and advanced wholesale inventory. Should be getting those momentarily from Benzinga. Here we go. So it looks like U.S. trade balance in November coming in at minus 102.86 billion versus the 101.3 billion expected. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Lots to talk about today. Bitcoin with a major event, $14 billion worth of options expire today. So good volatility expected for Bitcoin as it moves up overnight back into that $96,000 area, still below 100,000. By extension, MicroStrategy's also up 1% here in the pre-market. Taiwan Semiconductor in focus today as they continue to expand out their fabs. Looks like they're building on fab out in Kaohsiung development to about 5 different fabs right now. We'll keep an eye on that. Boeing also in focus as they have an exodus of talent engineers leaving. They're reporting leaving for SpaceX and Blue Origin and the like. GameStop also in focus today, down 1.42% after having a strong day yesterday after Roaring Kitty took to Twitter, to X, and put a cryptic message of, I guess, a present. China also in focus today as industrial profit continues to decline. KWeb and FXI down about 1% and 0.75 respectively. Apple will be on watch as we still keep an eye out on that $4 trillion valuation. And Broadcom continues its strength, already up in the pre-market here, about 0.5%. Guys, good morning.
Good morning. I literally just asked. I'm like, oh shoot, what number does Apple need to get to that?
I thought it was like $4 or $5 from the close, so I think it's I think it's 264-ish.
I mean, that's an obvious level. Let's just kind of throw it in there. I think it should be a good one. I'll tell you this much. I don't care what the volumes are like, today or like next week.
Yeah.
There will be about a bajillion, gazillion, fulfillion times more activity in the market. I don't know, just made that one up. Well, the other ones I made up too. More than last night's action in what was quite possibly the single worst NFL game in terms of excitement. No, there wasn't a single point scored.
It was 6-3 is what I saw.
Second half.
So the final was 6-3.
It was 6-3.
Oh, okay. That's what I saw 6-3 and I was like, what? Man, the Bears are so bad. And the Seahawks had a good start and then I don't know.
And imagine you're in the final with dudes in your fantasy that you're trying to get some points out of.
No,
oh my goodness.
I'm in the finals in the other league. I had Jackson Smith and Jigba and DK Metcalf. So
yeah, I had Charbonnet.
Oh, man, yeah.
I don't know. What are you gonna do? But hey, we will have excitement in the market at least.
It was really weird seeing that there was football again. It was like there was football on Wednesday. There was Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday. Then New Year's is going to be crazy with all the bowl games and everything.
Oh, I love bowl season.
Oh yeah.
I'm a fan. That I'm a fan of it.
There's I think there's 48 bowl games now or something. Honestly, it's something ridiculous. The number there's like the Snoop Dogg Bowl. No, there is. There's the Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre Bowl. You can look.
Oh, come on! I am going to look at it.
Yeah, look it up.
But
there is.
Hold on a second.
Yeah,
Snoop
look it up.
Dogg Bowl.
Yeah.
The Snoop Dogg Arizona Bowl, presented by, no, get out of here, dude. Presented by Gin and Juice. Presented by Gin and Juice. Yes, I love it. Because of course
knowledge. I'm just full knowledge of.
Oh, I did want to mention. Thank you everybody for the birthday wishes. I did see it, and I really appreciated it. I had an awesome day, and thank you so much. And it was a heck of a lot of fun. I don't enjoy getting older. But now I can't get over this Gin and Juice Bowl, which is what I'm calling it.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that one's...
But anyways, Rigetti continues to go up 12%. We had a great trade yesterday where it broke this $11 mark, and we hit it right there yesterday, right off the pre-market sort of levels. And we had this all the way into the close. So we wound up taking about $3 or $4 yesterday on Rigetti. I was wondering about the same thing here today, and I think we'll probably do it. $17.50. right there as a pre-market long on RGTI if we break that level. I'd rather break during the market because like you still get this dip down right there at 930 yesterday, and then the 940 or so, 937, 938 is when it broke and when we took it. So yeah, I'd rather it sort of hang out and then take the top. So Rigetti right now definitely on watch. And we always say that, you know, when stocks are moving like this, obviously it's a 17% short float. It's very, very possible that at some point the retail trade or whoever's driving this thing stops hitting the buy key. And when that happens, you are going to get a flush. And that's where we look for a 200 period moving average, which is down here at $16. I'm not going to worry too much about VWAP holding right now off the open. We'll watch it trade. I'm just looking at that pre-market high break on RGTI to see if we can get it going again today. So yeah, a couple good looks on here, a couple names that I haven't put on in a while. But yeah, that's another one, RGTI. So we'll see if that can get going with Quantum. Just continues to be hot.
They're the only things really going. And it's like, if you look this morning for stocks gapping up, first of all, the market's down, right? So that doesn't necessarily help. I mean, the NASDAQ's down 0.5% and actually going a little bit lower. The ES is down 0.5%. QBTS is another one in the space. So Rigetti made a high yesterday. QBTS is making one in here. And we'll get to some of these. But if you're looking for volume, like 5 million over here, Rigetti's done really good volume as well. I think this is where you want to have a look. And Eric McCambly in the chat. QMCO. You're not the only one to mention a gap play here because QMCO. Now, this one, not a lot of volume. We've already seen it move big. Like yesterday, this was 45 to 70. It made a triple up just last week. Volume kind of tapering off since its initial move. It's only done 250,000 shares or so in the pre-market and a nice gap up at 13%. This is one of those where you can expect when you get the drawback in these types of names, and this one not as liquid as Rigetti, but I mean similar type chart. When you get a drawback in these, it can be harsh. Be careful off that open. What's often happened, and maybe actually more so with Rigetti sometimes in these, but what often happens is that initial move, like if it doesn't go right away, it's not going that day. Like you can see here, like right away breakaway, nothing, right away breakaway at the open. Like the days this is going, it's usually carrying the bid right at the open. So if you see it start to fall, I mean, I'd be backing off. And it's super thin, this thing, with a decent size spread. So just be a little careful with this QMCO. If you find yourself wondering why there's no bid at 930, then that usually indicates it's not going parabolic. Back up to the desk. My man.
Quantum's obviously in vogue, guys. Good look there. QSI, another quantum name running this morning, guys, up 60% here in the pre-market. Quantum SI is the name of the company, about a $500 million market cap and about 98 million share float. Trading near the highs, trading about $3.50 right now. The pre-market high, excuse me, at around that $3.75 level. Also, oil in focus today, already up about 1% here and above $70 in the pre-market. Issues in the Middle East, obviously now between Israel and Yemen, reigniting overnight with a bit of a counterstrike there. So we'll have to keep an eye out on oil. Most of these equity names lightly traded in the pre-market, but all green. So we'll be talking about oil as the day goes on. Lots of small cap gappers today, guys, as well. We already have a few triple digit winners. INTZ already up over 384% here in the pre-market, but off the highs. We'll keep an eye on that one. SES, another holdover from yesterday, another small cap gapper, trading about 70%. And MYSZ, almost up 100%, trading near the highs, guys. So lots to talk about today, small cap gappers included, with the Russell doing well yesterday, but down 0.5% to start the morning.
I like that my size. It's just a good ticker. You know, like it's nice and simple. Like it's exactly like sometimes you don't even have to worry about it. Like when I get these quantum ones, I'm like, okay, if there's no Q in it, if there's a Q in it, then you know. But when there isn't, it's like, what are these guys? Well, my size, pretty simple. You want to have volume today, though. That's the thing. Like remember, you want things trading at price levels that matter. You want things doing extra volume. Those are typically like the catalyst, or you want it to have an obvious catalyst. So with not a lot of catalysts today. Like, there's not a heck of a lot when it comes to actual news. I think you want to find these names and see if they want to go. Like, I'd be more excited. You know, GameStop could have rallied. I'd be interested. The quantum names are going to be the top of the round. But when you have these like reverse split runners, sometimes these can be juicy, or these low float runners, I should say. So zooming it out, I always think about that prior high. Like, when you get to that prior high, you've essentially doubled up in this particular case because it was $4 yesterday. But as long as it can hold on to this top end of the range, it's about $7.30 into $8 on my size. So if you can hold into that range where it's already bouncing, it's not the end of the world, the fact that it's underneath VWAP. You got to hold that at the open, and then you start looking for those continuation plays. Like, it's got to break through. Like, 10 is the actual top in here, almost 10. So you got to look for some higher lows to get played on my size. Not as much actual liquidity on the level 2. So it's one of these stocks which is probably going to have more, like, the volume will be really good, but when you actually pull up a level 2, it's not going to be as much liquidity as you would expect. I'd put it in the category of names that might actually be in a halt potential, just looking at the liquidity here. But yeah, that 730 prior high, that's what needs to hold. Zoom it out in that 15-minute chart, get yourself a guide. It's kind of pulling back here, so I think you want to give it some room to breathe before jumping into this one. So if there's any other ones out there, this is what we want to watch today. Like, there's big cap names to look at, some chips in play, and Tesla's in play pretty much every single day. But I think there's going to be a lot of small cappers that you guys are interested in today.
Yeah, this QSI, I think we got a super chat or something about that yesterday, and QSI right here, 9.5% short float, float of only 119 million. I think yesterday, didn't this one do 105 million or something yesterday? And we were like, I said, okay, it did the whole float. So there's something into that. But anyways, there it goes. QSI, huge move upside today, up 60+%. Quantum's been super hot for a very, very long time, and it looks like it's going to continue that way. Here's QSI. The thing is we talk about this all the time as well, and hopefully I should have maybe loaded this chart up before, but there's a 350 top that's been into play before, right into here. So we've seen these huge moves happen in the past on QSI. Again, this time maybe it's real. We do have finally a lot of flow through here coming from ETFs into the quantum space. There's new quantum ETFs all the time. They're adding different names, and then people want to be involved in the next big thing. Rigetti's huge. IONQ. Here's another name. Is even on the NASDAQ? Oh no, this might take a while to load. Hold on a second. IONQ. I'm going to pull it up on eSignal here. This name has been absolutely parabolic as well. IONQ. Here it is here. On the week, look at this weekly chart here. So, thing is like you can always go back. These are those tops I was just showing you on QSI. If it works, then you can get an explosion to the upside as well. So, some of these names just continue to be looked at here. 52-week low on this, just to show you how aggressive some of these names are. $6 this was in August. So this name, IONQ, $6 in August, pushing $50 today. So, yeah, I mean, just a wild ride for many of these names in this space. But, yeah, that's just a couple names there that we like to look at. And QSI today, I think, is the next one. It's going to be this. It's going to be Rigetti. I'd rather trade Rigetti, I think. But for a $3 name, I mean, I would still say the same kind of plays here again on QSI. Like, if you break that high there at 380, I think that's probably a go. But look for a little bit of weakness possibly on the open as some traders come in and say 60%, I'll take it. And that's what they do. They wind up washing sort of their hands of the stock because they're long from yesterday. Or they're even long from here. Like yesterday at the open, this thing was $1.30. So today you're tripled up. So it's a really nice move there in a couple of days. I could see some profit coming in. And that's why we look at the 200 period moving average. So yeah, anyways, lots of stuff happening, man. It's Friday finally. Yesterday, I had no idea what day it was. I didn't even realize there was football on until I was going there. I made some money on the World Juniors. That was a good one, man. Nice. I had them on the puck line minus the puck and a half, so that was really good. 4-0 win there. Easton Cowan, you saw that, Maple Leafs. So we're excited for that. United States will be a tough one, but it's in Ottawa.
Well, I mean, look, U.S. might be trouble, but the boys are going to bring it home.
I hope so.
Quickly, we got a super chat here. And first of all, appreciate the super chat. Shout out to, I'll read your name. It's fine. Fair enough. Brock Purdy the Great. So clearly we have a San Francisco 49ers.
It must be a different Brock Purdy
out there. But the average, Brock Purdy the okay, Brock Purdy the adequate. Brock Purdy, the game manager. Can leading Bitcoin miner cards, your average is $1. First of all, look, if you're long this thing at $1, that's fantastic. Because when you look at the daily on this, whoo, okay, like look at it, like right at $1 for like a couple of months. It looks like, well, not a few months, I should say, but specifically all of September, just $1, and now starting to make a bit of a breakaway. So you're in, like, obviously, I mean, you're in the money on this one. It's in the consolidation higher and the pullback phase. There's no volume on it right now, but you should always have some kind of it's a really good point about like trading, investing. It's like, what's your time horizon on something like this? Because like it's tripled up for you, right? So some people are like, oh, I'd be playing with house money already, and who cares? Others like, oh, there's like a long-term hold, I'm holding it forever. Who knows? But you've always got to be careful because most of the time things are $1 for a reason, right? Like if you zoom out far enough, you get that reminder on these charts. As I wait for this to zoom out a little bit further, you get this reminder on these charts of why it's at $1 and why banking some profit when you get such a great entry can be good. I mean, it's nice. It looks like a bit of a trend reversion's happening here on this name, but you can sort of see like every time it gets into 3.5 where it did, bit of a pullback. I think there's nothing wrong with getting in. You think you got in good, and congratulations to you there. Best of luck to obviously you're a San Francisco fan, so best of luck to you next year. Because they're not going to the playoffs.
Right, they're not. Yeah,
I'm not hating. It's just true. They're not.
No, they're not. Green Bay Packers are going to the playoffs because the Buffalo Bills are going to the playoffs. But we can ask Sharif. I'm not sure if the Dallas Cowboys are.
Well, I'm not sure either. Sharif, a quick question for you. Are the Cowboys going to the playoffs this year?
Not in the division we're in, guys. No.
Oh, it's the division.
You're in the NFC North? Okay.
Division.
Washington?
Come on, man.
Philly is nice. Philly is nice. Washington's not bad. Yeah, I mean, I'd hate to play the Giants 2-3 times, 4 times.
That's terrible.
Giants are really
they're very tough. Very tough.
Very tough there. With DeVito is in there,
I like Tommy DeVito.
It's Drew Lock now, I think.
He's terrible.
Anyways, all right. Look, we don't want to keep for too long there. We have Sharif. He's preparing to speak to the one and only Michael Nas. So let's go over to the desk and see what's going on.
And we're going to talk about everybody's favorite industry, the insurance industry. No inflation on this so far. Michael Nas, I say this obviously very begrudgingly, having had my car insurance shot up 35% year over year. I know that they had to do a lot of payouts and obviously have to adjust for inflation. I know you're not a fundamentals guy, but I just want to vent a little bit. I apologize. We're going to talk about
that means they're making more money, so that has to be good for the sector, right?
Taking it out of everybody's pockets, Michael. All right, KIE, the first one. What do you got for us here?
Yeah, so I guess you might want to be interested in this too. Might hedge against some of those increases if the price ends up going. But really, when it came to what I was looking to do today, the market's not doing too much. Talked about when that crazy day happened, that the reversal day looked like it was going to be a bottom. That's been kind of looking like it is the thing, and it looks for now like we might be drifting to new all-time highs. So I've just been looking to see what I can find in very strong sectors that I think will actually do well when the market does well over a little bit of a longer term. So, we're talking quantum computing. I don't know how long that theme is going to last. So, insurance, why not? Maybe something a little safe. But I do think I have an interesting name for you. So first of all, we have just the overall chart of the insurance sector. This is a weekly chart. So this is going back all the way to 2021. You can see just the nice boring uptrend. And sometimes boring is okay. Where this thing's just kind of been grinding higher. It's been one of the major winners of the year. 3 weeks of a pullback, looking like it may bottom at a sector. But the thing that really kind of stood out to me is the next chart, which we're going to dive into a little bit deeper here. And this is LMND, or Lemonade. So not too sure what they do, but it looks like they do pet insurance and all kinds of different insurance. Looks like it's a newer company out there. I've talked a lot about looking for stocks that are going from the stage 1 accumulation into this potential stage 2 uptrend as a way to kind of play this change in trend, and trying to look for stocks that are breaking out. If we want to buy stocks that are in low bases, things that may be a little bit under-discovered. So LMND, it was chopping around kind of from $25 all the way to $15 for years, right? This chart goes all the way back to 2021, right? So we're talking 3 years of it just being range bound, range bound, range bound. And then last couple weeks, we had a nice little breakout, and then we've been pulling back. So we zoom in here to the daily chart, just a very, textbook. You open up any technical analysis 101 textbook, one of the first patterns you see is the bull flag. That looks like that's what's happening here to me, where it's just slowly consolidating and pushing down right after that big move. So some profit taking coming in, but a nice controlled sell-off and a bull flag. The next chart I have here, I added this one. Good, made it in, perfect. This one's kind of interesting. So the lower indicator here is actually the short float. And this is what really made it stood out to me here. Right, perfect, right there. And then the chart below that is the days to cover. But it might be too hard to see, so I'll just explain it. When we were in that stage 1 accumulation, had a 32% short float. That's a pretty crazy short float. Now you would imagine when it breaks out and it goes from $20 to $50, that most of those shorts would cover. But the beauty of it is we can just chart out the short float. This chart is brought to you by FinViz, and it just charts the short float has only gone from 32% to 28% or 29%. So really, you're talking 3 to 5% maybe of the short float has moved, or the float has converted from short to cover. That's still a pretty wild short float. So if the people have been short all of this time and the stock price doubles, we know that they're going to start feeling some pain if this breaks out and starts to move a little bit higher. So again, the lower number is the short ratio. Some people call it, I call it days to cover, and that's like 7. So that means if it starts to break out and these shorts have to cover, based off current volume amounts, it will take them about 7 days to get out of their position. That's pretty wild. So the fact that the shorts, as of the last reporting date, still haven't covered after this massive push up, to me, makes me think they may be a little bit offside. So this is going to be one of those discretionary plays that I'm looking at. Last chart I have here is just a 30-minute chart, just to highlight that we have this pretty substantial zone around $45, give or take. So I'm looking to see if we can get a push and a move above that $45 a share. As long as we're above $45, I think I want to be in this one. See if we can make those shorts a little bit nervous. Under $45, I think it's time to go. The reason I started to look at short float names as well is because, we have GameStop and the Catman was back. He didn't get much done this time. But if we're going to start seeing this kind of short float action get in play, this one to me looks really, really good from a technical standpoint.
It's a fantastic look, Michael. Just basically based on the setup, it looked like a rounded bottom with that bull flag continuation, as you mentioned there. Is there another sector you're looking at, Michael, to kind of play this one off? For example, if one sector declines, it gives a boost to the insurance sector. Is there any kind of correlation that you're making there?
Well, what I'm interested in, and something I'm going to generate for you guys probably on Monday, is this whole January effect. And often what happens in January is people who have tax gains, they want to push them to next year, right? Just kick the can down the road. So if I bought a bunch of NVIDIA this year and I haven't sold it yet, I might wait till January, because then it's next year's tax problems, right? I got a whole year to sort it out. So you have this January effect where sometimes you have beaten up sectors start to rise as people who have sold them in December buy them back in January. And then sometimes you have the reverse, where you have the really strong sectors start to come down because people are doing this kind of tax game. So I'm very interested to see if that's going to take place. So if some of these sectors that have been beaten up, or stocks that have been beaten up, like LMND, start to push, and then I want to play something against that, it may be if we start to see semis come down, maybe some of these quantum computing names come down, and we get this kind of revision to the mean of beaten up sectors going up, and then sectors that are a little bit too extended coming down. Might be an interesting play going into the new year.
I want to ask you about the short float. This is something we often talk about on the midday show. And is there a specific type of action that you're looking for, Michael, to kind of, other than obviously the parabolic squeeze to the high side to see, that shorts are getting squeezed? Is there any sort of predictive system that you have? Be like, okay, well, hey, look, the price ranged in this location for around 6 months, 8 months, whatever. Likely, there's a lot of people who got short at this level. Is there any sort of predictive methodology that you use for that kind of thing?
For me, I need them to be wrong. And the only way that you know that they're wrong is an uptrend. So one of my favorite setups is stocks with high short floats that are new 52-week highs, new multi-year highs, again, like LMD, that kind of thing, because then you know that they're wrong. Because generally people don't hold shorts for incredibly long periods of time. The viewers may not know this. So I'll just explain. When you borrow shares, you're charged interest on those shares, right? So if I'm not going to hold a short for 10 years, because unless the stock is going down at a rate that makes sense to pay that interest back, then I want to take my short, I want to make my money, and I want to move on. So like you mentioned, where LMND was just trapped in that range for years and that short float remained high, that's telling me that those are new shorts, because people are trying to expect that range to break down. So when the range broke up, the idea is maybe they're wrong. So if they're wrong, then that's great for us, right? The beauty of short floats, and I know people, especially with the whole meme stock, they're anti-short float or anti-short selling, but short sellers are forced buyers. At some point, they have to buy it back, or that interest is just going to chew them up. So yeah, long bases and then strong breakouts are good ways to know that they're wrong.
Great stuff. Michael Moss, Chartered Market Technician from the Maritimes of Canada. Thanks for coming on, Michael.
Talk to you Monday.
Take care.
Thank you very much there, Michael, from the Maritimes. Canada. I like that.
Yes.
I like it a lot. I'm a big fan.
It's Kane.
Let's keep it real. And by the way, if you've never been out east in Canada, I mean, it's fantastic. Like Nova Scotia's great. I love the seafood, all the good stuff out there. And hey, who doesn't like a good squeeze? I mean, that's something like
lemonade. Yeah, that's good.
You should. Yeah, I mean, lemon. Obviously, you mentioned lemonade at the beginning of it, and it's a big 29% short float. What I like about something like this is when you get a long channel. Like this is similar to the down channel that AMD's in, and we'll get to that one later. The difference is it's doing so after a very bullish move, and look at that! Just yesterday, broke that consolidation. So I like the look here. I think you always look to, when it's making a break like this, like channel down, and you're closing above, I look to the prior high before it broke the trend, which is in here at about 42.8 or so. So kind of in this range, like those tops are the ones that interest me, like this resistance in here. So afternoon resistance yesterday. That's what you got to hold on to confirm that you've actually got this breakout going. So I just got something from one of our good friends on the show. So if you've been watching, anyone that's been watching long enough, you might know we have a Magic 8 Ball, and we got the Magic 8 Ball from one of our longtime viewers who came up here to visit us. Mr. Westmar, thank you very much. Sometimes we'll ask it questions. Well, he just informed me that his trading, so he's actually remodeling his trading office.
That's nice.
For a new
that's fun to do.
For a new room for his son, Ruben, and that his son would like to have his picture and a shout out on the show. So of course. So that's Ruben. Hi, Ruben. And everyone in our community say hi to Ruben. There's Mr. Westby's son, Ruben. He's absolutely adorable. And you wanted a shout out. You've got the shout out. Please send us pictures. I'd love to see the progress of his new room. I'm sure it's going to be an absolute banger. So there's Ruben. He doesn't get the cuteness from you, my friend. He doesn't get the cuteness from you. But yeah, we're so happy. We're so happy to have such a great community. And we're really blessed that we're able to sometimes get to meet him. And so thank you so much for sharing that with us. That's pretty cool. And ultimately, at the end of the day, it's all about family. That's what it's all about for all of us here. And we're glad to have a good one to be able to share.
Hey, what's up, Ruben? Yeah, congratulations on getting the new room.
Yeah.
I mean, that should be a lot of fun. Yeah, kick your dad's trading office out of there, man. Come on, man. Build a room for Ruben. That's great. Fantastic. Good picture there. Fantastic. And that's what it is about. We talk. Oh, actually. So I won't. I'll show some pictures after. But that was Ruben's moment. So thank you again for that. That's absolutely fantastic and great to share those moments for sure. Renovating is always. It just reminds me like during COVID we cleaned up the basement and had like little offices down there for the kids and little rooms where they were doing their online schooling and everything. So it was reminding me of that. So that's pretty sweet memories. That's going to be good times that you're going to remember as a father forever. So that's great. Okay, so I just want to say this KIE. Look, we talked about, recent sectors that possibly were in this sort of a downward spiral here. It might have found a base. So, yeah, this 56, you're not going to get 200 periods on everything. And quite frankly, you don't really want to test 200 periods a lot of the time. So, if you can get dips on sectors that, have, as Sharif had mentioned, the rates aren't going down. They're not, they're paying out less and charging more, it seems like. So there we go. Not me failing. Now, yeah, we're failing. Yeah, fail the insurance business. Okay. Yes. Okay, good. So right there, back up to the upside. So maybe morally you don't even want to invest in this. And that's actually, no, but that's part of it. I feel like, and again, UNH, not much changed in their business at all, except for exposure to how potentially people feel about the way that this has been handled, right? So I don't know. Sometimes you got to stay away from some of these sectors, but that's why I highlighted something yesterday on the show and what we talked about XBI being down here so much as well. This is another sector that I feel like has been hit that you can pick up right now at some nice valuations below the 200 period moving average. So anyways, all right, that was good. So 9 o'clock now, we can start doing the rundown basically. And if you want to catch the watch list, make sure you join us right now. Scan us to find out about Real Trading, the platform that we're using every single day. The largest prop trading firm in the world. Check those guys out, Real Trading, over 3,000 traders right now with us. So, but anyways, the watch list also, link in description. Go grab it as we're going to go over it very, very soon. So, all right, that's about it. Keep your questions in the chat. Make sure if you did want to be part of the chat there, as some great conversations are going on, make sure you got to hit the hit the subscribe. It's a subscriber-only chat. So make sure you hop into there immediately and join the fun on this Friday.
On a wild Friday.
I don't think I'll get it wrong. I think I'll just keep remembering that it's Friday.
Say. You know what weirded me out this morning? Because of where the holiday came in the week, I take out the trash in my household. Yeah. Spoiler alert. But I pull out of the driveway and I'm like, oh crap. Everybody on my street had stuff out and I was like, oh shoot. I guess I completely forgot about that because usually we're Wednesday. But it was a holiday, and then the holiday yesterday, so I guess it shifted. I'm like, okay, that's fine. And then we have a ton of it. Before we go back to the desk and get the watch list on, there's another runner here, and another small cap runner. CBAT just started popping off, up 40%. I was just hearing them say the news, but didn't quite catch CBAC Energy, and now here it is. CBAC Energy announces significant orders from Anchor Innovation, around 30 to 35 million. So it's done about 1 million shares in volume in the last minute or two, breaking the dollar level, just got to $1.30. This one just started running here. What's the volume? Small float. It's 71 million share float. Not much of a short float, but that was the news. They got an investment from Anchor Innovations and just popping up here. So we get another one. I like these ones around $1 because then you have a nice little obvious anchor area that you can usually bounce off of if it tries to come back in here. So hey, heck of a lot to work, heck of a lot to look at, especially in the small capper so far this morning. Let's get into this rundown over at the desk.
All right, guys, 60.95. That is where we closed out yesterday on the ES March contract, which also happens to be the overnight high. We're well below that right now, 60.63. We're coming into the lows. We're printing new lows. Let's look to see if we can hold that 60.50 area as support. We've been defending that area for a while. If we bounce off 60.50, we're in a range between 6,100 as resistance and 60.50 as support. All right, guys, get the watch list sent every day. Adara prepares it, and we all use it up on the big desk. It helps you organize your day, helps you know what's moving, and a good morning routine definitely requires a watch list. Have it sent to your inbox every morning. All right, let's start with the first ticker on the list. Bitcoin already up about 0.75% here in the pre-market, touching that 97,726 overnight high. Interesting story today from Bitcoin. We've got a lot of options expiry today, the most ever. I believe 14.38 billion worth of options contracts expiring today. That accounts for about 70% of the total open interest in BC options, Adara, with a put-call ratio of 0.61. Separately, we have net inflows coming in yesterday on Bitcoin spot ETFs to the tune of about 475 million. Ethereum also getting a bit of a bounce there. A $117 million found its way into the inflows. Good morning.
Wow, good morning. Yeah, happy to be here, guys. And I think one thing, too, with Bitcoin is 2025 is going to be a huge year. It's a new year. Of course, you're going to get those options expiries, but everybody's talking about how President-elect Donald Trump could impact the industry. One thing I read, I was reading this yesterday, Citigroup's make it or break it for Bitcoin next year. A lot of these are actually things that Trump could positively benefit in the industry with regards to regulations. We're going to have to wait and see, but crypto could have itself quite the year with our crypto president next year.
Yes, absolutely. What's the look, guys?
Yeah, we're hoping for quite a year, no question about it. Like ETH is pulling back just a little bit here, if that's what you're watching. But it's more the same with Bitcoin. So there's ETH. Can't seem to hold that 35 level. I think that's the big one. If we can break out from there, I do like its chances. But Bitcoin, it's just a nice little dance that we got going on. We can't, like the 98 level is an obvious over-under type spot. And now look today, I think you want to be more honed in underneath 98 at 97.2. It seems like it was the last little pivot point, like little support into resistance. What I can't take my eyes off, the longer we hold here, not breaking away from 100 to the upside, every time I look back, it's just like no, like Mars doing nothing again but 19, 19, 19. It's just hanging out. This is now all week. You've had this same bottom in here at the 19 levels, technically like 1890, but the longer this consolidation happens, the more this is the level that I'm watching when we talk about crypto. So it's pretty simple. If we're breaking at 100,000, then I like this to break the consolidation up, hold that 19 support. So I think you have some nice little long opportunities breaking away from this consolidation. But man, anything causes us to break that bottom. That's a flat bottom break for sure on Mara. Now, I said the same thing last couple of days, but hey, until it breaks away from this range, you want to be geared up and ready for it.
Yeah, Mara's been... Yeah, I mean, I guess it has its days, right? And I mean, so that's going to be worth looking at for sure. So here's Bitcoin. Here's a 1 hour chart. Very consolidated right now, in around. That's why I sort of came in today and I was like, okay, we're at like 95, sort of 95.3 bottom, and then sort of like 97. I guess we kind of just touched it and then fall back in there. 97 top. So that's just on a 1 hour chart. But the one that we've really been focused on has been the 15-minute chart. And that is watching out and playing this 200 period moving average. Well, you know what? Over the last, let's call it a week, maybe it was great to the downside there. There's the break right there on the 24th. We talked about that break happening all the way to the upside there. It gave us 4,000. And if you played the break back in, that's you getting out for 4,000. Break of 94, break back down there of 98. And then look what just happened right now. We tried to break it again and failed. So now we have, if you want to go long on Bitcoin, in my opinion, not only do you want to obviously break 97, which is right there, but you also want to take out this top as well. So that's 97.4, 97.3. So, that's sort of the play there for crypto. So, it breaks it, no problem. You just get out there if that's going to be it. And look, you're not always going to grab the exact price. Maybe you do give it that $300 or $400 in case something like that does happen. That's what we got to do. That's what backtesting is all about. Try to find out what kind of slippage, what kind of expectation there is on a pullback, things like that. If you're day trading it, you may not care too much about a couple $100, but if it's going to be like a swing play that you're going to have over maybe 24 or 48 hours, something like that, that might be something to look at. But now the fade is coming back in. So for me, I would still say, unfortunately, it's a short until we break this 97.3. So that's something that I'm going to be looking at there if it does come through. So we'll have it up, trading it live here on, we'll use IBIT. That's just our platform's not the greatest yet for crypto. So we do have it charted and able to go with it. But again, it's a little bit of a different process for us. Why is my Rumble .am on these ones, but .nq right there. Okay, we'll adjust it. But there we go. We have crypto down here, 96.3. Neil and Adara Sharif mentioned also Ethereum there. Yeah, not great, man. I mean, you can look at ETHE as well as a spot to look for Ethereum. Again, another great ETF with tons of liquidity. See, now these Rumble charts aren't changing. But there it is, right back in there to the 50-period moving average. So lots of opportunity down here in and around 3,100, 3,200 for the 50-period moving average.
And, Sean, this Christmas or holiday season, Give yourself the gift of smarter trading with Trade Ideas. Don't miss out on 25% off all subscriptions, including upgrades to premium. Unlock powerful trading tools and insights to take your strategies to the next level. But hurry, the special offer ends this week. 26, it says. Use code TraderTV25. Well, I just say use it anyways. To check out to save big. Visit TradeIdeas.com today and make this holiday season your most profitable yet. And I'll tell you this right now, if Trader TV 25 doesn't work, then it's Trader TV 20. It's always one of those two. But type in that Trader TV 25, scan the QR code, check the link in the description of this video. At the end of the day, you want to make sure you got good tools to trade around, and Trade Ideas will let you trade your ideas to the best of your abilities. And what's interesting is this stock, we don't usually talk about it, but it's got a very interesting setup there, Sharif, on the daily chart. Oh, don't spoil it.
Neil, it's trading near highs, not at all-time highs certainly, but definitely hanging out there. The headline here is that they're continuing to build out 5 different factories in Kaohsiung in China. The first plant to begin operations in 2026, which is ahead of schedule, focusing on advanced chip production, specifically the 2 and 3 nanometers. We also know that they're building out their plant in Arizona. The costs have gone up markedly since that $12 billion number was floated around, now more around $20 billion. And they're planning on adding 2 new fabs for a total investment of about $65 billion. The reason this is all important is because they're projected to hold about 67% of the world's global foundry by 2025, Adara. I mean, obviously TSM, we don't trade it often on the show, but there are some adjacent ones like AVGO and NVIDIA.
Yeah, there's a lot. And even in that international semi space, you also have ASML, right? That one's a little bit more expensive, but that's certainly an opportunity as well. Interestingly enough, too, it seems like Kaohsiung is very ready for TSM. They're definitely welcoming here. Apparently, the mayor of Kaohsiung said they're also going to be building a new provincial highway and some interchanges to allow TSM's transportation network to be boosted. So great look.
All right, guys, TSM up 0.56. What's the look?
Yeah, I mean, maybe not the one that the Bulls would want on this, but and actually, like I'm going to get to AMD in a quick second, but maybe not the one you'd want. But look at the chart. How many times is this? It's now, I argue 3 times, but you could say twice, where you have the same top in and around 207, 208. That gets rejected. You have a topping tail candle and then a bit of a reversal, topping tail candle, bit of a reversal. Now, each time you've ended up at least retesting 190, and that's where the last support is. So I think either temporary move into the 50 period on the daily, which is 195, would seem to be where this is all headed. You're only gapped up 0.5% on late volume. It's not a heck of a lot. But usually when I see something like that, you're like, it's rejected the high already. And then you tried to go yesterday, and it just feels like you cannot ignore dark pullbacks. It's that 208 level that really matters. You can't seem to get through that 208. So if we're breaking out above 208, great. Otherwise, I think there's some pop and fades. However, if I'm looking at a chip name and thinking bearish, AMD continues to speak for itself. And AMD bounced off the bottom of the channel, and it got to the top this week. And that top sits at 128, which was prior resistance. It's already shown you the inability to get past that 128 level on a big bullish move. So it's just a pop and fade. If you see 28 today, some great things have happened in the market, but 126 quarter in here, 126 quarter and a half, that's first look. It's short every pop level available. But I think this one has a chance to get back down to the bottom of that channel. The good thing about AMD, while this is a distinctly downward channel, the good news is fundamentally, like, its forward PE is now very reasonable. It's back into the 20s. So I do think it has a reasonable chance to break away from this. But until it breaks out of that channel, consolidate above and actually break out a level instead of just roll over again, then I still want to be thinking short when it gets to the top. Until it breaks this pattern, I think for a day trade, it's continuously a short at the top end of the channel. And until we get to the bottom or break away from it, then you can start looking for longs. I do think it's going to be a swing long soon, though, maybe in the new year.
205. Yeah, AMD is my number one trade idea, 125 to 126 short. So we're already waiting for that right now. It's right there right now. So we'll be short AMD today for sure. Just a matter of how early do we get it and does it cooperate with that. Go check it out at Trader TV, Sean, for the sticky note and some talk on AMD. Okay, so yeah, the fact that it's up today is a nice story. I'm actually, looking at the NASDAQ here down 0.58 right now and really thinking short something. And it would not be TSM because it's up and because it has a nice little movement here. And I think it is, bouncing quite nicely off the 50-period moving average, just catching a little bit of slack here over the last couple of days as the sector's really been hit. But you're not going to find too many names in the space. We even talked about NVIDIA, still $10 off the highs. AMD cut in half from its highs. AMD down 30% on the year, something like that. Like, it's been disastrous for many, many names, but not for Taiwan. I mean, this name was down here. This was $100. This is up 100% this year. So this is a double in a year for TSM, right? So an absolute monster move, and I think it just continues. You want to trade the winners. So I want to trade this name long. So in trying to buy dips, I think this is a great opportunity to do that in and around 195 if you get there on a swing play. But just for today, if we look at a 5-minute chart, I guess, yeah, I mean, it had such a nice move, and now it's trying to make this way back in. It looks like you're going to find something in and around 201 to 202. So that could be a place to buy. But look, I'd rather be short AMD and NVIDIA and things like that than rather try to catch bottoms on Taiwan Semi today. Because even though it's been a strong name, it could fall with the rest. And then you're stuck wondering where that bottom is. And then that's sort of the frustrating part about trading is you just keep trying to catch those bids. And if they're not there, they're not there. And right now today, NASDAQ, pretty weak. It hasn't been this weak off the open in a while. So yeah, not liking how far away we are from VWAP and what this market looks like right now. So I'm leaning pretty heavily short. I mean, we had on our board, we're not going to get to Micron. Micron is a name that also I'm short. So I have AMD, Rigetti, Micron, Reddit on our sticky note as well. This name is the one that I definitely want to go short. Micron, you could see obviously the miss from earnings is what I wrote down on the board. We still have that sort of to deal with. We haven't really broken above any of these levels, which is $91. I think short Micron on any pops if we're able to get anything. So for me on Micron, I'm already waiting at 89.90 in case we do get that early pop. I wrote down that there's a good possibility to get that just because of the movement that we had yesterday and the movement this can do off the open. Yesterday, open price 88.50 up to 89.50. And then back down that dollar immediately. So if we get any kind of a dollar move upside today on Micron, I want to be short. So a couple ideas there short. Reddit, Rigetti long, AMD, Micron short.
Well, technically down 0.03. Here's the headline. The average tenure for a Boeing engineer is dropping markedly here from 16 and a half years to about 12 and a half, especially over the past decade. Reasons are companies like SpaceX, Blue Origin, and others are taking talent away from Boeing. The departure of engineers could complicate efforts, obviously, to launch new airplanes in the future and fix the ones that they've got. God knows they need it. Anyway, since bottoming out there on November 15th, the high that we made yesterday at 182.85 a day, we're up almost 33%.
Yeah, it's quite the recovery for BA, right? We'll have to see if they're actually able to do kind of everything the new CEO, Kelly Ortberg, has said he'd like to do, including they want to develop a new airplane, but of course they have a lot of work to do before then. They had that strike earlier this year as well. So with all that considered, everything that Boeing has been through this year, what I told you was 2024, this recovery is really notable. And it's also interesting that Financial Times report showing the shortening of Boeing engineer tenure, apparently that's every age group. So regardless of when you're entering the Boeing engineer, that tenure is shortening.
Down 31% year to date, boys. What is the look?
Yeah,
that's wild.
So look, it's been a bad year for Boeing, but it's been a very good final month and a half, I should say, because it finally made a bottom, like a distinct bottom. It's above the 50-period moving average. You've now closed a couple of weeks above the 200-period moving average. It's run into resistance at 180. So if you go back into August, that was this little high in here. I feel like it's a stock it's diddling right now. Forget about 173 support. If you look back into some prior closes that were pretty big, 177, and then they closed again holding 77 and again holding 77, and then the last couple of days 77 has been a good little support level. So I think if you're trading this, which it's not on my list today, but 177 and then down at 173 look like pretty good price areas if you're just looking to follow this trend. There haven't been very many red days, but it's also not moving parabolically at all. And I think what needs to happen with Boeing, as you can see, is to break away from these 180s and start clearing out the path toward the 190, 195, where once it gets above $200, things get really, really spicy for Boeing. So I think it's just nice in a consolidation phase. I guess you buy the dips looking for that support level. But in this market, I think there's a heck of a lot more interesting things to look at. Like, it doesn't look incredibly volatile, but if we do get a down day, then you can retest some of those support levels over there on Boeing. And I think it's like, well, if you think it's going to get down there, why not short it? But I think there's going to be other places that you could look for that might give you better explosive opportunities. One, which isn't on our list, I just wanted to quickly show Palantir at $81. I'm watching this as the market starts to come down. Last couple of days, it's been selling off into 81 after bounces early, and now it looks like you're going to get another test. This is like an over-under level for me. You hold the open range under 81. This stock, if it goes 81 to 78, that's not surprising me one little bit. That's a name I'd rather be looking at here. Just a little more volatility, I think.
Oh man, from Boeing to Palantir, there's many different opportunities today, and that's part of what we're talking about here. I think that Boeing, I guess I didn't get that bid that we put down there at like 128 or whatever it was, down when we were coming into some of those levels there. Wow, straight up. What a great move there for Boeing. Since that's November 18th, it was $138. So that's like in a month straight to the upside. So yeah, I think it's probably thinking about slowing down at some point here, but wow, good chart. Looks pretty great to me. Breaking through the 200 period, trying to get upside now. I would say that if you've rode this to the upside and were able to not be as picky as I was, trying to wait for a lower price, which was way too greedy, obviously. Now greed maybe sets in on the other side and you're thinking about where to get out. And I would say this 190 looks pretty good to me. And if you're looking at 190, then maybe you do tap something out now just in case of a pullback. But you know what? Now they've got the contract through, the unions, everything. So maybe now it's time to settle down. I don't know. I assume they're not using dish soap to check for leaks and things like that anymore. They've got that all figured out. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening here with Boeing. But yeah, great move to the upside. I'd say you probably buy dips, man, down into the 200 period and just see if it holds. That's traditionally what will wind up happening. Bang its head against it, fell through, banged it again, broke through. So now you look for the 200 period to be support. So it's pretty simple. There it is there it is there. Here's the break. So yeah, Boeing's been a great trade, especially if you took the 200 period long at 170. So congratulations for Boeing. I think it continues to work. I'd like to buy on pullbacks. 190 could be a target to get some out.
China in focus today, specifically industrial profits dropping 7.3% month over month, doing a little bit better than they did in October when they dropped 10%. Obviously, to counter the weakness, the Chinese government has been issuing more debt and raising more fiscal deficit. $411 billion, a record, by the way, was issued in special treasury bonds for next year to support the growth of Dara. K-Web already down 1 1/5. What's the look here?
Yeah, I think it's certainly dragging down some of these other stocks as well. Alibaba to the downside here too. And these ones are really volatile. They have good days and they'll have bad days right away. So be careful. It's even sometimes too, we've talked about this a lot. Yep. Specifically with the EVs, they'll start really strong and then by the 10 a.m. they'll kind of give up some of those gains. So be careful with these, but there could be something here for sure. Alibaba certainly in that little bit of a downtrend this morning.
It's something completely unrelated to the actual industrial profits thing. I was watching my usual car shows on YouTube where they review a lot of these cars, and a lot of these American car review influencers are getting Chinese cars that are not even available for sale in the United States and speaking very well about them. I wonder if this is a strategy, guys, by these Chinese automakers to kind of show the American audience what they have for sale, even though, we know the tariffs.
I'm going to say the answer to that is a yes. I think that's astute, but and it makes a heck of a lot of sense. They're savvy like that. Yeah, you know what? I own shares of Alibaba, but I don't like what the price action is doing in here. Usually, when you make a bottom like this on Baba, like gap down, this is $85, like gap down, immediately regain support level, hold support level, break away. The last, like it looks like a bottoming, a round bottom. You want continuation long. Now we're gapping right back underneath that 85 level. That's no bueno. So it's no good. I think you got the 200 period here at 84, and if it can't, it's like 83 half or so, 84. And if it can't hold on to that, that's a bad sign. Like you've already pulled back and given up that stimulus move, and you're bouncing off the stimulus support. It looked like it was breaking this trend, but this is a key day for it because there was your rounded bottom in a few days in a row to the green side. It's that 200 period moving average that's going to be on my mind. Again, it's not on my list. We'll get to the quantum in just a minute here, but yeah, that's where I'd be looking here. Right, that 200 period moving average on the daily, 83.5. If Baba loses this, you could be right back into those 70s, which were good buy zones, but not what you want to see, specifically for Alibaba. You got to watch out. I like stocks that are at the 200 period moving average, but the reason I like them there is because good stocks tend to bounce quickly from that level, not linger for a long time.
Yeah, yesterday we did a little question. Well, not a question. We were just talking about on the recap show, just some what could be the play of 2025. And I was actually saying, what about China? Because, you know, with the tariffs, as Neil just sort of explained some of the different things that are happening over there, and then we talk about the industrials now today. I just worry about, like, you know, maybe this new administration could, and you know, the thing about investing is you want to think about things, and this is if you're trying to catch something different than the market and maybe trying to outperform. You want to think about things that are maybe not already baked in. You know, and I think that when you hear about some of the stimulus coming through, this gives that sort of irrational exuberance all the way to the upside, and you get a move from 25 to 38. And then once they realize that, hey, maybe that's not going to solve all the problems, you make the move halfway back and get cut in half. But if we're talking about all these tariffs and how hard maybe the United States is going to be on China, I don't think, maybe they're not. And Trump, you know, gives out some tea leaves and things like that, and they're able to figure out an agreement that benefits both countries, and therefore the headlines are going to come fast and furious from the administration about what a great deal there has been there for China, and hopefully it comes from both sides. So I think that rated to here, I keep looking at this level, $29.50, $30 as an area to buy for FXI, and you're coming into that right now. And then if you lose this sort of gap right here, you can always get out again. So that's $28, $29. I think it's worth it. I don't expect like a huge gap overnight here on this. Again, it might be a play that you wait again to get involved with if you're going to put some real money to work, because China is one of those things where it could go either way. So I'm wondering if you buy something into 28, 29 and then just wait for some news once January 20th sort of hits and some of the policies maybe start becoming more reality. So I would wait for FXI to come through again on that one. Just quickly here, as we go, QBTS, we did talk about quantum coming up next. So QBTS remains on the bid here as well. Rigetti coming on the bid here. I personally have a bid right now down at $16 for this name to come into play. So let's go find out the story. QSI also on here as well, as some of these imbalances now out. Let's go find the story from the desk.
Continued strength, Sean, in all these quantum names. As I mentioned at the top of the show, QSI, big mover in the pre-market here, up 60.5%, trying to break through that $3.50. You also have RGTI, Sean mentioning Rigetti, traded this on the How to Trade midday show, already getting a boost here, Adair, at 10% almost in the pre-market. QBTS on the imbalances there, already up 3%. Any headlines specific today?
No headlines specifically today. It's worth noting all of these are pretty hefty short flows. I was looking at it yesterday for the watch list, and I believe they're between, those smallest short float is about 9%, largest is about 18, 19. So these are pretty significant short floats. Also interesting, nothing can really stop these rallies, including the fact that Citron Research, this is the group that was really heavily against GameStop. They wrote not one but two short reports on these stocks, and it has not made an impact. First was December 11th, second December 18th. Didn't even really sell off on those days. So keep an eye on RGTI, QUBT, QBTS, the whole group.
Specifically on Rigetti. And you can even go back to the 20th. It has done a pre-market low dip and rip for 2 days in a row. Like, there's your pre-market bottom, there's your dip, then rip, dip, then rip. when it does a big consolidation like this on a gap up, it's a little different. Like I think a lot of times you're either wanting it to dip into the prior high, which this did in the pre-market the last time there was a gap up, or it's just a clean breakout. So I'm like at this point, I think it looks a little bit weak. I'm looking dip into prior high. That's about 1570 to 16 even here on Rigetti. And the other one worth watching, only 30 seconds to go. So QBTS also strong, but this one's different. It actually has a cleaner breakout on the daily chart here if it can break out that top as it's already starting to come. Yeah, the market's really sliding into the open here. I know Adara is wearing the green. Let's get this Friday bell going here, and hopefully the green will be a good sign there, Adara. In 3, 2, and 1, ring it.
All right, thank you, Adara, as we do open up to, market moving in the downside right here. So we'll watch out for Rigetti. Here comes Rigetti right now. We are bidding, again, into $16. So watch out here as some of these quantum names are starting to come back in. There's RGTI down to $16.50. I will look long on that. I'd rather look long right now rather than look to break this top as it is starting to fade in a little bit here. I wrote down 16, sort of yesterday's little top there. We'll see if it does come back into that level. It may not. QSI, another name that we want to look at here again as well. So coming back into the 200 period as they're all starting to come to the downside. I actually put an order to go long through the top of 375 if that does happen there for QSI. It looks like Micron trying to make a move back.
About GameStop.
Up right now. Yeah, we did not cover GameStop. GameStop was a good trade yesterday. We were long 31.50 on GameStop. Let's see if, okay, here goes Micron trying to bump up a little bit as well. Maybe AMD. So these are two, not really, just Micron. These are two short ideas right now that we have. We're going to look to get short AMD here around 125 as it's already down a little bit here.
Yeah, AMD still looking a little bit weak. The market is trying to bounce here. GameStop did retest yesterday's afternoon highs, 33 change, and coming back in here. Needs to clear about 33.10. So for continuation, you want that 33.10 to go. And then Tesla. Tesla's battling with $450. All right, AMD still chilling. Tesla battling 450, trying to get back above. I think that's a simple over-under level. If it pops and fails this prior high, I think Tesla is a continuation short. AMD is starting to come in there. I'm sitting off this high yesterday, which I'm going to cancel because there's not enough strength, and we'll play it off with a lower high on AMD. I'm sitting at like 88s. No fill just yet, and Rigetti might have already made its dip. It doesn't seem like it wants to get down into the 16 level. It's now giving you consolidation. The other one worth watching is that QBTS. It is underneath VWAP and not bouncing just yet. So it looks like Rigetti is the stronger of these quantum names, at least from my vantage point here. We'll look for the pre-market low. It's already held. The dip and rip looks like it's on board here for Rigetti.
All right, here we go again, guys. Chicken dinner winner to start the day off for you again. There it is, man. It's another 50 cents in the money from Micron. This is going to be, we only put down a couple ideas there today. I got to reset this chart. And there it was right there, Micron on the short. So there it goes. We just took it off the 200 period. We're just out of 20% so far. We did take our first out there at 25, our next out at O's. And now we'll wait to see what winds up happening there with Micron. Waiting still for AMD to try to do something. AMD is not as weak as I sort of thought it would be. Look at the market really coming back in now. This is going to be a good trade right here on Micron. Let's just see if it can work out. Like, I feel pretty good the fact that we have this where we do right now. But again, the market's going to have to fall. Let's see if we can find Weeme moving around, I'm hearing. All right, so that was a good little level we just got out. Maybe we have to get something else out right now at 89, as yesterday that was kind of the bouncing area. If it does come back in, it looks like 88.60 to 88.70, and then yesterday's low 88.30. Yeah, I'm actually not as excited about the potential here of this name as much anymore. Let's see if we get something out here near 89 again. Is Palantir popping again? Oh, down.
No, Palantir broke that 81, and there was nothing on the bid through the 81 level. It's trying to bounce here. We'll see if we can leave it in and pick it up on the way back. It was a bit of a flat bottom break. 2-day support there on Palantir at the 81. I think if we end up with a red day, there's a lot of room for it to come back. Any stock that's been as strong as Palantir has a lot of room to go. AMD doesn't want that 125. Tesla doesn't want any part of 450 anymore. It's going to be first available pop is what I'm trying to grab back on Palantir. If we don't get in front of 81, then we'll take whatever we can get. Tesla, it doesn't seem to want to get back to that 450 level. It's an over-under at 450, so we want to look for that pop to maybe give us VWAP or something along those lines. While those are happening, here comes Rigetti. Now it wicked the bottom first time. Now it's taking the bottom, and it's taking it in earnest. So this is getting down into that 16 level. Got to let it get down there. I don't want to catch a falling knife, but you do want to be ready if it bounces off that prior high. So Palantir, feel like that one's kind of come and gone.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's going to break. There's an 80 break. You might just have to take this one. The first green candle, you get anchored away from that 81. We're going to cancel the 81, look for the next available level. If it pops in here and gives it anything green on a 3-minute, I'll look to short that first available pop. Rigetti catching a bit of a bid. Be careful with that one. There's not a lot of bid action on this Rigetti stock.
I love that Rigetti stock. I should have looked at it again. Yesterday, that was a doozy. But today's doozy is right here as well, so we'll spin it right now for, so far, the trade. We just got filled down there at 75 right there on Micron. So, we said that there was a good chance that this name would have been one of the ones to go there today to the downside. Once we had got that fill, it was good to go. Not like a monstrous position or anything, so we're going to see if we can hold this. We are already out right now of just 40%, so it's not even like we're out of that much yet on Micron. So let's see if this one can breathe a little bit. A name, SMR, moving around a bit, down to 21 now, so that's not good. As it's moving the other way, down 2.5% right now. On a red market, we talked about looking short today, and that's why when we talked about TSM, I was like, you know what? Instead of trying to catch falling knives here, which now it just went red, better to trade names that we felt like were shorts to begin with. And that's where, look, we have the trade already in Micron. I mean, that's been a good one. But AMD right now is kind of hanging out upside as well. It's not doing anything. I wouldn't say upside, but as opposed to the market, yeah, maybe this is just a short waiting to happen. I'm not as convinced about AMD as obviously we did hit on Micron, but here comes Micron even right back as well. I think we're just going to start to put some more bids out and just start to cover some more shares here on MU, because the market, although is very, very weak here, it must be being led by other names. It's not the semis today, so we tried to go short.
NVIDIA is weak, actually.
Is NVIDIA weak? Okay, I mean, seem to be too weak here.
There's a few things. Meta's pretty weak.
Apple's weak.
Yeah, Meta's down at 596. Apple is also weak. NVIDIA is actually, when I looked at them, pretty much the weakest of the chip names. Tesla's now 2% to the downside. Did just get, there wasn't a green candle in Palantir, but it retested the 80 level, which I'll zoom in so you can see a little bit better. It retested 80, so 81 came and went. It retested 80, stalled at 79.90. I got 79.78 on the way back through. The low of the day, 79.40, so just the first available consolidation on Palantir. All right, we didn't get the fill above 90. We'll look for the next available spot. It could be VWAP. That's the thing. If we break this prior high, I want to get out and wait for VWAP. Because I'm looking over here, and that is a pretty hefty move right away to the downside, and we were already bleeding. So you don't want to get trapped on any kinds of bottoms. And as I was mentioning just there, we'll go to there in a second. Here's Meta bleeding to the downside, no green candles in sight underneath that 60 level, and NVIDIA looking awfully weak as well. So it is a red morning. So far, 1.7% down for NVDA. Still holding the bid so far is Rigetti, though. Still could be along there. Let's go to Adair.
Once again, small caps and penny stocks continuing to kind of rule the roost during this holiday shortened week. We have AAPL. This company is Learning Engines. They announced on Monday that they voluntarily filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. No news today, but looks like a little bit of a pop for this company, up over 200%. They are a penny stock, trading around 50 cents right now. And we do have a short float of 10.3%. There's also PDYN, Paladine AI. This is a AI and drone-related company. I'm seeing some drone catalysts in the past there. No catalyst today. They do have a 13.6% short float of 16.14 million shares. Back to you.
That Apple is making its way down. And of course, if you guys are following what I've been doing here on the sticky note today, we had AMD short up and around this area. So we're going to take it now and see if there's any sort of a play here on AMD into this area, 125, 125.50. We do have Rigetti finally comes into $16. I'm going to put a stop at 15. I already thought about this, 15.50. If we break that, we're going to get out of Rigetti. But there's the play again. And we wrote this down on the sticky note. So we really want wanted to take a level here that we thought could possibly hold. So we'll get something out in the 30s if it does go back up there. But there's our out right there, 1578. Just give it a little bit more room into 1550 for RGTI. So there it goes right there. We're going to put some offers in the 30s. Maybe we get it, maybe we don't. And then hopefully there it goes. Did we get that? No, we did not. There we go. Did we get that? No, we did not. All right, so there it is. Yes, sir. There's another one, another money-making trade there on Rigetti. And then AMD. Oh boy, Neil, what a good trade this has turned out to be on that reload. Like, look what we just did. We just made basically $1 right there on that reload. There it comes in now. All right, AMD now printing, baby. It's Rigetti, Mom Spaghetti, now trying to go up to the upside one more time. There it is, 31s, 41s, my bad, on that one. We'll hit the sirens there for Rigetti. And if you're looking for some excitement and somewhere to go, just go over here, check out Trader TV Sean. We both have posts up again, but here we go. Oh, I wanted to show this. There's my daughter and my niece there, and she's wearing her jersey at her game. But there it was right there. AMD, there's the short. There's the Rigetti long 16 again there as well. So
can you throw that up first? I don't think I've ever seen her before.
Oh, no, she's a young one. She's a young one there from North Bay there. So
oh, it's not okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay, so here we go. Nice little upside move there, Rigetti. So there. Oh wow. Okay, this is a huge. You know, we talk about that, Neil. We talk about how trade the pool only need 4% of a gain there on trade the pool. How about this trade right now as Rigetti just blasting up northbound, 75 cents on a $16 name. Right now goes Rigetti. So let's get some more out here as that is really starting to print out for us right now. Micron 50 cents in the money. AMD. Only right now, only 20 cents.
AMD just bounced off.
Yeah, we just took some good plays there.
Yeah.
Look at Rigetti. What
the thing about this AMD, everybody, like it's back, and it looks like it was a good short through 125, but look at that rounded bottom. AMD is stronger than every other chip name that I'm looking at, so we got to be a bit careful with it here. If it comes back up, I want it tight to 125.25.
Oh, boy.
Because that one looks a little bit strong. Palantir might be catching a bit of a bottom at 79 even, but it's still trending down. No green candles just yet. And Rigetti,
Rigetti's going to halt, and we're going to be long, and we are long.
Oh, it just got to the halt band and pulled back a little.
Holy jeez, this has been look at this play here on Rigetti, guys. We just had, and honestly, we talked about where we were sitting. I mean, it's not, we're not going to be shy about talking about it because we said we were sitting at $16.15. And we also posted on here as well, the same trade. So far, so good here right now. AMD's a monster. Micron's even bigger. Micron is P&L number one for me so far, despite even having this Rigetti on. AMD was a position that we put on a little more shares. So Micron, position that we put on a few more shares in. But there goes Rigetti. You might as well watch that one as, wow, Neil, this is, I don't know when this is going to halt, but monster trade here on RGTI.
Adara?
Another small cap here, Microcloud Hologram, HOLO. If this name is familiar to you, this ticker used to do this back in February almost every day. These moves to the upside. No news on Microcloud Hologram, 9.78% short float, total float of 5.46 million shares, $37.6 million market cap. So small float and significant short float to be aware of for HOLO, which is taking out day's highs as we speak, heading into that $2 level. Make sure to like and subscribe. Back to you guys.
So, oh goodness, Meta just lost 595. This NASDAQ, here quickly, the NASDAQ is continuing to go low. You're now 1.4% to the downside on the NQ. The ES just almost crossed that 1% mark as well. So pretty much everything is bleeding at this moment. Well, except for the quantum names. They're the only things that look strong. So great looking at 16. I was kind of on the bid underneath 16 for an over-under, but that QBTS did not break out that 1050, so this has yet to go. And so it hasn't broken out above the prior high. If it can do that, fantastic. We want this one to be able to join, but that has to happen. It needs to make that breakout. AMD now back at VWAP, so now it's starting to look a little bit better on AMD. You're now back at VWAP. You'd like to see it break VWAP and get out underneath. Got to get over to Palantir. It just made a wick bottom at that 79. So Palantir, the target's down here at 78. It's starting to get a little bit close on PLTR as it's starting to get that bottom. Intel is strong. I see in the chat there, Team PJCT, Intel relatively strong. So that is worth watching. Pretty much everything is down. So if you're looking to go long somewhere, make sure you go long a strong stock because you're having weakness pretty much across the board here. If Intel's going to have a good day, I'm not going to begrudge it. It wasn't on my plan of action, but hey, sometimes the stock has fallen so far that there's not much left for it to do.
We're just doing what we're doing right here. Taking some more out of AMD. I mean, again, just to review, and we did this yesterday with Obi. We're doing it again here today with Neil. We'll do it with whoever. I mean, this is what it's about. AMD, there's the short. There's the Rigetti long. There's the Micron short. So it's 1, 2, 3 for 3 on the ideas again today. And Reddit, the 180 break long. We're going to have a quick look at that right now to see what's popping off. But we are starting to get out of more AMD here. But the thing about this trade is, how good is this trade going to be? And the reason why I say that is, if this market continues to go, this sector is not even hurt yet. So maybe it's stronger. Maybe it's stronger than the rest. It is stronger than the rest. But it could give it up. And if it does, then these could really, really come in. I'm a little nervous that we've wicked down here a couple times already and haven't come in to retest something like these 20. So I'm going to put another bid down there. I'm not bidding anything right now. So let me put another bid down here, maybe in the 30s or something, for about maybe 20% or so of what we have left in the low 30s, if we can get that. We are really, really starting to sing right now on Micron. That's starting to hit the lows again. So that's going to be a monster trade there as well. And then Rigetti. So just for Rigetti, we only have about 20 to 25% left of this name. So let's see if it wants to get back up to the upside. My best out, 1750 right now. What? Yeah, AMD just seems to be strong up here on the upside. Maybe we got to get a little bit earlier, but it's a positive stock for us, obviously, and we'll wait to see if we can reload a little bit higher. But so far, so good. We'll go 3 for 3 and position pending here, I guess, on AMD.
Yeah, and AMD is really like as you said, it just got a monster bid on it at VWAP. I was actually bidding 51s when this turn just happened. That was wild. I was bidding 51s. I was like, yeah, we're going to get filled on the way back when it held that. And now it's absolutely gonzo to the upside. So we had to watch out for it. Palantir, just quickly over to Palantir because this just caught a big bid as well. I'm on the offer looking for VWAP in here back in front of that 80 level. So we'll see if we get a chance to trade off it. QBTS did make that break, but immediately reversed. Instant reversal on that breakout. So we got some out here in the low 50s, and then it came right back underneath. So we ended up paying some fees there on that QBTS, but no big break just yet. It's still holding the higher low, which is a good sign. I think that still bodes well for us. And we keep talking Intel without actually showing it. This is, like I said, distinctly different. Topping tail wick. If there's going to be a bid from the bottom here, like Intel, I do like what this chart looks like. So good look to everyone that pointed this one out. You have higher low support the whole way on Intel. And if this is going to go and break out the top, I'd like to try to join some kind of move here. Not too much looking strong with the exception of this particular chip name. So looking pretty good on Intel. I think VWAP looks pretty good. But let's go to Adair. There goes AMD through that high. Yep. So you got VWAP, but then you broke out the top. That was the short level. Now it's a wait until 126. Got to wait till 126, the next resistance stop on AMD. Super strong mover, couple of chip names strong, Intel, and a little bit of AMD. Now green on the day. Adara?
More small caps here. QMCO up 30%. The company is called Quantum Corporation. I would like to emphasize they do not do quantum, they do data management. So QMCO potentially could be benefiting from the fact that its name is quantum related, but it's actually at $89 right now. Not necessarily the smallest of market caps, but 426 million market cap with an 18.2% short float and a total float of 3.83 million shares. This is a very small float, very significant short float for QMCO. We also still have that HOLO moving around here as well, microcloud hologram, pulling back a bit, but still up about almost 40% with a 10% short float. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Adara. All right, so plan of action right now on AMD. I mean, we talked about that our position pending here. Our biggest worry was going to be AMD, but it just floated back up into that 126 area, which is where we want to get short anyways. So we'll be positive on it again, obviously, with holding a loser right now against us 30 cents. So we'll have to wait to see if it does take down that 126. That was the last sort of straw that we wrote down here. Get short between 125.50 and 126. So we played the short early, and then we were like, you know what? Remember, I was like, wow, the market is pretty weak here, and this name is not going. In fact, fact, it's pretty strong. So that would have been the first indicator right there to get away from it. And there it is. So now we're in there. Again, just trying to watch out for that 126 area, which comes into play. That ultimate top is like 126.25. So you can play off that if you did want to. But it looks like right now it is trying to get back into those levels. So AMD, nice little upside push here. So if you're short with me, you're short at 50s right now. So we'll see. Maybe we get a little bit of a push down here. We'll take something out if we can, just to relieve some of this pressure in the 50s if we can get that. But for right now, AMD, yeah, looking like it wants to go higher here, especially if this market found a bottom. Yeah, we know that this is very, very strong. So watch out for that 126.25 area on the top side for AMD.
Yeah, we just came back to the 80s on Palantir. Double tapped 8-0, pretty much on a dime. At 79.99 is the local high, and it's trying to pull back in. Now, keep in mind, this market rebound, it has not been, like, it's a pretty shallow market rebound, and that's a pretty hefty break off the bottom there for Palantir. So I would suspect you're going to get a higher low here. It looks relatively strong to me. I think if it gets back into 79, we're going to like it for sure. There's that QBT. So QBTS did re-break that top. It's now through the high. This is a follower. I didn't catch the dip buy that I wanted on Rigetti. So we went over to the other name, which hadn't gone yet, and it's through that high of last week, or a couple of days ago, 1050. So it just checked in at 1095. So the 11 even, still resistance on the stock. Would take some out in front of it. You never want to get caught on a small cap name or any of these lower float names with a rejection of a high break. So just be careful with this. If it loses to 1050, I want to jump out. I do have eyeballs on Rigetti. The coincidence, when this tried to get through 11, Rigetti pulled up and down through the 18 level. I feel like Rigetti's leading a little bit. So I'm going to have that up just so I can watch it. This market might not be done yet. I know you've seen quantum names look strong and some of the chip names just bounced. But I just looked over at Meta. Man, Meta is still right back low of the day. NVIDIA is right back in low of the day. Like, it's incredibly weak in the overall market here.
Big trade alert right now. Good trading over there, Neil. Big trade alert on this side, though. We got Rigetti is now $2 in the money, by the way. So there it goes, man. Huge move up for Rigetti there today from 16 long, posted on the sticky note. And then here we go, man. We talked about staying with your thoughts, staying with the stocks that you believe in. And there it goes, AMD right back in. So wow, that actually worked out pretty good for us there as we got some out in the 20s and 30s right there. That bid was 26 or 27 right there. Now it's still in the same spot. So if the market does actually retrace back down in, we should have a monster with us right here again today. It's only 9:51, so lots still to happen. All right, Micron still hovering around 89. We just get, oh man. We just get another fill. It's another one down there for that. So look, so far the trades we've had today, Micron, that's pretty clean right there. AMD, it's been in trouble, but still up on that stock right now. And then Rigetti, $2+ here. What's up, Adara?
Even more tickers moving around here without catalysts. This one is actually not a small cap. This is Kingsoft Cloud Holdings. Looks like they're a Chinese ADR, $3.03 billion market cap, float of about 1.6 billion shares. So not a small cap, but either way, up about 25%, near that $13 level with zero catalyst. Then we also had RR. This one runs pretty frequently here. Rich Tech Robotics. I get robotics related play, of course. We have a 33.3 million share float, short float of 5.16%. They're at days highs. So lots of these names without catalysts that are sub $10, sub $20, continuing to make some moves. I'm also seeing occasional runner PGHL on the move, but not a lot of volume there yet, guys. Back to you.
PGHL, there are, like we said, there's going to be a lot of small cap movers in a week like this week. That's just how it's going to be. Holiday shortened, to be sure. So it looks like we were right about this Palantir. See a tight consolidation. This could be a nice little bottoming tail reversal here. So we get the fall through. Obviously, 81 that's the level on the note. We didn't get our fill when it broke the 81 level. It is what it is. We shorted the 80. I feel like when Palantir does this, and we've seen it before, you can be right back up to that top quickly and attempting to break back out. That said, it hasn't broken any of the prior highs. I think you got room to 82 and then maybe 83. Qubits is still doing, it's not Qubits, QBTS is actually D-Wave. Still doing about the same thing. When it breaks 11, I haven't considered if I want to add yet. For now, I'm just going to hold through that level. Man. And Intel, it looks like this join on Intel, bye-bye. It just broke out and continues to go. So super strong name here. If it can break yesterday's high, I think this one's going to be absolutely gonzo. And like I said for Palantir, if it gets back up to the levels we like before, then I don't mind reshorting it. But when you see something like that, you want to get it on the way down. I never want to be shorting it, ideally, when it's in that upward pattern. Intel in an upward pattern, but PLTR, you play your levels. If it continues to go higher, I think you wait for the 81 level, wait for the 82 level, or let it do a rounded bottom or rounded top and then come right back in and show me that weakness. For now, the market's trying to do that little bit of a rebound, so I want to be patient with it. I still believe it's a short in a general sense on Palantir down 2.5%, but I don't have to rush back in.
Right, yeah, exactly there. So, good little note there on Palantir, obviously, as we continue to trade all of that. So not really too many clean moves other than what we're looking for right now. So good job there. N-I-N-E-A-L. N-I-E-L. No, N-E-A-L. It's the wrong way there, the N-E-I-L. What was Neil Kashkari? Was with a K? Was that what it was?
He spells it with a K. No.
Okay, what is it, Nadira? Oh, just two E's. Oh,
There's a kid in my daughter's class who spells it the
it.
same way.
Yeah, okay.
As Kashkari.
Oh, okay, cool. That's kind of cool to know. All right, so just real quickly here, Rigetti is now $3 now in the money off that call out. And by the way, right now, AMD is an absolute cash register, just the printing that is going on. We did wind up getting this fixed here today. And look, we bring it back and we wind up having one of our best days of the month right here today, going 3 for 3 and all bangers of stock right now. We're sitting in the money right now, $5. Like we're in the money now, $1 on AMD as that continues to go, $3 on Rigetti, 55 cents right now on Micron. Wow, this AMD is absolutely monster. This is now by far my number one stock today. By far. This is like 5 times right now anything else that I have. So this is going to be an absolute monster right here for the show today. So there goes AMD. And again, you know what it is, Neil? It's just about having the plan of action. We talk about that all of the time, sticking with it, and then finally putting on risk. It's your number one trade idea today is AMD short between 125 and 126. It's written there, right there on the sticky note. And look at the levels today, 125 to 126. So I don't know if we still had that clip it thing, but this would be something right here to definitely have a look at. This is really leading the way here today is AMD. And again, it's like I just said, Neil and I always talk about this, Sharif, Joe, all of us talk about it. Have your plan of action, and then when it hits, just make sure you have enough shares on board. And in that way, when you win, you know why you won. And when you lose, you know why you lost, because you followed your plan. So this has been a huge change for me to be able to hold on to this. We still have like 40% of this trade, as it's now $1.50 in the money as we go lower on AMD, the banger of the day right here, AMD. So again, there it goes, man. Well, Rigetti is probably, Sharif, I might have to have a spot on your show. I mean, if I'm allowed. This small cap runner right here, Rigetti, right now $3 in the money on a $16 name. So right there, good trade. Yeah, thanks, man. Learned from the best there in Sharif. So so far so good here. As we go up to $19 now, Rigetti still blasting away over there. So yeah, Neil, not much happening over here. How about you?
Same old, man. I love that trade. The quantum names are the jam today. There is no strength in the market. By the way, look, Palantir did turn, and we were able to get back into that 80 level. But here comes QBTS as well. So obviously, you didn't get the dip and rip. Like I said, if I don't get the dip and rip, I knew exactly where I wanted to look here. It was going to be QBTS. We didn't get it in Rigetti. QBTS made a 52-week high breakout here, so we grabbed along, but look at this pullback. So it just broke 11 into 1140, but here comes the dip. So this is the first available dip since the breakout. Forget about VWAP for a second. This is where I'm looking. I'm looking right here. Double top, 1070, pre-market level. I always want prior highs to give me some guidance as to where to get back in. All right, Palantir is at that 80 level. So that's where we're looking for the continuation. And just thinking about always, what's your next opportunity? What is your next trade? So I don't want to give up on Palantir, but I want to respect VWAP in here. So it does a curl, finally shows me a top at 1025 or so. Able to get some shares in above 80 even. There's a buyer at 70.90 that just got taken out. So I do like I said, I still like the short. Every time it makes it around the top, I want to jump back into it as long as it's underneath 81. I want it showing me the high, and then we'll play the next level. 79.5 is going to be the next one here for me on Palantir. The market's still trying to hold the bottom. Chill Vibe saying Meta looking a little strong. I mean, okay, so Meta's making a little bit of a bottom. I will grant you that. I would argue it still looks a little bit weak, needs to break that consolidation. Overall, this market is still a red one. I still feel like if you were looking shorts, I don't see a reason to give up on anything that was part of your original plan of action. At the end of the day, outside of the quantum names, like you're bleeding, Tesla just broke and it continues to go lower. This is the only one on the planned action
Holy
today
shit.
that we didn't grab was going to be Tesla. So far, quantum looking good, Palantir short still looking absolutely fantastic, and that's all you got to work out for. So there are a couple of other quantum names we haven't looked at. That QMCO was another one. It's coming back, but just like all of the other quantum names, this is where you got to be.
Okay.
Back into VWAP if you like it, great. I think this one's the riskier. Least amount of liquidity in QMCO relative to your Qubits, your D-Wave, and your Rigetti. Let's go to Adara because it's time for happening now.
It is time for happening now, and the theme of this basically happening now session is just going to be a lot of things are very weak. Unless you're a small cap, in which case probably having a pretty great session so far. We have the NASDAQ here down 1 1/3%, S&P 500 faring slightly better, down about almost 1% here, but the Q is definitely down by more than 1%. To start off this trading day and end off what's been a pretty interesting holiday shortened week. We have Bitcoin, of course, on watch as well. It was very tempting to make this entire happening now segment small caps because those ones really have been on the move. We'll take a look at some of these other names. Meta was just mentioned here. META looks like a bit of a technical breakdown like we're seeing with some of these other names as well, with Tesla struggling with the 450. No news on META I could find, but we broke below 600 basically right at the open as of right now, trying to hold on to 590s. Then we have TSM, Taiwan Semi, actually with seemingly a positive catalyst this morning. Now at day's lows, down about 1%. Financial Times reporting that they're actually expanding with 5 new factories in Shenzhen, and they're actually going to be opening these a little bit earlier than potentially expected when it comes to starting construction. Boeing as well, pretty rangy this morning, but we have this report that some of these engineers are having shorter and shorter tenures at the company. So BA on watch too. Right now, though, just breaking below that $180 level for Boeing. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. And I just saw in the chat, someone was asking me, it was the big R, maybe the big reversal is what you're looking at here, the big R. Where would you have looked to get out of Tesla? So yeah, I was looking over under at the 450 level. But here's where I think the support lies in the chart, whether it bounces there. I mean, there isn't a green candle on Tesla all morning. But you do have this resistance at 434. It was a nice accumulation level a few days back, and then you had a nice bounce off this. So that's where I'd be looking, 435, 434. Like everything else here, you're just making fresh low after fresh low after fresh low. Palantir right back into the low of the day, so it's back into that 79 again. If Palantir loses this 70, it's like 78.80. I still think we're headed right back into 78 even. So prior support is what we're looking for here on PLTR. I'm just going to park the bid down there at target. And if we can get it, fantastic. Well, can we look? Sam asking if we can look at treasuries. TLT. Yeah, TLT looking pretty strong. It actually has a chance to go green in here. Not a lot of crazy movement in here, but if you're watching TLT, obvious double top that you can watch out. So be careful with that. But we've got to watch out for the bleed, everybody. Looking for the short. We're back at the low of the day. If we double bottom, I would look to cover here. We got the same short as we got before, but if we make a double bottom, I do want to be able to respect it here. Most things have broken their lows that I'm looking at, and Palantir is still holding the same low, 78.8.
All right, everybody. It's been the day that we thought it could possibly be, and the 2 shorts that we still have, and they're pretty good, man. I mean, we just covered this at some more at 88 right there. And then I just tweeted this out. Definitely the most money made this week for me on any given stock is right here with AMD. I mean, this name is now $3 like $3 in the money off a posted level on, like, for me, what was pretty full position up there. So, yeah, we're doing pretty good. We're doing good enough to bring back a segment, so let's go. It's fruit salad time. So we just caught some fruit salad today, and today's fruit salad brought to you by melons. We have some cantaloupe and some honeydew melon. Oh my, this is just getting extended right now, guys. Big time. I have to take another piece out, don't I? Down here at 70. I mean, $3. We are now $2 in the money on Rigetti, which, by the way, we have that 5% left of Rigetti right now, 5%. So still a good amount there. We got it about half right here, about half right here. So still a huge trade there on Rigetti. That's $2. There's $1.50 on Micron, so that's $3.50 plus another $3 on AMD. So over $6 now in the money. Adair, what do you got for us?
I mean, the whole market's pretty weak, but I do want to mention PayPal here, PYPL. We got a little bit of a volume spike on that second most recent 3-minute candle here. Now, the whole market's weak. There's not a ton of volume on this, about 600,000 shares, but PayPal has been on watch since the weekend. There is some videos going around here basically exposing Honey, which is owned or a subsidiary of PayPal, and how they do their YouTube links for affiliates, basically accusing Honey of being a scam. So that's continuing to circulate on social media. Just be aware here, PYPL, with regards to this alleged scam being run by their company, Honey. Guys, back to you.
Okay,
Yeah,
I've used Honey before, so it sounds like it's fine. Other than they're going to figure out what's going on with those affiliate links going through right there. Wow, man, Mom Spaghetti coming way back in. Right now goes Rigetti down into $17, but we ain't got no problem because Rigetti, again, will be, again, one of the top stocks here today as we have 5% left of Rigetti coming back into $17. Let's try it again in and around now. This is a decent spot to think about getting reloaded, so we'll do that right there on it. That's hilarious. Look what we just did right there on Rigetti. Like, we just went long down there at 1690 again, sorry. And there it pops up again. Wow, Neil, this is how you know you were just on one there it is. Look at that Rigetti on the buyback right there for RGTI. Oh, boy. Good trading happening here today. It just continues, man. We had great trading yesterday. Possibly, I mean, for me, definitely better trading today. Well, yesterday was actually pretty good. But definitely a good movement today back there to the upside. Oh boy, man. I pretty much never, I mean, I like taking days off, but the fact that to come in here and be able to open up these doors and, share with you some of these trade plans and the ideas and just how they've been working out has been quite the experience. We want to thank everybody for watching us this year, and hopefully you'll be able to like, subscribe, and join. Wow, this is going to go back higher here, and join us again in the new year, of course. So just keep doing that, man. I promise you, man. The winners will keep coming. We're just going to keep following the rules that we do here. We're going to keep posting them up for you. Our trade plan, our exact trade plans, posted up for you every single day for free. We give it. Neil put something out as well. We have it right here listed. All of these plays. You can go back. Just please, somebody go back and check these there. I'd love to have someone else do the work, and we could post the success rates of some of our notes. But right there, good job so far here today. And you don't get all the trades that you always want, but today we got them exactly as we wanted. We got Rigetti dipping into $16 there as posted. We got Rigetti just now dipping into the 200 period as posted. And then the biggest trade by far of the month for the show is going to be this AMD trade. P&L wise here. Monster trade, upside all the way back down to the downside now. So just creating some nice moves here for advanced micro devices right now, making that move back in. So over $3 in the money here. And we've already covered some down here at 122.50. So those of you are asking, like, where exactly is this guy going to cover? I mean, we're short right here. So boom, to the downside. We've been covering. So we have about 15 to 20% left. The ultimate low would be in and around this 121.60, 122 basic area. So we're getting pretty close to that right now. 122.50 was where we'd gotten some out. So pretty happy with the performance so far here for us on the day. And we'll just continue to see if we can't make, again, a lower low here in AMD, looking for that 122.50 again, and then the ultimate out in and around that 122 flat. So far, so good there. Micron, maybe we'll get out of a little bit more. I mean, that Rigetti, by the way, like if Obi was here, he'd be like, Sean, oh boy, to that one. But that's another, we just put that on. So we made $3 the first time, Neil, and then another $1 again. So that's $4 in total on Rigetti when it only moved $3. So we made $4 going long twice on this monster of a name there, Rigetti. So yeah, man, so far so good there. 3 for 3, and like I said, a pretty big day.
Mom spaghetti again.
Yeah, I know. Yesterday we were long 11.50 on this name.
I remember that stock at.
Oh, yeah.
It was like an $8. Whatever. We'll get to that. We'll get to like a higher time frame chart when things calm down a little bit here. But I am out. I just got out. You'll see I'm no longer in Palantir. It broke back above the prior high. So we wanted 78 as a target, but the second it got down there and we're at 78.5. I'm looking at prior high. Like if I was looking for a long on the stock, if I was flat and I was looking for a mean reversion long, it would be the break of that trend off the high. So we did jump out. I'm looking for, maybe not going to sit at VWAP, but if we get to VWAP, forget about 80 for a quick little second because that's just an even number. That's what I want. By the way, for everyone, that Mara, if you're looking at crypto, 95 actually, we're back above 95, 95.6. Mara did make the flat bottom break. So flat bottom break, and now it's in a bit of a consolidation underneath that flat bottom. So I'm into that short, but it wasn't on the break. It kind of came to it after it made the break as we were trading in a couple of other things at the time. If we get back above 19, this higher low is 1906. I'll jump out of the trade at that 1906. I also will keep an eye out. If Bitcoin just starts going crazy and I have a chance to get out at a better price, that's perfectly reasonable as well. For myself, just quickly going to show you QBTS. There's your dip. It just tried to hold on to VWAP, but it's a breakout trade. So when it reversed, I'm out when it came back underneath break even, and now you're getting a bit of a trend back into the downside. So I'm not, I haven't seen it set up any kind of reload for myself, and if it did, I think you have to wait now, unless it holds VWAP miraculously here, down around that $10 level where you had the support coming before. Tesla just lost a bid again.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Tesla's really starting to bleed. All right, so, Mara, every quarter to $0.50 is going to be a level on Mara to be able to get out if we're shorting in front of 19 even. But Tesla is on a runaway freight train into this downside, and it's not like it's alone. The NASDAQ is crumbling. NVIDIA is down 3% here. Meta's down 2% as well. So I do want to find that reload on Palantir. I let it try to bounce. It's right back in on those lows. So new positions, Mara, but jumping back into Palantir, which still has about 50 to 60 cents to get down to our absolute target after 81 broke and 80 broke and 79 broke. 78 was that level of support that we're looking for. But this market's looking pretty nasty down here. Unfortunately, not every day is going to be green in the market. That's why you got to have some shorts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. And that's why we're saying, we didn't really have any fruit salad because we got really excited about Rigetti. Right there. Okay, so AMD is now at the low. So as Neil said, stick to your plan and trade the plan. And Rigetti was part of the plan down here at 16, not really where we are right now. So if we lose 17 again, so if we go down to 1680s, we're going to punch out of this last trade and lose 16 cents on a small piece left here. Hands off. It looks like it is heading, it looks like it is heading to the downside right there. I don't know. Are we going to pop one more time? Let's get something out there we go. There it is. All right. Well, let's just ring the register right there in the 30s, 25s. They're on Rigetti. Okay. All right. Wow. Okay. So there's a nice little pop back up. Now we have even less now. Less than 10% left on Rigetti there. We were just kind of, the real money was sort of made early on that play. I'm never certain of catching falling knives, as you guys know. We just talked about where our stop was 16.80, so that was 16 cents. It just pops up there in the money, and we take 30 cents. So right now, this is straight house money. All the trades are house money. We didn't get stopped out of anything here today. We actually just went down a little bit more on AMD, so we'll see if we can get a bid. I was actually waiting for, there we go, we get an 85, so that's it. I don't have any more bids down here. I think we could probably put one. Let's just put another one. Actually, now that I see this at 50s, we'll see if we get that level. That's just sort of where the bottom's been there on AMD. Micron still falling down. Okay, we did look at Boeing earlier on today. Let's have a quick look at that. That's hitting some scanners right now. BA, what is it? What is it touching it down here? Their VWAP, I guess, maybe? Okay, it's a little bit of a late one. 1011. Okay, so yeah. So we did get that indication up here when we did bump into VWAP. And again, we just have an alert scanner here from eSignal. We talk about how we've used, wow, this AMD trade, though, is going to be something else, of course. But right now, so far, so good here on the day as we just continue to trade our plan. But Boeing, good little short possibly there. It's only down 0.7. So I'm going to change that around, looking for the longs maybe in Boeing. But we still are underneath VWAP. We are underneath the 200 period moving average. I'm trying to keep my eye actually on AMD here. So if you always see me a little bit distracted, because we're still bouncing around these lows. We have the short of all shorts there. So we're really happy with it. But yeah, it is bouncing around, and I don't want to throw, and again, we have about 15% left. So, we've done really well to get out here at the bottom, and I think we've done really well not covering here in the mid-20s. So 23, so that's 124 all the way down to 123. We don't have any covers in here. Our best cover is 80, and then it just tanks down, and then we get O's. So it's like we did real well sort of holding this, and this is what has changed. And I saw Adam DeLuz there in the chat. You mentioned Mr. Westermeyer came to visit. I mean, Adam as well. And just telling me, hold on to some of these plays because most of them seem to be working out. And especially in these kind of markets. And I was not expecting, a huge move today, for sure.
Not like this.
We got one yesterday just randomly, and then it would float and float. But this is like you said there, not like this. Like this is the knife is cutting deep today. No, we just got stopped out of Rigetti, by the way.
Yeah, we got a super chat, and I'm shocked. Kyle, it took you a little bit longer. I thought you'd been celebrating a little bit earlier, Kyle Burdett. Hide your kids, hide your wife. The sellers be here. Thank you for the super chat, Kyle. No, they are en masse. There's no question about it. You've got the gates of hell left, right, and center. I'm looking over Meta's trying to find a bottom, but Tesla. There's a 0% chance I even considered the 420 level tier today on Tesla. But I just want to remind everybody, if you have not looked at this chart, there's been buyers on Tesla at 420. And if you've been looking for a place every time this has dropped big to go long, it's been wait for 420 because it's been getting to 420 on every single red day. It's at least getting relatively close. So if we lose 430, that bottom there was around the 25. Maybe you wait for that 420 level. Just be patient. In a weak market, if you're looking to go long, either find a stock that's relatively strong or wait for it to get to the right level. You don't need to try to catch that falling knife just about anywhere. So thank you, Kyle. I know you're obviously celebrating. We haven't talked about Apple today. Apple, again, was on its way to $4 trillion, and it's right back to 255. This is a big level for Apple, here at 255. So this is one which is already at a pretty key level. Oh, you Palantir, you dirty dog. Palantir is at that 78. I don't think this is necessarily a look for the bounce until about 77.4 on Palantir. And then we just went over to Mara, and this is losing the bid. But Bitcoin's only at 95,000. If Bitcoin loses 95,000, I think this one could accelerate. And I did want to have a quick, for everyone out there, I know there's a lot of other stocks moving. This is what you already see what AMD is doing, right, with Sean. I just wanted to quickly show it. NVIDIA is down 3.5, and its support last time it bounced in this area was closer to the 133 level. So it's still got a little bit of room to run to the downside. And Meta's at 590. Everything is bleeding at this particular moment. You guys let me know what's strong out here. I see rest in peace this. I see rest in peace that. There's not a heck of a lot of strength. I'm glad Boeing is holding up pretty nicely, though. Good for them, but it's also red on the day and barely holding up.
It's going to sound like a broken record, but we're $5 in the money on the only two short ideas that we had written down here. Not only that, Rigetti is also a banger of a trade. So we go 1, 2, 3, and then don't even look at Reddit. So banger, 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 Reddit. So we'll definitely have a look here on Reddit. So ABP halted there. Is that what I just heard? ABP
down halt.
Is that what is that? Is that Atlantic Coastal? Oh yeah, there it is. Okay. So all right, a name that not too familiar with, but there it is on the down halt right now. A bunch of halts there out throughout today. Looks like it had quite a long halt period maybe there, and then it opened back up. So we'll wait to see what happens here with ABP halting one more time. Okay, well, there it is, man. We do have Trade the Pool. So we do want to mention Trade the Pool one more time. The Christmas Trade the Pool has the ultimate gift for traders today. Buy an 80K, 160K, or 260K buying power evaluation, and you will get a free 20K buying power. Yes, that is free evaluation, 100%. But that's not all. Both plans have 7 extra days to hit your targets. That's more time to trade the opportunities that exist. This exclusive offer ends on January 1st. It's the perfect way to kickstart your trading journey into the new year. With these markets moving around, make sure you scan the QR code today and use the link in description to grab that offer. And there it is right there. The 20, 80, 80, 160K challenge there. An extra 20K in buying power if you scan the QR code there below. Let them know you're from Trader TV Live, and they'll hook you up there at Trade the Pool. We want to thank them for coming through, and Mitch as well, who often will grace us with the presents. But right now, the only presence that we need in the market is more downtrends right now. Thank you, Fabian, for that. As there it goes. It is Trade the Pool. But we're $350 now in the money on this. So like if you're trading at Trade the Pool, congratulations. You graduated already. So that would be really nice right there. And then also on Micron as well. We're up 4% on both of these names right now. Micron and AMD combined to that downside, which is sometimes some of those targets that you may need. All right, so Rigetti. It's giving me those feels again that we could reload this. The only thing is what I've been noticing here. First of all, we are almost at double. We're more than double our day's goal right now, and it's primarily all AMD. I mean, Micron's been a good trade, but we were able to really load up there on AMD. What I wanted to say about Rigetti is what's happened?
Position board's down.
Oh, position board's down. That's okay. Well, yeah, thanks for reminding us there, Fabian, of that, and we'll let them know. The position board right now being worked on. So right now we're not in Rigetti again, but we're in AMD short, 4 to 350 in the money. Micron, $2 in the money short. All right, where we... Oh, covering. What's up, Kyle Burdett? Yeah, I'll talk about AMD in a minute. I just wanted to say that this initial pump here on Rigetti is what we were looking for, and we got it. So we banked on this, and then we banked again on that reload. I am not, not Tim Duncan. I'm not just going to keep going back to that bank. But at the end of the day, looks like, if the traders are going to lose out on this, it's not holding that day's low. So for me, it's an easy exit stage left on this trade and not get back in. It could go back up here for sure. I'd almost rather play the convincing area here of maybe that top of 1650 to see if we break through right there, just to confirm. It looks like we're going back up there, but just to try to confirm that one. Wow, ARKQ, the quantum right now. I actually ARQQ. Yeah, ARQQ.
Oh boy.
Yeah, there it is. This is not. Okay, so this is the quantum ETF right now halted on downside. So this is not Cathie Woods. This is ARQQ. So, all right, it is now 10:21, and hey, we're talking about a lot of small caps today. So let's go get a much better update from those with Adara.
I thought we didn't have this.
We're definitely not going to have every small cap here on this list because there are so many, but we'll start with the IWM, which is giving up basically all of yesterday's gains, down about 1.7% right now for that Russell 2000, actually just breaking through that 222 level. So really rough day for the IWM, even rougher than it is for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. Starting out here, we have AILE. This is iLearning Engines. On Monday, they announced they're voluntarily filing here for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. No new catalyst today, but we're up about 400%. Actually holding on very nicely as well, with about a 10.5% short float. This one is a penny stock as well. Then we have GALT. No catalyst I could find in this one, but we do have a 13.5% short float for this company, up about 40%. Last but not least, GTI. This one's actually pretty interesting. This catalyst from yesterday, one of Malaysia's deputy ministers apparently visiting the company's green graphite facility. So keep an eye on GraphJet, JTI, guys. Back to you. Or sorry, GTI.
Thank you very much, Adara. So that ARQQ, the tap is now 38 on it. So it's indicating it's going to open still to that downside. Obviously, I'd say be careful with these. I think that goes without saying. Yeah, all of them seem to be bleeding down here. Like that QBTS, I thought, oh, well, maybe it'll bounce off the prior low. Like this was a breakout play too, but it doesn't bounce off the prior low. It's actually consolidating underneath the prior low. So I think you got to be, like I said, very, very careful. Mara just made a bit of a reversion. So bit of a trend reversion here on Mara. We had the short at 1888. It just curled here off of 18.5. So if it's going to make a bottom here, there's your trend reversion. I'm not going to go long or anything like that, but it's enough to get out of the short. And then Palantir was the other one that we've been shorting this morning. It's trying to get back up to VWAP. So it's reverting its trend just a little, or trying to revert its trend a little bit here. But every single pop just keeps on getting sold in almost everything we're looking at. And looking for VWAP, you might not be able to get VWAP on anything the way this market is heading in. But we're out of the short on Mara, we're out of the short on Palantir. I don't know if I want to try any bottoms on those on any of those quantum names. I feel like it's almost the other direction on the quantum names that you might want to look here. And part of that is, like if you look at this daily, that's the 15-minute chart, but this is a fail of the high on the daily chart on QBTS. I feel like if you're not going to get that back, this could be one of those healthy breakdown days for people that didn't cover on that long. Day traders, great, but there's probably some swing traders that entered here in a higher time frame. And now underneath 10 looks like a pretty good short on the stock. I got to go pay for some locates because I actually don't think we have them here. Oh, no, we do. QBTS, we do. Okay, so I guess it's free. But looking back into the 10 level, I feel like this turns into a short trade. The market's already weak as far as I'm concerned. And you're going to have these fail some tops. I like these names, quantum names. Candidly, I have to admit, like my wife actually owns shares in this one on D-Wave. But I still think underneath this 10, it's a short.
All right.
There's no way Rigetti's free.
I don't know. I didn't even think about paying for Rigetti. Shares short, but maybe the short's been pretty good. All right. Kyle, thank you again. You've super chatted us lots. And you asked where the bottom might be there on AMD. I've already been covering. We talked about this. I already showed you. Like my best cover there is in the 30s on advanced micro devices. I'm taking a little bit more out now in these 80s. We just took another fill there. We took one out as well in the 50s on the way back up. And I mean, all I did, Kyle, was just sort of go back into here and look at this little level right into here. That's 121.50. Some of those wick highs, 122. So I sort of thought that. And we looked at this, when you're trading, I try to keep trading as simple as possible. And I mean, I think you guys can see that here with just 3 trades today. And it's just like, where do you get out? That's the problem. Trading is only difficult in 2 ways. And that is to manage your risk and sort of be brave enough to put on shares for ideas that you believe in. Those are the ways that's the only ways to trade. Like you gotta, once something's working for you, you gotta sort of start to put on some shares. So to me, it's like when our trade started hitting there, we loaded those shares up and then it just fell in, and we were actually pretty lucky enough that it just kept on going through 123, and then we had found this area right here, support and resistance right there. Yeah, this stock is doing something for sure, so thanks for waking it up again. If it can get back into the bottom, that'd be even better. But then you just sort of say, okay, if you're gonna put on real shares, you don't, I mean, look, if it tanks all the way down there, that's great. I mean, Obi has a great ability to hold everything for sure. But like that blows up in your face probably more often than not. And we've talked about that. That's why most traders won't be successful. So you got to capture profit when profit is there, because it can turn on you in a dime. And this one just worked out for us. And you want to be able, like I said, man, fortune favors the bold and the brave, and you have to be able to do those things. And if you're not, it's fine, it's great, but that's the kind of move, Kyle, right into these positions. And so why I talk like this is that if you're looking for more right now, that's fine too. But at some point, I feel like it's worth a cover. And right now, you're bouncing around just a little bit. And that's AMD. And we remember when AMD was green or like close to green up here? And I was like, this makes no sense. If the market continues this downside push, let's just see if this gives it to us. And it just happened to give it to us. So that was like a sort of the part where we were lucky in that manner, that AMD gave us this move down. So again, just be careful with it. It could easily retrace back upside. I would say if you're going to punch out of this trade, maybe 123.15 or so, sort of where we've gapped down into and held. So I think that area right here, 123.15, 123.20 or something like that, if you have yet to hit that tap button. on the trade. So yeah, so far so good here in the market. It's been a very, very profitable day. Probably my most profitable of the month. And who would have thought about that on such a low volume day?
Yeah, well, you know what? The volume's actually, it depends on where you look, I guess, right? Like yeah, like there's not very good volume if you look at the futures, maybe relative to what you've seen normally. But if you look at something, like obviously the quantum names are going to be true, but you look at Tesla, like it's pretty steady volume. It's not probably the direction that people want it to be. I grant you that, but it is still very good trading volume with Tesla. Tesla doesn't get down to 420, just obviously everybody, it just bounced at 426. And if we're going to get a VWAP retracement, I think the more important thing is there was a lot of sellers at 434 the last time, 434, 435 last time we were down here, and then it traded away from that price. We haven't seen it since. So I feel like that's the spot, like right in here, 434, 35, where you'd look to see maybe it finds a little bit more equilibrium. I'm eyeballing Palantir because I do want to get back into this for the short. If we can get to VWAP, great. And then, as I said, I feel like these quantum names have turned into something else here, which it's a failed breakout, at least on QBTS D-Wave here. It's a failed breakout past that 10 level. Now you're seeing it consolidate underneath the prior close. I was thinking you might get into the 980s, but this lower high in here might be worth a join. I mean, even a muted move can get you back down into like 850, 880. So to get something here in front of the 10 level makes a lot of sense, especially if the market continues to bleed. They've been running so far. For this to go green to red, I think a continuation play is a short for some of these quantum names here, Adara.
Bitcoin on watch here, as always, right now below that 95,000 level, trying to hold on to where we closed back on Monday, around that mid-94s. Monday's low, though, was that aforementioned 92,000 level. We talked about this 92,000. That's been huge support. So let's see if Bitcoin's able to hold this level one more time. As you can see here in the daily chart, we have quite a few bounces off this level. What's also interesting, too, is this theme going on in the Bitcoin space right now. We had multiple ETF filings show as of yesterday. People are looking for Bitcoin bond ETFs, even one apparently being filed by Strive Asset Management. It's actually called the Bitcoin bond ETF. They're looking to get exposure to MicroStrategy's convertible securities. We talked about MicroStrategy's plans there, their 21-21 strategy. We also had Bitwise filing on Thursday for this ETF that includes only corporations with treasuries of at least 1,000 Bitcoin. So unique ETF strategies being found here in these filings. Really interesting stuff here as Bitcoin adoption continues to expand. Let's take a look here at some of these other names. Ethereum down about 1% right now, still holding on to that 3,300 level. That's been pretty good support for it in the past. XRP down about 1%, Solana down about 1%, Dogecoin down about 1%. You've got Cardano up about 1%. So not a ton of weakness or strength. Everything a little bit more muted in the crypto space today to end what's been a pretty wild week for crypto. BTC still struggling with that 1,000 this week, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara.
Yeah, no question about that. I mean, crypto, it hasn't been good. The good news is I think you found the bottom. Well, okay, fine. You're at support levels and you're trying to bounce here on Bitcoin. So that's the good news. Oh, no. And then, oh, yeah, you got me.
Connected.
What's hilarious, I actually accidentally went to close the ad on TradingView and instead I accidentally opened it. So they got me. Whatever that was. I don't know, but you're trying to catch the bottom here on BTC. It's a 15-minute. You're able to bounce 94.5 before, and if you can do it again, great. I got to jump over to MAR in a quick second because if we're going to continue lower, that's the one I want to join. It was just in, oh, look at that. Did I misplace that stop? Yeah, we might have misplaced that stop by 10 cents or so. So wait, like you said, on QBTS, we're in the short, we got the lows, and might have had too tight of a stop there. Let's see if we can get back at that 50 level. I still feel like these ones are a reversal play to the south side. And if it can get back above the prior close, fine. I think it can be a continuation play. So I like the fact that you're at least trending, which is a good sign. But if you don't get back above like $9.90, $10 on this, I think it can play back into these prior highs here on QBTS. So that's what we want to wait for. But if these crypto names continue to go, or crypto in general continues to go, then I want to look for that short. If we lose this bid right now, MAR has been weak. It's down 4%. Obviously, it's always weaker than, or usually weaker than Bitcoin in general. It's holding trend to the downside. So any prior high is generally where I want to look to get in. Palantir, still trying to catch some kind of a bid to fade off of. Not yet. I think you just still got to preach a little bit of patience with this. This is one that worked for us. We took it. I did get a stop out on Palantir, but then you let it settle down and then get it back in on red. Right? So I'd rather be short, always try to be shorting it when it shows you the level, and then you can get in, and then you got a nice little tight stop. There you're risking like 15, 20 cents, instead of trying to guess where it's going to go. Like if it goes to 81, great. But if it doesn't get to your price, you got to take the next available opportunity in whatever the trend might be. So Palantir, Mara, and this QBTS, the names that I'm looking at here for some continuation to said downside. Because the market's still weak, man, and heading to those and holding these lows.
Yeah, that's for sure. We just actually got there. And again, just to talk about the only trade that we have on right now. Well, they're both short chip names. But we just got another fill there at 69. We talked about getting that fill down there. So now we are virtually out. We have like 5 to 7%. I don't know. I have to do the math of what we have left. I think we had very many shares up there. Looking down at what we've done there today. It always keeps showing me Boeing moving around here more, but it's not really doing anything. The market isn't doing anything right now. It's going to the downside, so we have to look for some shorts, but nothing is really battling back. I mean, just have a quick look here at Apple, what it's trying to do right now. And thanks to Derek for going over that crypto. We talked about crypto being a short until it's not. It seems like that's going to be the case one more time here today. And again, what I mean by that is very, very simple. I've tried to, like I said, I'm about as simple man as it gets. Like, we're not doing anything until this breaks above here. So we talked about that, and now it's a downside move. So if you've been taking that short, as we talked about it earlier today, it actually gave you a great little reload there in and around 97, only to get you back into 94. This is where we've most recently bought crypto. So yeah, no more buying at these levels right now, and we did not get anything out. I still really do, have a strong belief that crypto will be fine. So I do want to buy more dips in that space, obviously, as we continue to go. Let's just have a quick little look now at some of the sectors that have been blasting off here today. Let's get a quick little refresh and have a quick look. This is something that Joe does, and so I'm stealing this from Joe. But just here, consumer discretionary right now. Just look at the market right here. Pretty nasty to the downside. We can short it right now with information technology, services, industrials, financials. So they're all getting crushed. But right now, it is the information technology. You can click on this and try to figure out who's in this with the components. But right now, leading to the downside, obviously, with Apple, NVIDIA. Wow, NVIDIA down 3%. Palantir down 5%. Wow. Okay, Palantir. I see you, Alex. CrowdStrike, super. SMCI we forgot about. Down 4 points there today as well. Broadcom. We talked about broadening out your chip portfolio there. That would be a name to look up on. But yeah, it's really, really proud to have some of these names written down today and to be the biggest trades of the day. So again, just a little quick look there and a shout out to Joe, because this is something that he does much better than I. So it is the sector recap there. Just have a quick little look at some of the ones that have been leading the way back and forth. And look at this Apple, just straight to the downside. It looks like the market. So as the big ones fall, so do the rest.
And if you want to broaden your horizons for names like Broadcom that you might not be looking at on a day like today, or SMCI, which Sean was just mentioning, you want to have some kind of a platform, which is, what's it going to do? You need something that's going to give you reliable data so that you can find what's moving. You want something that's going to have every single indicator out there available for you so that you can find what is going to work in terms of executing trading strategies. You want to find a platform which allows you to take those ideas and backtest them so that you can be confident putting real money into your trading. Backtest, forward test, and then on top of that, when you're executing, you might want something which allows you a bit of a tick replay so that you can go and look at that key moment in the market, so those key moments when you're executing. What was the stock doing? Did I execute efficiently around my price area? Sometimes you want that replay. eSignal has all of that so that you're able to analyze, strategize, and capitalize. We talk about trading smarter and not harder oftentimes, and you want to have a platform that allows you to do that in spades. The thing about eSignal, it's everything you need in the same place. And if you want, you know what? If you want fundamentals on a company, heck, you got that available to you. If you're a day trader, maybe you don't care about that. But you can do research on a fundamental level. You want to look at some PEs and historical PEs, do that as well. Everything you need with these signals, like we said, in one spot. Scan that QR code you see in front of you. Click the link in the description and take your trading to a whole nother level with eSignal. Shout out to them. And just very quickly here, I'll go to this QBTS in a quick little second because I wanted to show something on the NASDAQ. See that? That's the one green candle today on the NASDAQ. And it's a bearish green candle because there's your topping tail, consolidation, and flush. Now, we are bouncing off 21.5 on the NASDAQ here, so there is theoretically some support coming in where it did before, but that's a chasm underneath 21.5 on the NASDAQ as far as I'm concerned. So not a very good look for the futures here, running into some trouble. QBTS came in with the quantum stocks looking like a long, and then, like we said, false breakout underneath the prior high, consolidation underneath the prior high, 52 down into this 9 level. I'll let this ride into that target at 860 that we mentioned. So again, just a simple trading idea. If it had held this level, I think it would have been a long, but it did not. It does not bounce here. It goes under, so short the consolidation. We gave this one to 60, so about 10 cents worth of risk. And now let's go to Adara because it's time for Sector Watch.
Sector Watch.
Those of you who were listening to Sean's Sector Watch earlier, it is very clear everything is still red. So thank you to Sean for that. Very, very red market here, as he just mentioned. Electronic technology, super red, especially Broadcom and NVIDIA. And then technology services, as mentioned there, the communication sector, even worse. Netflix sharply to the downside. All of the three of the Mag 7s in this name down by at least 1.5%. And it's hard to find any bright spots in that space. Retail trade pretty weak here as well, though some of these names are relatively strong yesterday. Consumer durables weak, finance weak, producer manufacturing, consumer services, though Starbucks has actually been a bit of a bright spot despite it being weak recently. Then energy minerals. This is actually one of the few sharply green sectors. We know there's been some things going on in the Middle East here, so oil to the upside. Keep an eye on some of these energy names. Other than that, things are either flat or red to end this week. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara, for all of that. Yeah, I was just, again, looking at that technology. I mean, the NASDAQ down 2.12%. I mean, pretty nasty on the day. I'm going to take out another piece here. I'm actually bidding 98s. Again, like 98 was on the bid. I just bid it for 10% of what we have left. We'll see if it gets filled again. These are just small amounts of shares to deal with at this point because we are basically out. And by basically, I mean like pretty much out of everything right now on all of these names. And I think we've done a pretty good job of explaining that to you. And I mean, Kyle, I'm going to get out another piece right now, actually. I just bid 21s again. Why not just punch out? I'm costing myself all these gross opportunities here every single time. But there's the move back up. And I just saw someone say maybe there's a chance that some of these names can rebound here off of some of these levels. And I would say, yes, sir, that is a good chance because we just had the double wick bottoms here at 21,525. So, sometimes you do have to pull out the broader market and have a look, right? So this is the NASDAQ. Everything I trade is primarily going to be NASDAQ-related stocks, unless we have bangers on quantum like we did there today, or some of the other movers that can be sort of hovering around. But right there, nice little bouncing spot. So, if you were looking at the TQs or the NASDAQ or have caught some of these bottoms, you may be up for a nice little run. I would say 21,700 there. It's another 120 handles or something to the upside, something to look at if the NASDAQ wants to continue to climb a little bit higher. And where to get out is where you got in, I would say 21,500. So a break below that, which you're at 21,590 right now. It's like you could easily lose these 90 handles right back in. We will take advantage of that and take out a little bit piece there again at 20s. We just talked about bidding that up. So we do get a 21 fill right there on AMD. And again, we told you that that's where we were putting the order. And someone in the chat said that they really liked the fact that we had sort of planned out our trades today. And you guys followed. And I was someone in there that said they tailed on Rigetti and I think AMD short. So there you go. You're not going to, look, to be able to sit here and manage, I only had 3 positions. And honestly, this was pretty exciting off the open. Just came right in there. We waited for it. We actually talked, if you rewind to 8:45, we talked about this exact play, why we like 16 down into here again. And it was just the fact that I thought we could get into yesterday's sort of closing price, which was 15.80, 15.90. So yeah, we're going to buy 16s and see if it holds. And then of course, $3 later, it does. And then just that same math. And Neil was talking about QBTS and trying to look for maybe that, move to the downside. And then I saw in the chat, like, you guys were asking, why am I not reloading this right there? And I said why. We got it one time, and for some reason, we picked the bottom there. Like, I can't control. I just set it, went over to it, waited for it to sort of slow down a little bit, read the tape a bit, banged that long, and then it just ripped for us. We're able to get out of pretty much everything, and then holding back that last 20% for like a 10-cent hit. We traded this one live, so you pretty much saw me do this. And then there it is to the downside. We'll let Rigetti cook, as my kids like to say, as all kids, I think. And then right there to the upside again, there's our 126, and this is the one that I'm most proud of because this is leading the day. This is up, like I said, 30x. The next best stock. AMD right here now. No, that's not going to be true because Micron was good too. But AMD right there, just believing in the 126 level. And we talked about, again, a weak name that we wanted to see if we got an opportunity. And I actually wrote it down here. This one has an opportunity to get to the upside. So it does go there. And look, if we had got stopped out, our stop was 126.25. We talked about that. So right there, our stop on this trade is about 40 cents of a hit. To make $3. Obviously, we can't expect this to happen, but that was well worth the risk. And I think that's what it is about, right? Risk versus reward. And for right there, it actually panned off. And we're getting out some more here. And look, it started consolidating right now again. So yeah, I don't know. I still want to be short, but I could see. Well, I could see a rally. I could see like a late day kind of rally into the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, the Nasdaq's at the level that if it was going to bounce, it's like kind of bouncing at the level you would expect. I at least think on the Nasdaq and the ES. So I think that's a good sign.
Yeah, I think that's right.
I mean, the shorts have been the winners so far, and even the quantums, like I said, the quantums just haven't held up on the dip as well as I would have liked. Arthur Lopez, Palantir, NVIDIA, Woodshed. So the only, I get it. The shorts have won today. But this doesn't do Palantir justice because our chart is going to show you, from the time it got into the Nasdaq. But all you've really done here on Palantir, in particular, is you got to double top all-time highs, but it's still above this prior high. This is still pretty strong on Palantir. If you look, even on a 15-minute chart, if it doesn't lose 77.5, which, again, it's still only 10:45, it's possible it could do this. It's still bull flagging on this 15-minute for a bit of support. It could happen. I think ultimately you're going to get moves like this, and the stronger the stock is, then the more extreme the pullback is going to look. NVIDIA may be a little bit different in that it hasn't really been back toward these highs and close to the 150 level, and it's been it's not bleeding, but it's underneath the 50 period. Looks like it's in a slight downward trend since its all-time high. It's starting to put in a channel, not an AMD channel, but it's starting to put its own channel, which is not what I usually want to see, which is you're getting these distinct lower highs and distinct lower lows on NVIDIA. And when you have this channel, I think you start to respect it. Now, all of a sudden, at this 50 period, NVIDIA just looks like a sell at the 50 period at the top of the channel and wait for it to get to the bottom to buy. Right now, that's about $126. And the further you go out, whenever this happens, the lower the channel gets. It's obviously distinctly different from AMD in that it's a stronger stock, but it's starting to set up in a similar fashion. It's not a heavy downward move, but it's a distinct one here since consolidating off that 150 level. It just cannot seem to break back out, unfortunately. And Anony, Anony? Is that the name here? There you go. Palantir, it's all good until okay, fine. Everyone can have their own opinions about a company and what they do or where things are headed. And ultimately, chaos is probably good for Palantir stock. As far as I'm concerned, just the charts win. And if it's a strong of an upward trend, healthy pullbacks like this, I think, are absolutely fine. I'm only in QBTS, and Tesla, I still have eyeballs on Tesla for everybody in here. This is the only thing that was on my plan that I didn't trade. And unfortunately, it was at the top. Like we traded all 4 of these names, but Tesla, 465 zone. Did we see 465 today? Heck no. Heck no. You're not seeing any 465. Like, what? Well, I mean, get it. There was no 465 on Tesla.
Get it, Neil.
Like, you can't short a level that doesn't get to. Like, obviously, if it gets there, you could. But, yeah, so we didn't end up trading Tesla because there was no trade. But now if it's going to trend down, VWAP is kind of that spot. You know, if we can hold on to VWAP south side, I think that's what I would look for. I got to watch out for this QBTS. It did make a fresh low and bounce off at $9. But remember, $9 is a potential support level. So if we break back above 960, we should be happy that we're able to eke this move from 950 into 910 because that's the range. No follow through. I'm out if it breaks back above 60 because I wouldn't hold this all the way to VWAP. I think that would be a great sign of a bottom for the quantum names if it's able to do so. So no reload for me on QBTS. We'll just have to look somewhere else.
What's up, Ozan? There he is. He wants to us. There we go. Hit the cow for you, Ozan. He says, Sean Katina, make Tesla moon. Oh, there it is. Hey, what's up, Daniel? All right. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
You got MU as well. Hey, my guy. That's a good trade there, Daniel. And again, you're cash out of 8. I cashed out 80% on it. Yeah, great. That Micron trade, still $1 in the money. We still like the trade for sure. Okay, here goes Mom Spaghetti. This is that level right now that I would take long. I only got 10 minutes left on the show. We could still take it. It doesn't matter. I got to go see my barber. Shout out to Halim. What's up, Halim? I didn't get to see him before the holidays, so just didn't work out. So I'm going to go there today, give this guy a little gift here, and get that all figured out. But that's a good little break right there, 1650. We did talk about it. I've posted this break there, 1650 right there. Nice move. If you have it, it's only 30 cents right now. It's not like it's a huge trade or anything, but maybe it does sing now back up to VWAP. I'd watch out for that VWAP trade up to 17. Watch out to see if he can break a little bit there on Rigetti. But that was, again, some consolidation. That's exactly what you like to see. And then the break of the consolidation northbound. So there it goes. And there's that Micron trade, Daniel, that you're talking about. I mean, smooth trade on Micron. I don't... Not only did we like that level, this is where it comes, where you got to have, and this is part of it. It's that spidey sense, and it's the experience, and it's the fact that, like, Micron, again, the number 3 idea on here was AMD, that number 1, then Rigetti, then Micron. And sometimes it works, but we wrote down 90 for Micron. But again, like, dancing around a little bit and then giving us some shares. We don't have our full position, but giving us some shares to start with there at the 200 period and then just letting it drop off from there gives us, and because we don't have too many shares, I don't have as many outs because I'm not like, oh my God, this is like a monster trade. We let it breathe to become to that monster. You know, so it's like, you know, you give your kid too much candy, just becomes that monster. So we just let Micron just fill itself up right here all the way to the downside, and then it gets sugar explosion, and now it's trying to get back upside right now. And then as opposed to, and this is why AMD, and we talk about share sizing all the time, this is that same spidey sense where we wrote down 125.50 to 126. Well, we started a little bit earlier than that. Here's some at 125, 125.20. Why? Because of the market. The market started spitting early to the downside. So I was like, hey, if you're going to give it to us now. So they gave it to us up to that 126. Christmas came late this year in the Katina household, and boom, right down there to the downside, paying for all those Boxing Day ideas from yesterday, whereby I picked up 2 pairs, Sharif, of Lululemon pants. I'm wearing some now on Boxing Day deals. So they're just that comfortable that we picked up more on that. Even on sale, they're $100, which is ridiculous. But you know, I plan on wearing the same pair of pants for the next couple weeks, so every day. So if there is some sort of a smell around here, it's, you know, we'll get that figured out. But there goes Tesla. Apparently,
as long as you give warning, right? Yeah, you know. Yeah,
I mean, I'm literally announcing it right now. So there's 7,000 people watching. I don't go shopping, my guy. Yeah.
What's crazy? It's crazy that people like.
Sharif's talking about the outlet stores.
I know, but out in Milton, like if there was some outlets, dude, people were parking their cars like kilometers away and then walking, and the OPP the police had to like try to like cordon off.
Why are people going out, man?
It's crazy to me that like you could stay in, get all of the same deals. Okay, fine, you got to wait for it to get delivered to you. I understand, like in the deliveries, it's not like Amazon. You're not going to get it right away, but I'm not trying to half an hour it takes you to find parking and all that nonsense. Like, nah, man, it ain't going to be me. You're not going to get me on that nonsense. But hey, I love Boxing Day deals as much as the next guy. I just feel like here in Canada, they're starting to wise up. The deals come earlier. The same way like you get like Black Friday. Like Black Friday makes sense because you can then do Christmas shopping early to get those deals. The fact that we have our whole big sale day thing after Christmas is utter nonsense. Everyone now just piggybacks off of Black Friday anyways, which is what you should do. Just a couple. CS, I like this, a reference. You're not going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe. Nope. And you never should. Shout out to Eddie Murphy and shout out to one of the funniest movies ever made, Beverly Hills Cop. Absolute classic. Last trade that I've been in, and we're going to get out. Try to keep it simple. There's QBTS. There was the bottoming pattern. We got to 50 short. It did give mostly 30s and then to 10 level. But when it breaks that consolidation, I'm going to jump out of it. So try to keep the trade as simple as possible, right? Instead of it breaks 60, then we get out of the trade. If it gets to VWAP, I think that's a bullish move. Like you're back above that, prior high. And on the daily, that's a key level. Like that 990. If it fails back underneath here, I think you rejoin the short. The reason I like the short there is because it was an all-time high fail break. So all-time high fail break reversal, I want to look for any short underneath that prior high, and if it regains a prior high, then you can jump back into those longs. So keep the structure relatively simple on those. Tesla is at VWAP and looking pretty, Tesla looks pretty strong going into VWAP. That's a pretty nice little trend there. Needs to revert the trend. Otherwise, I don't think I want to jump into it. It's Palantir that I actually have my eyeballs on a little bit closely here at VWAP. Only about 5 minutes to go, then we send you guys over to Joe and Sharif. But Palantir is a continuation that I'm looking at right now. That one's at VWAP and pulling back. Yeah, there's, I guess, some of that madness. That's actually not that crazy.
That's food court. That's in Vaughan Mills.
That's not that crazy. Not that crazy.
Got that Vaughan Mills vibe. That didn't look too bad. Okay, there goes Rigetti. So congratulations, anybody that sort of tailed that trade right there. Neil just talked about that QBTS there taking out that top, and then here goes Rigetti again. Like I said, this is why I didn't go over pay for shorts or anything like that. For me, it was like trying to look long. We should have taken it. We didn't. That was silly. We should be long at 1650. We actually identified that level right there, and what you're trying to look for. And look, we're a little punch drunk right now on the trading so far today. So I just didn't really want to put anything back at risk there on this. And we could have just traded it for a small amount of shares, I guess, and taken it to the upside there. But for me, it's kind of like when you watch Shark Tank and they say like, I at least need 10% of your company to be interested. I can't just trade this with 10 shares or something like that. We're going to have to try to wait for the better opportunities. I thought that was a good one. I just didn't want to risk too much there. So too bad. That would have been a good one. But there it is. Congratulations, anybody that has that chicken dinner winner today with Rigetti coming through. All right, man, we are almost done for the day, which has, of course, been a pretty profitable one as we continue to sort of look at what names we're looking to trade moving forward now. For me, a name like SMR, I would just look at Rigetti go. That's $1 now in there off that break. Congratulations, anybody on that one. I've been looking at this. I've been looking at SMR coming through again. I think that there's a good opportunity maybe to get involved with this one down at that $20 level. So down 8% today. We didn't talk enough about this. This was a huge mover. I'm still in this name. Didn't get anything out really up at the top side. So, really bag holding SMR. We're still in the money, but, definitely giving back like 40% as it's dropped right back in. For nuclear names, I really like it. I was just going to say, if you're looking for a little bit of a nuclear opportunity, then maybe the best opportunity would just be in the ETF, and therefore you're not really guessing what to do. Maybe it's going to lead you that way because they're investing for you. So URA, again, been getting hit, obviously, to the downside. I'm going to find out here for you when we come back at 2 o'clock what some of the major holdings in URA are, and that way it might be a little better to identify the opportunities there. So we'll watch out for URA and what's going on there, but I like this for a play. And then SMR, and then OKLO was the Sam Altman, I believe, play there for nuclear as well. So I got to do a little more research, obviously, as you can tell, on this one as well to find out more. But anybody that's involved in that, I mean, if Sam's involved, look how I call him Sam, right? Like we're friends or something. If he's involved, then definitely something here. So maybe a little more research on this instead of SMR. But for right now, it looks pretty good.
Yeah, and with only a couple minutes to go, I see a couple of people putting some new names into the chat that we have not taken some looks at. So one of them, the Explorer, with just General Motors, which for some reason, when I type in GM, it doesn't do me that autofill. There we go.
There we go.
That's fine. It's obviously an easy symbol to figure out. Look, GM, what I like, here's the good thing about GM. It's back above the 50 period. It's broken the downward trend. That's fantastic. The bad news is, I mean, the sector hasn't looked good. That's the bad news. But it's a bit of a head and shoulders on GM, and I think if you can break out 55 in here, it looks pretty good. I would prefer this. The charts speak for themselves if you're looking at any of the legacy auto names, GM, Ford, Toyota. Of course, there was that recent deal, Nissan and Honda.
Yes.
But mostly, they've been bleeding, and this has been the good one off the 200 period. Doesn't get to the 200 period. It holds prior high at 50. This looks like a tradable stock. It's every single day it's been up for the last 5 or 6 days. So a pretty good look there on GM. Close above the 50 period seems almost inevitable, and you want to look for relative strength. This just went green, red to green. And there was a question in the chat earlier about Tesla deliveries. When do you get them? You always get Tesla deliveries at the beginning of the month.
Yeah.
So we're not going to see Tesla's next delivery numbers until the new year. Whether or not this actually, whether it's the first or second, I'm not sure what they do with the new year, whether they actually wait till the second to deliver them, but you won't get them till the new year. It's always the first of the month for Tesla, which is just chilling at VWAP. Tech Surgeon, Mara with a question mark. I jumped out of Mara, but I still believe underneath this 19 level is where you want to look to shorts. There's that 200 period moving average. Bitcoin's under 95,000, but it's just about waiting for it, right? It's getting back into VWAP as we speak, but that's a pretty strong bounce into VWAP. I'm looking for that curl here. And Ozan's saying, next Thursday for Tesla delivery. So there you go. Thank you, Ozan, in the chat. But I'm still looking at Mara, getting into VWAP in here. As long as Bitcoin is weak, the miners are usually even worse. And we'll get there.
Yeah, we know that.
And also looking at Rigetti, I just heard Sharif, which I'm sure they'll be looking at all of the quantum names because they love those small caps.
As well.
Go get them, boys. It is Sharif. It is Joseph. It is the midday. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. But for now, you got options, Joe and the Profess. Or.
There it is. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade during the midday, not the midday show. That is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And shout out to Adam Dang Deluce, man. Always doing the absolute most in a good way. Shout out to you, Adam. Merry Christmas, obviously, and a happy early New Year if I don't get to see you before the New Year, obviously. Shout out to Bright Johnny. And we got Reg. I'm not going to say the last name because I probably butcher it. Shout out to Bears versus Dang Bulls, the world's greatest mod. We got Bright Journey. And nope, not reading that one, Loads. Definitely not reading that one. We got Daniel Vargas. We got Stuart Doyle and Seth Sebastian. Big Spiles already in the house. Shout out to him. And we got Corey and Marcos. We got Glenn Smith. We got Julio and Stock Up and Alex Davis, the Piper, and Ezekiel joining us as well. And my man Zion Dang Lala in the house as well. Shout out to Mr. Thumbs Up and Borat. We got Tang Bob. These guys trying to get me with the names, eh? I noticed that. I like it. Bright Awakening. And what else? Eclectic Passion. Shout out to Paul and Top VOIP, Mary L. We got Roaring Pity, Day Trader Gut and Jordan, Mr. Ian. We got Robert Liu and Kalik, we got Tiru, we got Felipe Lopez and Future Eddie, Anony, Sure. We got Small Town Pyro. Don't be putting anything on fire. Luis Martinez, Matt Silva, West, y'all. Money 8 Goat. Money 8 Goat. Did I get that right? Christopher Holcomb. We got Luis Lugo. And who else over here? Pilot Josh. I like that one. Nimit, my man. Nimit's back in the house. Love to see my man Nimit. We got, who else over here? Will the Wise, Tim Snyder, Trader Ben, and Toya. Shout out to my man Jay Dang Lee. And last one, Joe. I like this one.
Let me hear it.
Build your own empire. I should have thrown dang in there.
Build your own dang empire. Let's go. And what do you say? Respect to Trader TV. No, respect to you.
Yeah, man.
Build your own empire. Thanks for tuning in there, brother. Yeah, I mean,
how you doing this morning, bro?
I mean,
Friday,
yeah,
work is down at the
yeah,
gang,
it's Friday.
right?
It wasn't like last Friday, unfortunately, when we went on that absolute monster run, which is unfortunately, so not every day can be green. I'm giving back a little bit of those gains there, my friend, but I do know you have a lesson for the people. So I'm going to go through some of the top performing sectors.
Tell us everything is red, Joseph.
Yeah, you know what? Everything is red, folks. Yeah. So I'll leave it at that, but we'll go win, play, show, and then we're going to head from the bottom up, all right? So the energy sector, we're up about 0.4% on that front, guys, XLE. And then real estate sitting in second place, red on the session, down about 0.2%. And then materials sitting in that show position there with down about 0.3%, all right? So then let's go from the bottom up there, folks, and see the worst performing sector of the session. Sharif, can you guess which one it is?
Communications or tech?
Ooh, it is the tech, down about 1.8. You were close. You're good at we'll take it.
I didn't look,
had a good idea.
No,
that's all right. I believe you, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, guys, down about 1.85% there. Last place is the technology sector. Consumer discretionary sitting in second last, down about 1.6, and then the communication service in third last, there down about 1.3% on the session. So it's a weak one.
Look, we haven't been seeing Big Smile from the beginning of the show for a hot minute. You know, he usually hears something he likes while he's working. He chimes in, he throws in a super chat. What a shock that the market's tanking and he's there.
He's there right at the beginning, chiming in, saying Jabroni, what's up, brother? It's good to have him.
Anyway, man.
Good to have him in
people in the chat.
Yeah, exactly.
Throwing around money. Look at this guy gifting people 5,000 points here, 5,000 points there. All right, Joseph, let's get right down to business, baby. We are talking about these reversal patterns today. So we talked about reversal days last time, how to identify them using volume and some other technical indicators. Today, we'll specifically talk about patterns. Again, this is from Chapter 5 of John J. Murphy's Technical Analysis of These Dang Financial Markets. Shout out to him. So today, we'll be exploring the concept of reversal patterns. Reversal patterns are key formations on price charts that signal the end of a prevailing trend and the start of a new one. Surprise, surprise. They provide traders with valuable information on potential market turning points, helping to anticipate and capitalize on changes in the price action. So hopefully by the end of the lesson, we'll be able to kind of understand the key characteristics of reversal patterns, learn how to differentiate between tops and bottoms, gain insight into the role of volume in confirming these reversal patterns. That's right down Joe's alley. And be introduced to the practical application of these patterns, IRL, in other words, in trading. So let's talk about some of the key concepts before we weasel in. The first one here, prerequisites for a reversal pattern. What do we have to have in order to say what we're seeing is in fact a reversal pattern? So you need a prior trend, obviously, is necessary. So you can't be in this consolidative state, a sideways move. You have to be making higher highs and higher lows, or lower lows and lower highs. So a prior trend is necessary for any reversal pattern to continue. There has to be a trend to reverse, right? There has to be something to reverse. Without the prior trend, the pattern may be misleading. And the application here important as well when analyzing a chart First, identify the prevailing trend. That's your first order of business. Are we making higher highs and higher lows, or are we making lower lows and lower highs? What is the prevailing trend, or was the prevailing trend? Without a clear trend, any reversal pattern may not be valid, especially if you're seeing it coming out of a consolidative pattern, which is just sideways or within a range, a predefined range. And this is what we're looking at right here. What is this? This is Meta trend reversal. We're whiffling. We're waffling. We hit $88. No, that is not a blip on your system. Look at what Meta was $5.24 when I made this lesson. It's $5.93 right now, so I guess not that far. So we hit $88 here with Meta. So how did we know that, this whole reversal pattern ended up manifesting? Well, we have so many different things. We have a bottoming tail candle, and we have a subsequent candle that makes a far newer high. We have the crosses of the moving average. We had the RSI in oversold territory. Any number of things to see. So what we need to see here is a directional trend before we can know, yes, look, there is a reversal underway, and it looks like we're changing our tune over here. Let's also talk about the first signal of a reversal, which I'll submit to you is a trend line break, right? So a break of an important trend line is often the first indication of a potential trend reversal. However, the mere breaking of the trend line does not always confirm the signal. It may signal consolidation, right? You don't actually have to go up after you break the trend line. You can break it and then move sideways. Entirely possible. So the application here is, after spotting a trend line break, look for other confirmatory signals, such as a volume increase on the daily chart or the weekly or whatever time frame off which you're charting, or a change in price structure to avoid these false signals. We'll get more into that in a little bit. And there we go. We were holding this trend line on Meta for a hot minute, and then look at what happened over here back in January of 2021. That is when Jerome Powell got on Capitol Hill and said inflation is not transitory, and then all hell broke loose, okay? And that was November 2021. That was the month. And then all hell broke loose, and anybody who's been trading for a couple of years knows what 2022 was all about. It was a big correction year for the markets, and the Mag 7 were not spared. So the first sign here was the breaking of this trend line back, yes, when Jerome Powell made that statement. And there is a general rule that larger patterns lead to larger moves. What do I mean by that? So the size of the pattern is what's operative here, both in height and in width. So the size of the move, price-wise, and the length of the move, time-wise, which can predict the magnitude of the subsequent move. Height here reflects the price volatility, while width measures the time it takes for the pattern to develop. So the application in this particular case, when a large reversal pattern appears, prepare for more significant moves. So when a larger reversal pattern appears, you should be on the lookout for a more significant move. A smaller pattern will suggest a smaller move, making them more sustainable for short-term trades. Joseph.
Yes, sir. Sharif, we're sorry to interrupt you there, my brother, man, but we got a quick ad read, pay some bills. So, folks, this Christmas, give yourself the gift of smarter trading with Trade Ideas. Don't miss out on this 25% off all subscriptions, including upgrades to premium. Unlock powerful trading tools and insights to take your strategies to the next level. Use code TRADERTV25 at checkout to save big. Visit TradeIdeas.com today and make this holiday season your most profitable yet, folks. So there you go. You got the QR code right there on the screen, and click the link in the description. Clink's a word though. Yeah. Clink's a word too, isn't it though? So all right, there. That's the Trade Ideas ad read. Sorry, brother, you can hop right back into.
All right, so I just want to emphasize: larger patterns usually foreshadow larger moves. Smaller patterns foreshadowing smaller moves. That's kind of what I want to say about that. Now, bring the jokes. Let's go. Tops versus bottoms. Bring on the jokes, baby. Let's go. So topping patterns. What do I mean by that? They tend to be faster and more volatile. So for example, a V-shaped retracement. We're making aggressive higher highs, higher lows. We get to that, I don't know, where is Apple at? $300 on Apple. Then all hell breaks loose. We drop big off that retracement. It would be different If we hit like, I don't know, 200 on Apple, it wouldn't be as aggressive to bounce off that level generally. So what I'm trying to say here is topping patterns tend to be faster and more volatile, with prices declining more rapidly than they rise. Bottoms take longer to build, but they are often more sustainable and more stable. So the application of this principle over here is, while tops offer quicker opportunities, obviously, given their nature, they require swift decision making due to their volatile nature, while bottoms, on the other hand, are more provide you with more cautious entries and are generally easier to trade. Because, you know, sometimes you get that accumulation at that 200 level, for example, on Apple or whatever other area of support. A lot of people seeing it, they start chiming in, they start building their positions there, and then all of a sudden you've got a key area of support developing. Volume, super important here as well. It's basically a critical information, a confirmation tool. So volume plays a key role in confirming these reversal patterns and these trends, particularly at bottoms. A significant increase in volume confirms that a breakout or breakdown is genuine. Conversely, a lack of volume, equally as insightful here, a lack of volume on an upside breakout in particular could be a red flag. So the application here, watch the volume for spikes during a breakout. For example, if the bottom forms and you see volume increasing as prices begin to rise, this can confirm a reversal. Without volume confirmation, however, the pattern might fail. Andre wants me to let you guys know that the position board currently down on the bottom of your screen. They're fixing that super quick, and then we should have Joseph's position show up in a second. I'm currently in no positions as I'm doing this lesson. So what are some of the practical applications that we can use this lesson in? So let's talk about spotting the pattern. First and foremost, we can't do anything with the pattern if we can't spot it. So when analyzing charts, look for classic reversal patterns, such as a head and shoulder pattern, a double top, a triple top, for example, a rounding top, a rounding bottom, all right? These are classic reversal patterns. Always start by first identifying the existing trend. What is the nature of the trend? Are we incrementally putting in higher highs and higher lows? Or is it the other way around with lower highs and lower lows? You got to start by first identifying the prevailing trend before you can say, hey, I'm seeing this pattern or that pattern, okay? It really makes a difference where you see the pattern. And then the second thing is confirming the signal. After we've spotted the pattern, now we're going to look to confirm the signal. So once you spot the pattern, wait for confirmation. In most cases, this will involve a break of a significant trend line, usually, but not always, okay? And then pair this signal, the breaking of the trend line, that is, with other technical indicators like volume, like moving averages, like these oscillators that we talk about all the time. Your moving average convergence, divergence, your stochastics, your RSI, your relative strength index. The whole idea here is to look for other technical indicators that help confirm the trend. And then you want to measure the target, right? You want to know where to expect to take profit if you're to enter this. We often call this the measured move, right? You can use the height and the width of the pattern to estimate the potential price movement. For instance, if a head and shoulders forms over a 100-point range, just to get an example, the expected downward move should be around 100 points as well. We know measuring the head and shoulders is from the head to the break of the neckline, and then you project that up or down depending on whether it's a regular head and shoulders or an inverse head and shoulders. And then risk management. You got to have an account to trade, so you got to manage risk in order to preserve capital. So make sure you're setting stop losses beyond the based on pattern structure. For example, in the head and shoulders top, you can place your stop right above the right shoulder. That's a bit more, conservative. I would put it below the neckline. And then you also have to have a sound risk to reward ratio. Not everybody employs this, but I would suggest you do. It's crucial because tops are volatile. Ensure that the potential profit is worth the risk, right? Especially given that prices tend to drop faster, sadly, than they rise. And then volume-based strategy as well here can't be understated. During a reversal, particularly at bottoms, as I mentioned earlier, an increase in volume indicates that institutional traders may be entering positions. There we talked about accumulation and distribution patterns. An accumulation pattern would typically take place at a bottom. And then you see a sideways consolidation. Sometimes it's a downward channel. Sometimes it's an upward channel with a very, slight angle to the upside. So keep your eye out on that. Use this as confirmation that the price is valid, that the pattern is valid and that the new trend is gaining strength. Conversely, if volume is low, that should be a red flag and you should be cautious entering a new position. And to conclude the lesson, guys, 2 things. Reversal patterns are absolutely essential part of technical analysis. They happen often and they happen on important areas and they provide traders with early signals of a potential trend change. And by combining these chart patterns with trend line breaks, with volume analysis and other indicators, traders can hopefully effectively predict and navigate these markets. I hope everybody prints up a story. So we already have RGTI and QBT. We're loving quantum.
I just threw it up.
I'm hitting Rigetti.
Yeah, all right, you hit Rigetti. All right. Throw the weight behind there, brother. I'll hop on that train as
Rigetti.
Arms or jacked up spaghetti.
How you doing over there?
Yeah, we're doing all right, man. We're just sitting in some TSLL. But first, I got to get through some of these super chats here from our guy. Let's see if I can pull them up now. I got the poll kind of sitting in my way here. So we're going to have to dismiss that. Where are you?
Show yourself.
Where are you? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you like Blink 182? Where are you? No, you don't. All right.
Sorry,
It's a Wagner classic. $10 super chat. Big Spile. Special issue Big Spile coin NFT coming out today.
Okay.
It is just a red square. All right, sign us up. There. Send Venmos now, you jabronis. Okay, all right.
God.
Another $5 super chat. Not gonna read that one, but thank you, Big Spile Burdett.
What'd he say?
Read it.
He's a liability.
Yeah. Go to Top Chat. Go to Top Chat.
Yeah,
Oh,
of
okay.
course,
Oh,
of
you
course,
see it.
of course. He's dropping lines like that. We love him, though.
Yeah, exactly. So thank you, the Spiled one. Hopefully, your Christmas and Boxing Day was as good as ours over there south of the border, my brother, man. But yeah, guys, let's take a look here at TSLL. We kind of know the session that we've been having thus far, so it's a little bit a tougher one, all right? So to pick these bottoms, not that easy. You have to be extremely patient on that front. And sure enough, we just waited. I didn't think Tesla was going to continue selling throughout the whole session. At some point, we had to pull back. No reason for that extreme weakness. But again, unfortunately, we are giving back a little bit of those gains that we have recovered since the FOMC. I know I talk about the FOMC a lot, but again, it was a big pivotal moment for this current market sentiment, in my opinion. So just keep that in mind, folks. So here we are. We grabbed some off the bottom on TSLL. We got the majority. We don't have much left, a couple percentage points here on that front. We have rejected the volume-weighted average price, so keep that in mind. I wouldn't be surprised if we pull back. The overall market does kind of look like it wants to take a second leg down, so I'm going to be a little weary of that there, folks. Other than that, we're just going to be cool like a cucumber here, wait for those setups to come in our direction. We're not going to chase anything. Are we going to rebound? Maybe, possibly. We do know how Fridays typically are, right, folks? Like around lunchtime, especially during the holidays, we're going to get that volume start to step off, as you can see here in TSLL and kind of the rest of the market there. So just keep that in mind. Friday, that volume may not step in. We may dwindle, especially because coming up to the New Year's, Monday, we're in on Monday, and then Tuesday we have that off as well, too. So maybe just some profit taking and et cetera, folks. So don't look for those extended moves, especially with the volume by time profile starting to dwindle. I want to talk a little bit about IBIT. It's unfortunate what's going on. They didn't want to make it too easy for us, right? So again, pulling back a little bit here, I'm prepared to start realizing some gains here on this front and start selling some calls against the position, just in case we do decide that we want to go south and break that 92K level, which I do think is only a matter of time until we do. As of right now, just from the current price action, I don't see us bouncing, right? Because we have tested this level multiple times. So I do think that the next step is going to breach that 92K, and then we're going to head south of 90. And I was saying to this, to Sharif off camera, sure, it's unfortunate that we had this consolidation phase for about like 6-7 months, roughly 8 months, and then our move was only done in about a month or so, not even. And he's like, well, I don't think we're done. And I totally agree with him. It's just on the fact that, hey, I would have liked to see a little bit more of a breath up here, Sharif, opposed to just like pushing to that 108. I would have liked to see like more of a consolidation phase, right? Yeah. A little bit healthier of a pullback, and then we make that next move, opposed to kind of just prolonging that that step in the process.
Yeah, man. Sure. I mean, Bitcoin, it's like, it's what's it called? Volatility embodied.
Yeah. It goes, one goes with the other. You know what I mean? So yeah. But other than that, folks, that's all we got going on right now. We're gonna sit in this TSLA and just monitor some IBIT. Maybe we get a bottom off that there.
All right, guys. The position board, sorry, is still down, but I'm in a couple of positions right now. So I've worked my way into HOLO, HOLO. If you've been trading small caps in the past little while, you know about this one because I think it had like a triple or quadruple digit day. It had triple digit day several times. I think this one was one of those ones that had a quadruple digit day. So look, I'm in it right now. There we go. We took out 14s. We're going to set up now into the high of the day. We're going to sit at 18s, and then we're going to take out more if it continues ahead of that HOD, which in my on my side chart looking like 219. So HOLO. You'll be able to see that I've also got planned dollar cost averages to defend that $2 level and to defend the higher low situation. So if we get a bit of a move down, I'd like to be able to participate more by picking up some more shareage over here. But it looks like it is move into the high side. Keep your eye out on this one. Separately, I'm involved in LITM. Look, this one, it's putting lower highs. It is. But it's also putting in higher lows. And it's above the volume weighted average price. It's also above the pre-market high. So technically, it fits all my rules. Now, that doesn't mean that it's going to become profitable, but it is, at least on the 5-minute chart, defending VWAP on a 3-candle 5-minute basis. So for the last 15 minutes, we have been defending that, say, $1.48 or wherever VWAP's hanging out. It looks like $1.48, $1.47, something like that. I've set some beak wetters on this one at $1.55 and $1.59. We'll see if we can keep going. Okay, there we go, HOLO. Now we're taking out the top. So let's set up north here. We're going to sit at the $0.25 now for that a 219 break and take. Now, it's entirely possible that we get into 219, 220, and then we're met with some selling. Completely reasonable. I'll be looking to add into this position as it is looking real good. 50% trading near the highs, this, that, and the other. We'll see what we get with this one, and hopefully we do not get upset. Again, planned dollar cost averages at 204 and 201. Rigetti. Not in this run right now, but I'm definitely keeping an eye on it. It just reclaimed the volume weighted average price. Now, this one is a bit of, it's a ziggy-zaggy chart today. We make highs, 1935, this, that, and the other, and then we come back into a beautiful level. I I wasn't trading at the time when we hit this level at 1040. We double bottomed off yesterday's closing print, 1550. We double bottom, we defend that area, and then look what we're doing now. 17 3/4. Here it comes. We're about to take out an area crest, the high there that we printed at 1055, which got all the way up to 1770. We're at 1770 right now, and then we're met with some selling. We're going to keep an eye on this one, but for now, we're going to go to the green screen with Adara.
We're going to take a look here at some of these larger performers to the upside and downside in the S&P 500, as we always do around this time of day. Now, if you're thinking, well, there can't be that many to the upside, that is correct. There's only one name sharply to the upside. So we're going to take a look at these sectors that are really underperforming the market. As we mentioned, tech is dragging the market to the downside. So let's take a look at some of these names that are really underperforming in the electronic technology and the technology services sector, along with some potential catalysts leading to these downside moves. So we're going to start off with Netflix, NFLX, really struggling here. This one is potentially dropping here. In addition, of course, to the overall market weakness, we got a CNN report suggesting that their NFL debut, which was that Christmas Day game on Wednesday with Beyonce doing the halftime show, apparently it did bring a lot of streams, but it did underperform when it came to cable or broadcast. So traditional TV still outperforming Netflix here for that NFL game, NFLX to the downside. Then we have PLTR, which is down almost looks like 4% here. There have been concerns about this one's valuation. We've talked about this on the show. Currently roughly 3 times more expensive than the average stock in the industry, and it's up about 400% on the year. So PLTR, some valuation concerns on this massive stock, which has entered the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ this year. Then last but not least, we have NVDA Advantest, which is one of the company's key suppliers. Its CEO is actually saying that he believes there's going to be a slowdown here in AI spending going forward. So keep an eye here on NVDA as we get some concerns about AI spending. Back to you.
No, nothing bad.
It's nothing bad. I know.
All right, Joseph, I weaseled into Rigetti. Where am I long here? I got to pay attention. Rigetti, I'm in Rigetti, but I'm going to I planned all these DCAs here because Rigetti, you can't assume you're just going to catch the bottom. So I'm long Rigetti at 62s. My first peak weather, I'm sitting at 88s. I don't have a full position, full disclosure. That's why we've set up DCAs here, dollar cost average, to get the dips. And that's my ideal situation. I'd rather us not run up aggressively here, but rather weasel down, continue to make higher lows, even though, we dip a little bit, and then get the full position, and then we can hit 88s. So that's what I'm involved in right now. I'm involved in Rigetti, RGTI, I'm involved in LITM, and I'm involved in HOLO. So HOLO did pop in, it did break the high of the day. It did go to 222, but then quick as you like, as we expect when you break the high of the day, we've dropped down to 208, right into my entry. Sadly, though, I didn't get filled on any of my DCAs. Now, this is more to do with me than anything else. I should be moving up my dollar cost averages to account for the higher highs and higher low situation. So I think I'm going to move up the one sitting at 201, maybe put that up to 207 or 208, and then leave the one in 204 there intact. So, Rigetti's coming down. So now we got all the prints here on RGTI. It's going to have to hold the volume weighted average price. Volume weighted average price 1706. So it's going to have to defend 17. We've got a cost basis now on RGTI of 1750. So we're about 10 pennies out of the money right now on RGTI. We're going to throw a stop south of 17. So we're going to sit at 16 low 90s. And then come what may. Joseph, what do you have over there, my man?
Yeah, I mean, dude, Tesla's starting to recover really nicely here. So I'm glad that we took a little more size on this one. And now we're recovering, now breaching the volume weighted average price. So this trade's working out really well on Tesla, especially that we had that really weak opening session. So for the first hour or so, we were just selling. I'm like, man, this thing has to turn around. Well, it doesn't have to do anything, but I thought that it was going to turn around at some point. So you just had to pack your patience, be extremely patient on that front, and wait for price to turn around and tell you that it's ready to turn around. And sure enough, here we are. We are now trading back above the volume weighted average price, with the overall market index is starting to squeeze a little bit. And I think Kyle Burdett mentioned this the other day, and I couldn't agree more with what he said. I don't know if he's seen what he's seen what I seen that he said. So he's like, yeah, Joe, don't mistake this rally as anything else other than a cover rally. And I couldn't agree more. And I think that's kind of where we're sitting right now, Kyle. I do think that this is somewhat of a cover rally going on right now because the volume is slightly low, right? And then we're putting in these engulfing candles. I don't necessarily think that it may be a buy program or anything along those lines. I do think it's just kind of profit taking. We're taking that breath within the market and then maybe going to decide if we break the volume weighted average price. I think I would need to see volume step in significantly in order for us to completely turn this around. But the more I talk about it, it's like, okay, is this a potential double bottom or what? Or are we just going to kind of chop in around this range from the low a day in between the volume weighted average price, which is there's a high probability of that happening just because of it's Friday. We had Boxing Day yesterday, the Christmas the day before, leading into the weekend, and then we're going into the New Year's as well too. So people are just kind of taking profit. Nothing crazy, no massive volume stepping into the overall market from a relative volume standpoint. So just keep that in mind, folks. All right, this is a really nice squeeze, but again, just beware of that range because we may range trade for the day, and there's nothing wrong with that. The market needs to breathe, and it needs to have those sessions sometimes because we can't just always go up, as I always mention. So, £2.
Hey, you know about the quid?
Yeah,
Jeez.
£2. I said that earlier, £2.
I know.
From our guy, ADL. Watch Tesla, ladies and gents. All right. Yeah, we're in there. What are you thinking, Adam? on Tesla, because we're in TSLL right now. Let me know what your thoughts are on TSLL. But thank you, Adam, for that £2 super chat, probably worth about Canadian dollars, I think, probably roughly around there.
Yeah. Well, probably more now
Probably
because
more.
the Canadian dollar is doing so well lately, Joseph.
Yeah, we're doing good, man.
Don't disrespect the Canadian dollar like that when it's at highs.
Yeah, we're at highs, man. All time.
Oh boy!
Yeah,
You and I were talking
that.
about this off camera yesterday before the big show got on. We were talking about like how legit this could be the area where you start accumulating your position currency-wise. It's just Canada is so beat down at the moment. So that's
unfortunately.
Sadly. All right, guys, we're doing a D's here on your boy Rigetti now. A dollar cost average of 41. We just took out 75s. Here come 88s. Seller at 86 from what I see. Here come 88s and bang. We'll take that out. So now we're going to go moving up. We still have several outs here on RGTI. We're going to wait at 05s now for that break and take of 18. So this one bouncing nicely here. Your boy Rigetti is back on the board. The Katina man was trading it yesterday. I don't know if he weaseled into it today, but we got right now, he did. Adair just confirmed it. So we're going to keep an eye out on 18. Big size at 18, several thousand lots. About 3,000 lots sitting at 18 right now on RGTI. We're long 39s now, okay, with the DCA, so we get the dip trade as I wanted. Please, as dang punch. But I'd be more pleased if we're able to take out 18 with some vigor. So I'm going to continue to wait here, over here, see exactly what we get, and I won't get upset. I always say that, but then sometimes I do get upset inside.
Yeah, that's all right.
It's fine. Your boy Holo is coming right back down, but still holding the 10 exponential moving average. I don't mind adding here. I still didn't move up my DCA, so pack my patience there. See, this one's not really a fast mover anyway, so I've got time to make decisions about this one. This is the one that I may not be in for that long. We got a print here on LITM, but I'm long 50s, 51, excuse me. Just took it out at 55s, now waiting at 59. I was talking to Pretty Panda in the chat, and he's like, look, bro, I don't like the volume on Rigetti, or sorry, LITM, neither do I. Volume declining, lower highs, VWAP bounces are not as aggressive as they were before, so I am concerned there. Here comes Rigetti in 805. We broke 18 now. We did weasel up. Let's see. Do we pass it on the bid as well? We're above it on the ask, the bid not ascending above 18 on RGTI. Pack in my patience, see if we can break and take 18. I'm waiting at 05s, Joseph.
Hey, good stuff there, my guy. Took a little bit more off the top here on TSLL as we slowly start to recover here in the overall markets, guys. Let's take a look at the Qs, even though we just were not too long ago. Really nice recovery here. Not quite the double bottom that the SPY put in, but we are rejecting the volume-weighted average price. So just keep that in mind. I do kind of have in my mindset that we are going to range trade on the session. Totally fine. You try to find the tops, and you try to find the bottoms, and you just wait. Unless that breakout volume starts to step in, then assume that we're going to trade within that range, and that's totally fine. There's no doubt about that, folks. All right, so just keep that in mind. Guys, continue to let me know what you're looking at in the chat, and we'll be sure to go over them. And here we are with QUBT. QUBT and RGTI were kind of on the top of my list this morning. Ended up trading TSLL and some other things too. So guys, let's just continue to take a look at that. Pretty nice bottoming signal here on QUBT. Now since recovering, are we going to go and test the volume weighted average price? Totally possible. Let's see what these 5-minute opening ranges look like. A little bit choppy of a mess. That's not something you necessarily want to see with in a relative strength standpoint in that 5-minute opening range. You're closing on that indecision candle. So as you can see, buyers pushed price all the way up north of 21 and then pushed it all the way down to south of 20, almost just a little south of 20. And then we kind of closed as this doji candle. So not the best 5-minute opening range. Usually I'll avoid stocks like that, and sure enough, I did on that case. Someone in the chat is mentioning RR. Let's take a look at RR. Not too familiar with it. Rich Tech Robotics. Okay. I mean, hey, listen, like this is Linda, listen, guys, like not too bad, not the cleanest price action. You are forming those lower highs, or those higher lows, sorry. So really nice kind of wedge pattern forming here and potential resistance at these levels as well too. So if volume decides that it wants to step in and kind of form that ascending triangle type pattern, and you get that break through this resistance, then that can be a good look. We are just trading a little bit above the volume weighted average price right now at this moment. So again, just be a little bit patient. This is definitely more Sharif's wheelhouse than mine. Trading, it's about like a $3 stock right now. And let's take a look at the overview on RR. Let's see what the float is, as my guy would look. $294 million market cap there. It's a developer of advanced robotic technologies focused on transforming labor-intensive service in hospitality and other sectors. Okay, so yeah, here we are with these humanoid robots, and I think this might be a good play for the long run here. Let's zoom out and see. It's RR, Rich Tech Robotics. Yeah, so hey, maybe they're doing that humanoid stuff. Yeah, and sure enough, Sharif, look at the daily on this thing here. Really starting to break out, and that volume's starting to step in. So really good look on this RR here, because I think eventually we are going to start leaning towards those humanoid type robots, especially with Optimus coming out. And then I think it's only a matter of time until other companies start following along on that.
I got to agree with that, Joseph. Yeah. Good look on that one. I'm going to have to keep an eye out on that one. And on the weekly candle, if I can, over here, let me just throw this in. Look at this. Like, the weekly candle, this is the daily, excuse me, weekly. Look how close we are to the top of the weekly. You love when the candle closes towards the top. Nice. It just shows a lot of strength and, there, not giving too much back.
And the volume supporting it as well, too.
Absolutely, so talk about that. That's good down stuff. Your alley for sure. Yeah, so definitely a good look there for RR. Definitely keeping it on my side chart. I'm saying definitely a lot here. I don't know why. In any event, Rigetti is a dang rocket ship. We took out 1805. It got, I believe, into 1810s. I've only got one out left there. I'm going to put it at the dollar. I'm long 1833. That is my DCA. It's coming back down now into the $0.75. Rigetti strong, but still, you can take the opportunities to add here. I'm just not sure if that's the right move for me. So I'm packing my patience. I want to see what it does once it comes back near that area low. I basically have bottom wick on this area candle, so if it breaches my entry, by definition, that's a lower low, and I don't want to be part of the trade as a long. So I'm packing my patience. If it wants to take and break through 18 again, well, then we can have a different conversation about that. Got the DCA on HOLO, got that 204 drop and pop. Now it's back at 212. I'm waiting at 216s for an exit. What I did like about this whole drop and pop area at 208 was we knew that 208 was an area resistance. We rejected off it right when we started the show, that 208 level right at 11 o'clock. We dip below it, then we clear it. That's where I got long. So I like to see for a previous area of resistance to come and get tested again, and this time act as support. And that, I'll submit to you, is what happened here, at least for now. It could change. So I'm waiting at 16s, and then ultimately I'm waiting at 25s for that break of the high of the day. We got to 22s, weren't able, though, to continue into 25. So packing my patience on that one, keeping my eye on Rigetti, and just all out bored here on LITM. I didn't expect this. It's really dwindling in volume right now. I should probably flatten out here, but I've made this mistake in the past where it's held a key area of support, and then because it wasn't doing anything for a hot minute, I get out only for it to break out. So I'd rather take an L on this one for a small loss than miss out on a potentially lucrative trade. So I'm going to stay put in it right now. I've already de-risked a little bit in 55s. Rigetti is coming down, though. Here we go. Coming into the $0.0025. Still, though, technically a higher low than this area trough that we got into right at 11:30. So I'm keeping my eye on that 1733, Joseph. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. Let's see what comes. Hold on. Let's see what Adam was saying about Tesla. Let's have a look at Tesla right now. Tesla is looking like the best. Is that accurate? No. Okay, so Tesla's at VWAP, a skosh above VWAP. NVIDIA, though, is decidedly above VWAP. And by decidedly, I mean by like 10 pennies. No, I'm kidding. By about 20 to 30 pennies. NVIDIA, I don't think it's the strongest percentage winner on the day. The one that's down the least is Apple. Apple's down Meta. 1.6 for Meta, 1.75 for Apple. And then, they're all close there together. So Yeah, I'm unsure exactly how to play the MAG today. Apple did reject the 10. Amazon rejected VWAP. Meta was above VWAP, but now is below it. Microsoft straddling VWAP from the south side. Google not even close. The Future not close. Apple obviously not close. It's kind of NVIDIA, Meta, and Tesla, the ones that I'm looking at here if I do decide to trade the MAG. Let's see what SoundHound and GameStop are doing. GameStop looking like the MAG 7 today. What's going on? It's just retracing a VWAP, and it's rejecting VWAP right now. GME rejecting that 3170 where the volume weighted average price is hanging out. So yeah, that's really all I've got for now. We'll keep an eye on Rigetti. We'll keep an eye, obviously, on Holo and LITM, Joseph.
Holo. Yeah, I'm looking over at RGTI as well, too. As it's sitting on top of the leaderboard for top volume traded this far in the session. Sure enough, we already know who's in second place. We don't need to go over that one. Yeah, it's the same person who's usually in the top volume, but I'll just say it just in case. It's NVDA with about 76 million shares traded on the session. But SoundHound just still staying at the top of that leaderboard. It's like the thing that won't go away for some reason, but it's doing absolutely phenomenal. Let's pull out some SoundHound here, folks, and take a look at it because it is sitting in third place with about 45 million shares traded on the session. And one thing that I'm going to point out here is we had this really massive engulfing session yesterday, holding kind of the highs here on that front. But now we're kind of pulling back, totally reasonable breath. But SoundHound continuing to put in this monster run, essentially starting, once this volume starts to pick up, I'll classify this as when we started this rally is around November 5th. Guys, so it's been almost 2 months that this thing has been just on an absolute tear, as well as some of these other AI and quantum computing stocks. I knew when the created on the options chain fund right after it was SSR a few days and dumped it, but not see any news. Oh, really? Yeah, I didn't know that, Havana. I think with RR, you'll see kind of that process where they have to go to SIBO and et cetera, and have to get approval. And kind of do what IBIT did to get approval onto the options chain. Don't forget it's a lower price stock, so until it probably gains more popularity, then it won't be optionable for a while. But that's a good question. We'll continue to monitor RR. That's something new to me, just learning about that one today, and I think I really like it so far. And it's relatively cheap, so maybe we'll have a little fun with that one, Strafe, and just grab a couple shares for the long term and just see if it decides it wants to go. But we got to dig a little bit into the fundamentals, I think, a little bit more instead of just buying it off of a technical setup. But yeah, guys, let's continue to take a look at what else is moving on the session. We have PLTR sitting around 5th place on the highest volume of the session, now starting to pull back in off those all-time highs. Totally justifiable. Again, this thing's gone over 100% in a month or so, just a little over a month, and it's been up over 300% on the year. So absolute fantastic run by Alex Karp and company. Starting to pull in this, crazy run. Starting to pull back a little bit here with an all-time high of around $85, sitting around $78 right now. So we're not too far off the all-time highs here, folks. Wouldn't be too worried about it. Again, I'll mention this over and over again. You can't just go parabolic all the time. Stocks need to breathe. And sometimes with that, you get a little bit deeper of a pullback than what is warranted, all right? So about 7.9%, we'll call it 8% flat off of those all-time highs on PLTR, brother.
Adara just sent me Boeing rangy, and she could not be more accurate. I love it. Get it, Adara.
Rangy.
It is. It's super rangy, brother. Yeah, it's just been beautiful, she said. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Look at this range over here. We've got top wicks that breach that $81, but they're always held up right at that 81 and a quarter, 81 and a third at best. We've gotten 81.43. To the low side, kind of the same gig. In fact, though, I could say that the low side or the bottom side of this is a bit more established in its price. It looks like that 17 and 2/3, 179, and 2/3 really being bought aggressively, while when you look to the top side, we are incrementally and lightly putting in lower highs. Not so, though, for the downside. So this is a fantastic look right now on Boeing if you're looking for, a less volatile, more established range and you want to trade on the day, you don't really want to, you're not feeling the markets, whatever. This is an interesting look right here on Boeing. Whether you want to get in on the top, get in on the bottom, set alerts. That's what I would suggest. We're kind of in no man's land right now, neither at the top nor at the bottom. We are above VWAP. I would personally, the way I would do this, and you guys do it the way you want, throw out some alerts toward the bottom end over here. So I'm going to put some at 179. I'm going to put 88s. You know how I feel about these numbers, right? I'm very superstitious like that. So we're going to throw some at 88s there, and then to the top side, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to throw an alert. Hello, Mr. Computer.
Hi.
There we go. 180.99. I'm going to throw out some alerts there. So if we can get into that range, I'm all ears to see exactly what we can eke out over here. Shout out to Adair. Now let's look at RGTI. It comes in right into that 17 and a third, 17 and a quarter, and it curls back up. Now I had my out right below 20s. I put it at 17.19. Good thing I put it there because it's moving back up, baby. Here, whoa. Just as I said that, it got a big sell. Rigetti is really getting volatile here. Whoa. Okay, this is interesting. This is kind of an area of indecision. It's at VWAP, it's at 17 and a quarter. I only got one more out on this one. So if we get stopped out at 17.19 and it dips into 17, I'm a buyer there. So keeping an eye on Rigetti, but it looks like it might be moving to the high side over here. Doing well on Holo. We literally got bottom wick at 204, took it out at 216. I'm still waiting at 225 here on HOLO. It's putting in incrementally higher lows. We did breach the high last time, which was 219. Now it is 222. Here we go again with 220. We're knocking on the door at 220. There is, I don't want to say substantial size, but there is size of note at that 2 1/5 area. So we're going to keep my eye on that. What's that, Andre? Positions are back. Okay, so we will take a fill so that you can kind of see the whole situation. Let's see. What am I going to take? Something super light volume here. We'll take one on this because this piece of crap stock
is ripping, dude.
Here we go.
QSI.
QSI. I had my eye on that one earlier, Joseph.
Moving.
All right, so we're gonna take off GALT. We're gonna put QSI. It's a quantum name. Obviously, it's in vogue. Ooh, it took out the pre-market high, and now we're in business here with QSI. You know, one of my rules is you gotta take out that pre-market high to be interesting to me, especially if they had a definable pre-market high. It did that. It's tanking off that level, but there is support previously at 360 to 370. I'm going to take a very small position just to get involved here. Now, if this one breaks 3.5, I'm gone. So it's going to have to hold above 3.5. QSI, Joseph, we're long.
Jeez, all right. Yeah. Oh, you're in it, eh?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I mean, why not? I guess. Look at the imbalance on the L2 here. If we could pull up my screen, really strong on the ass side there, folks. I think I'm going to look to participate in this as well too. Up a whopping 70%. That volume stepped in on that breakout. So beautiful stuff there. Thanks, guys in the chat for pointing that out. Otherwise, I wouldn't even realize it. You guys had that before the breakout. So congratulations to anybody who grabbed that before that breakout or as that volume started to step in. Really good look there on QSI. You mean all stocks are not like GME and go to the moon? Well, hey, when was the last time GME went to the moon? Just please let me know, because I think that was a couple years ago, wasn't it? So the Roaring Kitty phase and kind of the meme craze, yeah. So I mean, some other things have gone parabolic since then. Yeah, like Tesla's been trading extremely well. Some of these quantum names as well too. But one thing that we really do like right now, Sharif, is QSI, which you're in, right? So I'm gonna, you weaseled in there. I'm gonna be a little bit late to the dance on this one, I think, there, my brother. But again, fashionably late, never hurt anybody. So let's see if we can get into some QSI. Let's see how this candle prints here. If we kind of want to do a 1 minute ABCD, then I'm going to look to get involved. But if we decide that we want to pull back a little bit more, wait for the price action to turn around and then get involved as well too. But just look at the imbalance on the level 2 as well. This is why I use a quote highlight so you can see the imbalances on this level 2. And sure enough, we were kind of stacked to the ass side, right? So building a ladder to the top side on QSI, but we are starting to pull back. I'm going to wait until, Sharif, I think that we can bounce around that 350 level because of what was once resistance.
Exactly.
Let's see if it acts as support here, and then we get a little bit of a price action turnaround, which would be absolutely fantastic. And then that's when we pounce like a tiger and look to get involved there, guys. All right, so I know a lot of people are talking about RCAT as well too. Let's pull up RCAT. I'm not too familiar with what they do, But today, Sharif, I'm all over the small caps here with you, I think, my friend. RCAT, yeah, exactly. RCAT still selling on the session here. Let's see what they do. Red Cat Holdings is a Puerto Rico-based provider of products, services, and solutions to the drone industry. Man, this drone, you mentioned this before. I was watching some drone highlights. It's insane. That's scary stuff, man. That's really, really scary stuff. Okay, well, there you go. QSI starting to move, guys. We're involved in some QSI. Let's forget about RCAT right now. We're going to pop in and see what QSI is up to because we are slowly starting to turn around here. If we breach that support level around 350, I'm gonzino. I'm out of Dodge. Yeah, there you go. We're gonna wait for another entry there, bro.
All right, so I've layered my orders, Joseph. We got the fill initially at 69s, then I got 60. So now we have a DCA or something like that of 66. I've set my beak wetter at 82. I still have another planned DCA to defend the $0.50, and then my stop is just below the $0.50.
Oh, let's go.
So here we go. We're moving to the high side here. We have a bit of a bigger, not actually, we don't. We still haven't gotten too much over here on RGTI or on QSI. So I'm going to pack my patience here. Let's see if we can clear the $0.50 or the $0.75. So I'm going to put it right there. Let's see if we can clear it on QSI, keeping my eye out on that one. Separately, Holo, moving to the high side. I was able to wet my beak there on some profits. Let's see if we can continue to move up. Joseph, we keep getting into that 222 area and we can't take it. Here comes 224. Here comes 225. Let's go, bro. Fill me.
This is insane.
Joseph.
No, what happened?
Yeah, 225. It's the $0.25. Damn. There we go. Nice on Holo.
YOLO on Holo.
YOLO on Holo.
Let's go.
All right, it's going.
Brolo.
We take out the top there. So I'm going to let this one run. I'm not going to have any profit takers resting on this one. Let's see where this one wants to go. We're going to give this one the old community college try. The $0.33 just got printed there. 232 HOD. Back to QSI over here as I see this one's moving up again. We're still unable, though, to get filled at 75s. Unsurprised, as there's always, not always, sometimes psychological resistance at the whole $1, $0.50, $0.25 hold. You guys get it. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. Candle of indecision currently right now on the 5-minute chart with a high of that $0.75 and a low of 56s. So we're kind of no man's land right now, printing 67s. Keeping my eye out on that one. Separately, Rigetti. Gone out of this one, broke even for the last remaining amount. It's breaking 17, and by extension of that, it is breaking VWAP. So Rigetti on the way down possibly over here. Keep your eye out on this one. It could be a dip trade opportunity with just a perfunctory break of the volume weighted average price and then a move back up. Who knows? We'll keep an eye on Rigetti. I need to see a change in pattern from lower highs and lower lows into higher lows and higher highs before I get involved. Right now, we're at 17. Now, if you look at the area crests and troughs, if you were to earmark this area over here at 1105, 1106 at 1660 as an area trough, well, then technically the dip into 17 still is a higher low. So, there is always, two sides to every coin. So we'll keep an eye out on this one to see what we get here, Joseph. Packing my patience. Let's see what we get.
Yeah, two sides to every coin unless you're two-faced.
Oh,
the double-sided coin.
That's a good point.
Yeah, right.
That's a good point.
So shout out to Harvey Dent.
Daryl loved that one. I liked it too.
Yeah, Neil liked the Harvey Dent there. All right, you guys. So, hey, did you see the trailer for the new Superman? It looks not that good, but hey, we'll go. Yeah.
Dara says she agrees.
Yeah, man, I was totally disappointed in Gladiator 2 as well, too. That's unfortunate, but hey, let's continue to look at some things here, guys. QSI, which we are in. Let's see if we can hold this level. We currently are right now, kind of consolidating. So I'm curious to see if we put in this kind of 5-minute ABCD pattern with that strong breakout candle, breath, and then that second leg higher, forming that D in the ABCD pattern. All right. So Pretty Panish, Joe, Sharif. No, Sharif, you need to see the last 15 minutes actions on GTA. I'm not playing. All right. Well, all right then. Yeah. If you're not,
absolutely.
Yeah. If you're not playing, then if he's not playing, we got to take a look at it. If he ain't playing, because around here we don't like any games.
It's sub $1. Yeah,
it's sub $1 there.
Beautiful.
It is moving here, Sharif. Starting to put in a new high of day.
Sir.
What's going on over? Yeah, new high, GTI, yeah, putting in a new high a day there. Putting up a boom, just hit $1 there on GTI. So it looks like it's small. Oh, okay, so this is what we got to do, okay? So the small caps here are starting to run. Let's take a look at IWM. What? Okay, what's going on here? Tough look in the small cap world and the IWM in the Russ 2000 here. Folks, we're running into some key support levels here, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
I wonder if we're going to break them. I mean, is the outlook for small caps not, I mean, is it going to be good in the future? I was listening to what Tom Lee had to say about small caps, and they have been they have been underperforming, for the past couple years. And people will say, okay, well, are they garbage? Are they the stocks that nobody really wants to invest in, these value stocks? But eventually it will start to recover, says our good buddy Tom Lee over there at Fundstrat. So he's kind of bullish on the small caps, maybe not just yet, but at some point he says they will start to recover. So let's see what the small caps can do here on out, especially because today, Sharif, they are trading pretty well. That's
yes, sir. Absolutely. All right. So here's the deal. Holo's going. Holo's going aggressively here. New high day 238. I'm still waiting. I don't think I'm going to take anything out on this one. I'm packing my patience. The one that I'm really upset with how I traded, I should have been adding more at 17 on Rigetti and then putting in, a stop below like 1680, risking 10, 12, 15 pennies. Look at it, rocket off 17, and by extension of that, VWAP. It's going into that 2/3 of a dollar, cleared the $0.50 quick as you like. RGTI defended VWAP, defended 17. It's still below that 18 peak though, 18 and a quarter or whatever it was peak there. So keep my eye out on that one. Separately here, no, that's Holo. That's LITM. Okay, let's go into, so we did get the beak wetter there on QSI at 51s. Now we're back into 59s. We're still out of the money. 63s is my entry. This one is defending the $0.50. It's not as forthcoming as I anticipated. I thought that this one would, since it cleared the pre-market high, albeit by not that much, it would be a bit more directional to the high side. So we already have our stop below the $0.50. It's going to have to defend that area. Otherwise, sayonara. See ya. We're not going to trade you. We're not going to keep DCing into this. These were planned dollar cost averages. That's it. Now we're break even on it. It's going to have to move up. I'm not going to just take out the trade because it's break even. That ain't the move. It's going to have to move up here. Otherwise, I'll just get stopped out. I'll insist on that. I'd rather get stopped out and stick to my trading plan than give in to fear and be like, oh, let me lock in the profits. Oh, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's just become so. It's become. I've been incessant on that lately. I don't know how you feel.
No, I totally agree because at some point, I guess earlier in my career, I was just so sick of cutting trades earlier or taking profit a little bit too earlier that eventually you just get so sick of it. You're like, all right, I don't want to do that anymore.
Yeah.
And then you just stick to the plan. So you'd rather just take the loss and then
straight up.
Exactly. Instead of it. Kind of just take that loss instead of you just taking profit off too early and not hitting that target or anything like that.
Sir.
Yeah, I totally agree with what you have to say there. QSI, not doing too much. Yeah, a little bit of a dud there on QSI. So far, will the volume step back in? Maybe. Let's see. I mean, that's kind of, I wouldn't say it's unusual, but I kind of would expect volume to step back in, especially when it did how it did, especially at that key resistance level, right? So we had that volume step in at the break of that key resistance level. I think at some point it will continue. Are we going to do that 5-minute ABCD pattern? Only time will tell. As of right now, we are holding these levels quite well. I mentioned what was once resistance can now act as support. So again, we are kind of in that realm where it is acting as support. Let's see if it can hold those levels. If we breach into the middle of the range, maybe the thesis will be invalid. Then we just reassess the situation and then look to get back in. All right. So again, pack our patience on that front. But then, guys, we are going to send it off to Adara and then with Neil for the lesson of the day.
Holo high of day.
Here is take a look, at the market so far today. S&P 500 down 1.5%. IWM down 2%. We have the NASDAQ, which is down almost 2%. So this entire market is really feeling the bleed. Well, a lot of these charts as well look like rounded tops if you look at the 15-minute or a wider chart. So we're talking about reversal patterns today. in the lesson of the day, I would really, or not the lesson of the day, but the midday lesson, I think it's pretty emblematic here. You can really see that personified in a lot of these charts today. We had a lot of stocks on watch earlier today. Some of them were able to continue their push up. A lot of them actually faltered. And it was definitely a pretty exciting week as well with GameStop on the move. A lot of these moves from earlier kind of reverted. A lot of the stocks we're watching go higher and now pushing lower. TSLA trying to hold on right now to mid 430s, but still definitely down in the day compared to these pre-market highs of just above 450. So TSLA still a downside watch here for the time being. RGTI and these quantum names still continue to be very strong. RGTI actually looking great with these higher lows, potentially a flat top forming around that $18 level. Lots of small caps to watch out for too. Sharif over here trading LITM and QSI. The microcloud hologram, HOLO, that's been a long-standing one to watch, and that is going to be in play today as well. But before we get to all these other names in play, you'll see the rest of the midday. Make sure to take the time to like and subscribe and vote in our poll, because there actually is a poll here. You have 4 tickers to choose from, and the top 5 choices between this poll and another poll that will be put out around 1 p.m. will be covered on the afternoon rundown at 2 p.m. Sharif will be gesticulating wildly on the green screen, and Neil and Sean will be going over these stocks and what plays they might have done. But in the meantime, speaking of Neil, he's going to give us his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil. See you guys.
Thank you very much, Adair. I know everyone's excited to see Sharif gesticulating wildly in front of the green screen, which we have yet to see. I mean, obviously, we have a lot of fun around here. But, obviously a lot of fun is being had on quantum names recently. And if you look across the board, like most of the small cap volume leaders today are going to be in that space. But they're not all created alike. And I think you got to, on days like today, I think it's important to separate them. Because when you look at the daily chart of, pick one, and I'm going to talk about a few names in here. Everyone's looking at, I'd say Rigetti is your number, as the number one. Big trend to the upside, continuation. You've got QBTS. Big move up, continuation. You've got QUBT, quantum computing. That is actually down. I'll get to that in a quick little second. But on the daily chart, it looks fantastic. You've got IonQ, which is another ridiculously good-looking trend to the upside. It's ridiculously good-looking. But on a day trade, and you've got this QSI, which is also going, shout out to the boys there. Like, look, I'm in the same trade. I think it's an obvious one here on that QSI. But they're not all trading the same here today. And why is that? Well, if you look at the aforementioned Rigetti, and it all starts, you have to sort of pick one, right? And when we got this QSI, obviously it's a good-looking one, but RGTI, Rigetti, for anyone that's interested in it, it did the breakout early. It's still going to be up. You had a gap up, and this is where you start to separate them, because you've got all 3 types of phases here in the quantum names. You've got strong name holding the higher low, still green, but really, if you look at the open, like from top to bottom, it's actually given you 19 to 15.5 and gave you 16 to 19. So if you look, the pullback was actually bigger than the break to the upside. It's back above VWAP. That's fantastic. So I put it in the good side. And then you go over to something like a QBTS, which similar move, but when it pulled back even deeper. And it's underneath VWAP. So you've got one strong above VWAP, but still kind of like dabbling back and forth. You've got one short above VWAP that looks like it's a play in either direction, but now made me favor the short, like a QBTS. You've got a QSI, which is currently breaking out right now, or at least attempting to break out those highs. And then you've got this QUBT. Man, these things with the Qs are going to be a pain in the butt, where it's holding off of those lows. This is where, as a day trader, picking your spots is important, because you want to, unlike other styles of trading, for these small caps, you do want to be jumping on the hot ship. There's nothing wrong with RGTI, but I think when you see, you could still be on it. It's still pretty good off of VWAP. It's still holding some higher lows, but the pivot to QSI seems an obvious one. When you look across the board, 1 or 2 are holding VWAP at best, and one of those is actually breaking away from VWAP. It's like, okay, well, what do you like long? You can get VWAP on Rigetti, or this one's already double bottom for VWAP and is attempting to break out. Jump onto the hot ship. And I think the most important thing isn't necessarily, okay, let's jump to the hot chip. It's just make sure you're getting off the one that's weak. That's important. Now, I would argue for QBTS, this one, bit of a head and shoulders underneath VWAP. I still like it for the short underneath here, but as long as you're getting away from being super aggressive chasing the one that is clearly weaker. Now, you can have longs off the bottom, mean reversion. I think those are okay. But if you're trying to take the long and fight the one in here that's showing you the relative weakness, that's where you can get into trouble. This is why it's not a coincidence that you saw both Joe and Sharif on QSI, or why I jumped over to QSI as well, because you have one quantum name, two quantum names above VWAP, and one of them testing those highs. Now, the other side of this coin, I think, is this QUBT. Because if, and this is obviously a big if we lose VWAP to the downside on these other names, we're talking about Rigetti, I'm talking about QSI and the ones that are strong, remember what was already weak on QUBT and look where the weakness is on this thing. Like, it has all the chance in the world to just give you a trade off of resistance. Watch those others like a hawk, and then understand this is the one maybe I like to the short side, and if they start to give it up after pressing hard, you might be able to short this off a 19 level with a nice defined range that you can work off of. So this is an easy one to have gotten away from the long in on QUBT. Fair enough. Get into the short? I don't know. I think in the middle is this QBTS. I like this for a current short because you've got VWAP in here, you've got a defined area where you can get in, where you can get out. At a bare minimum, I would at least say this is one that you get off of the long and look to one of the stronger ones. You've got to be able to categorize these as a group. There are days when everything just runs. Like yesterday, you could have got any of them long and you'd be fine. But this is a distinctly different day. And once it was about 10 o'clock, it was obvious that you could split these into multiple groups here. Now, you don't have to trade them all. I like to have ideas on, I like this one short, I like this one long. That's just my cup of tea. And I like to try to structure simple trades, small losses when wrong, and then be able to hold it when you're right. But in order to do that, you've got to be willing to jump away from the stock that you thought was a long because the group was going, and go over to one that's either hotter, or be willing to short it because it's relatively weak. With these quantum names, there isn't an excuse for, oh, mine's not going today, there's no opportunity. That's not an excuse with the quantum names, because there's so many of them out there that there is one breaking out like QSI, that there is one holding VWAP like Rigetti, that there is one that's a short like QUBT. There's something for everybody with these names, so while it looked like they were all longs, at 9:30 in the morning or at 8 o'clock when you sat down and you're getting ready in the pre-market, that's not the case here in the middle of the day. And you got to be able to adjust when that's what's being shown. We all have no problems doing that in the chip space, right? We'll say, hey, AMD stinks and NVIDIA is good some days, or Intel stinks and ARM is good. That's the thing we do all the time in big caps. When it's the small caps and an entire group is going, you have to have that same kind of flexibility as well. And I'm now going to shake my head at myself because I missed the short back through $1 on that GTI there, Sharif. Oh, that's disappointing. And that's the lesson of the day for you guys. But I actually paid for locates. And sometimes we do this lesson and you miss opportunities. I did miss this, and this is textbook. This is a textbook mean reversion through $1. Look at the trend up. Look at the trend to the upside. Right here, hold the trend, and then it loses trend on the dollar, halts down. Yeah, this is, if it tries to press the dollar, I might try to short this one again. But your lesson of the day, make sure when an entire group is going parabolic that you don't just assume they will all continue in the same direction with each other. Every stock is going to be different, and you have to be able to be on the hot one if you're favoring longs and step off that ride if one looks like it's relatively weak. So that's the quantum names today. Good luck trading, everybody, and go QSI. Let's bounce again.
Shout out to Neil. Thank you, Neil, for his lesson of the day. Neil Roberts, every day around that noon hour. He's the knowledge dropper. Some people say it's Neilage. Some people say it's knowledge. We'll just say it's good information. Shout out to him every day around that noon hour.
All right, I see where you're getting at with that one, my guy. All right. I mean, hey, listen. The Playmaker poll is out, and I'm watching it kind of fluctuate here. What a tight race we got going on through the first 120 votes. Absolutely fantastic. 50-50 now, Sharif.
Okay,
all right. 51 coming to the short side. Wow, this might be the first ever. Guys, let's see what's going on. Excuse me. The coffee there, Iltech Surgeon, $10 super chat.
There we go. He's dropping cash.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. He didn't even ask for anything in the super chat. Just dropped it. All right. Thank you very much, Iltech Surgeon LLC. Much appreciated. Then we got another $2 super chat.
Dang.
Can you give me FFIE a quick check? Much appreciated. Of course, we can pull up FFIE. I know this thing was going a little bit meme craze as well too. Especially Davey Day Trader was all over this one. I think he's absolutely hilarious when he hops. Yeah, he's hilarious when he hops on. But yeah, guys, let's take a look at FFIE Faraday Futures Intelligence trading half decent. This is a little bit more around Sharif's realm here, so I'll take a quick look at it. And then we'll send it off to my guy, and he can probably break it down a little bit better for you than I can. But nice double bottom here. As you can see, I think this is when it was going crazy. Yeah, the volume was stepping in, everything along those lines back there in May. But again, giving back a lot of what it put up here. And sure enough, we're trading it back in around that sub-dollar level here on that front. So we're trading about $1.50 right now. Is price going to turn around? I mean, that's a nice double bottom there, but nothing can indicate. I don't know enough about this company in order to be like, hey, yeah, this is the bottom on FFIE.
Let's check out Fifi. Faraday Futures. Randy ain't in the house today. Otherwise, we bring him on.
Is that Randy? Is that his thing?
Yeah, well, because he's an EV. He's a car guy. It's an EV company.
Okay.
Yeah, look, Fifi's all right today. It's up 12.9% with how many shares? 13.3 million on a dollar name. Not too bad. Look, it's sparsely traded. It's above VWAP. You like that. I personally like that. But it's below the pre-market high. That pre-market high got us to 155. If it gets above 155, I'd love for you to tag me again. Let me know. Then we'll be definitely way more interested in trading. But, I'm going to stick to my rules when it comes to small caps. They are very few, but I'm going to stick to them. Here are the rules. A definable pre-market high. So, typically I don't like to see something doing nothing in the pre-market unless it's an entirely new trade that got its catalyst after the bell. And it has to be above that pre-market high, and it also has to be above the volume-weighted average price. If I see those three things, definitely work my way into the name. This one's still missing one of those rules, or hasn't fulfilled one of those rules. It's got to get above that $1.55, but it's above the other ones. It's got a definable pre-market high. It's above VWAP, but it's got to get above that $1.55 for me to stay interested. So, a couple of things to talk about here. I'm all done my trade on Holo. I took it out at 37s. It's moving up to 40s. So this one, Holo, is still strong. It's up 63% now, and it's going. So I'm done my trade on this one, lamenting having taken it out here, but that's all right. We'll look to do a little bit better. So HOLO in focus. I'm also quite happy with how I executed so far on QSI. We got the DCAs, we're long 57s. I got my beak wetter at 82s. Now I'm setting up at 88s, but it is now putting in like lower highs, but it's also got higher lows. It's still defending that 10 exponential moving average on the 5, but I am concerned that this one gives up the ghost and drops into that 50. Again, nothing changes for my trade. Anything below that 50 print, I've given it a few pennies below 50 to kind of create a buffer zone, and I'm gone. QSI is the ticker I'm talking about. Setting up next at 388. We got the beak wetter at 382, but it's not as directional right now. The other one that I'm in, ITM. So this one, hey, I mean, it's off VWAP. It defended the $1.50, so I'm kind of happy I didn't take everything out and get out of the trade, but it's not really paying me much. It's up 76%. It's kind of putting in higher lows now. So I am a little optimistic that if there isn't bamboozlement on this one, meaning that you get a big sell order that takes out all the stops only to pop right back up. That happens a lot with these small cap gappers, especially the ones that have become very consolidative and move sideways for a long time. What you end up seeing is a volume spike down, again, a specialist breakdown to trigger everybody stops. stops, and then it moves right back up on its merry way. Boom, we took out 2 levels, Joseph. Bang on LITM, right to the high side. Let's set up now at 69s. This is my biggest position on the day, so we'll see if this one wants to continue. Boom, we took it to the high side there. I'm really happy that I packed my patience with this one, even though it was boring me to death. I kind of had experience. Here we go. It's going to take me out at 69s. Let's go, bro. Take out that size at 69. We're eating that size. Let's go. Keep your eye.
We're eating.
We're eating. You know what, Joseph? I'm not waiting. I'm taking it out at 68. Well, 68.
You would have got filled. You might
that was the fill right there. Now we're going to set up north. We're going to set up at 74s to front run the size at 75s. I'm happy I took it out because, look, it rejected it. So keeping an eye on that. QSI stopped me out. Dang it. All right, so we got stopped out on QSI. See, this is the specialist breakdown that I'm talking about. I'm going to get back in here. I'm going to get back in to defend that half dollar. Let's just watch this for a second.
I'm waiting to see if this support level holds here. If we go, I'm willing to allow it to go into the middle of the range. I'm willing to allow it to go into the middle of this range, Sharif. If we go south of this, then I think the thesis is going to be invalid. But I'm watching it here as well too. Let's see if this resistance level now acting as support can hold. Otherwise, I do think that we may be able to go to the bottom of this range and then break the volume weighted average price. But as of right now, let's be really patient and see when price tells us that it's going to potentially turn around. Guys, Bitcoin hitting around 93,000. Yeah. Oh man. I don't know. I'm not going to get too worked up about this. I can't really complain. But it's unfortunate. I mentioned earlier in the session just my thought process on this thing. Did think that we were going to go to that 1.25 kind of level, but now we're starting to form that head and shoulders here. With multiple tests of this 92K level coming into play, I think it's only a matter of time now until we break it and then head south back in towards these breakout levels. All right, folks. So 80s, mid 80s, maybe even low 80s at that point. So again, they're not going to make it too easy on us. Unfortunately, all these whales, even with everybody have price targets of like 185, 2.25, and etc. So they're not going to allow it to be that easy. It's only the strong will survive, I think, on this one. Sharif mentioned this earlier. Bitcoin and volatility go hand in hand. There's no doubt about that. So again, one is the other's sister or cousin. So, all right. So just keep that in mind, folks. Again, matter of time. I think probably by the weekend, when no one's really trading this. And Sharif, that's why I didn't really sell any calls against this position just yet, because of what can happen over the weekend, and I can't do anything about it, right? So again, selling some calls to get it, and then you get that massive rip, and then sure enough, you're holding onto some short calls that you don't necessarily want to, especially when this thing can decide that it wants to put in a 10K day. But as of right now, it's looking like it is going to break down. So maybe we reassess that situation and see what's going on, because we do have quite some size there. So I might look into lock in some unrealized there, even though we did give up a little bit of unrealized, but that's totally fine. We'll lock in some profits and then maybe reassess the situation come another week or two.
So you know that Tesla just dropped a new version of FSD, right? I think it's 14 or 13. Okay. Fact check me, chat. You guys know better. I forget the actual number version. And you know, Elon, I love him. You know, I'm a fanboy. So we're just going to preface this conversation by having said that. He was taken to X to really sing the praises of this new FSD, saying it's like nothing we've ever seen, top of the line, this, that, and the other. I've got a video. Ram's got it. She's setting it up. I had my kind of experience with FSD as well. I had to intervene. I forget what they call it. I don't know if they call it an intervention or something like that, but. This is really interesting here on FSD because I want to show when she sets it up. I want to talk about this because it did something very interesting. It trying to get into a lane.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
Yeah, but then here's the thing. Once it's in that lane ended, and then the oncoming lane was the opposite direction, even though the car hadn't moved. So here it is. Ram, put it full. Get that thing out of the way. All right, so here, hold on, Ram, put it full screen, so everybody can see. You can just cover us. Thank you, Ram. Okay, so what's going to happen is going to get in the left turn lane. Pause it here, Ram. Okay, so this left turn lane ends early.
Okay.
And then it becomes a left turn lane for oncoming traffic.
Oh.
It doesn't understand that.
Okay.
Watch what happens. Play the video, Ramon.
right.
Here we go. So it's in the left lane. Now it's supposed to hook a left into the plaza. But look what happens,
Doesn't.
Joseph.
Oh.
That ends up being the oncoming left lane.
Oh.
No.
Oh.
Where are you going, Tesla?
Where?
You're going the wrong way, and then it panics and it stops.
Stops,
I think
yeah,
the driver had to intervene there. So this is the growing pains, Joseph, of autonomous, of robotaxi.
Yeah,
There's
absolutely.
this kind of stuff constantly on it. And look at it thinks it knows now it's in the wrong lane.
Yeah,
Look, it's on the left side.
exactly. Yeah.
So look at the screen. Look at this screen, guys, of the actual Tesla driving. No, keep going, Rammer. And now it knows it's on the wrong side. Because look at how the yellow line is on the right side now.
Yeah. So it needs to be able to identify that significantly quicker.
Disengagements. Thank you, Chef Joe.
Yeah. So I mean that's some. So again,
Interesting
we're
stuff,
just kind of we're in the early stages of this too, right? So we're like beta mode kind of essentially, right? So you're gonna see those type of errors, and I think the more data that Elon and company have the ability to collect, then you can eliminate.
That's the thing. And that's the thing.
Those
It's a data game. I mean, a lot of people
And
want to say
do
it's
you-
an instrument game as well.
And do you think that's maybe why Waymo is slightly ahead of Tesla in?
They got experience IRL every day, bro.
IRL,
Every day.
for real,
They
for real.
overtook freaking Lyft in one of the jurisdictions. I forget which jurisdiction it was, but they're doing
Yeah,
more
man.
rides than Lyft, Joseph,
Yeah, that's
with
crazy.
drivers. So, I mean, I'm not, Google is definitely not my account. I'm a Tesla shareholder.
So it's really
Yeah.
quicker.
Yeah, so Ramram brings up a really good point. She's like, if the car found another car in front of it, so if the Tesla detected a car in front of it, obviously Ramram it would stop. And by the way, I showed you a bad video. I can show you a good video in a second of Tesla avoiding a collision in a way that I don't even think a human would because it was so quick. So, you know, on the bad side, yeah, sure there is, but there's also on the good side as well. You were saying?
Yeah, I don't know. I lost my train of
all
thought.
good. We'll
Okay,
come back to
yeah,
that.
we'll come back to that.
Here we go. Let's see what Big Spa's saying over here because we got a bunch of super chats. First, we got this individual. I can't see the full name. Let me widen the screen out. Where is it at? Oh, what's going on over here with this thing, bro? Why is it freezing on me? Won't let me scroll the chat. Why?
Kyle.
Here we go. Sorry about that. All right. Fernando Torres, 129 Mexican pesos. Thank you so much. Tema has just been listed on the Mexican, I guess, MXC. It will be the meme. Will it be the meme coin of 2025? I don't know if I have access. Let me have a look over here. TEMA, unless it's traded in North America. We'll get to your thing in a second, Big Spa. Allow me a moment. TEMA. So we're just going to stocks and ETFs so we can take everything out. Where is the Mexican exchange there? Looking. I don't see it. So I don't think I have access to that. Let me know, brother, what you said, the MXC. So give me a second to have a look at.
MXC, do you remember that show?
No.
You don't remember that show on Spike? MXC, the most extreme challenge.
No.
I think it was like Chinese, but they had the voicovers.
I suck.
And they would run through the obstacle courses.
I
on
remember
Spike
something
TV.
like that. I don't remember the name
TV,
though.
no? Wow.
My bad.
Chat, let me know if you guys remember that show, but sorry.
No worries. Yeah, I don't have the ticker for it. So let me know if TEMA is the ticker, because usually I have access to all these world markets. So thank you for the super chat. Just tag me, so you don't have to super chat again, Fernando. Just tag me so I can see it. Big Spile Burdette, $5 super chat. He's dropping that cash in the chat. Can we get a poll on how long before Trump calls Musk a moron on Truth? Look, Big Spile, you're not the only one predicting there is going to be a break in the relationship between the Musk one and the Orange Man. And I say that as a loving thing. I don't have any problem with Donald Trump. I just want to make that very, very clear. You will have to wait and see, bro. We'll have to wait and see. But a lot of people are predicting that relationship doesn't last long. I don't happen to be one of those people. I think that Donald Trump's markedly different this time around. He seems to have a level of clarity that I don't think he had, and a level of calmness. I think it's because he almost got killed. And I think that has affected him. This is just my opinion and just my observations from some of his interviews. I don't think he's as combative as he was in the past, at least not overtly. Maybe he is inside, and maybe his policies end up being that way, but I don't think he's as combative personally. That's just my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. So there we go. Yeah, just... Eclectic passions. Bro, stop. All right, shout out to you, my man. I appreciate that. That's funny there. All right, here we go. We took out more size there. There we go at 68s. Now we're waiting at 74s on LITM. Moving on the way up. I like how the look of this one's jib. It was kind of a slow mover to begin, and now it's kind of moving up incrementally, so I've got some ambitions for this one. Holo just tanked. It dropped aggressively off that 240 all the way down to lucky number 213. Is it a buy here? Well, it's still above VWAP, so we'll keep an eye out on that one. Let's see if my man there, Fernando, tagged me. Fernando, if you can hear me, brother, you're gonna have to tag me. Otherwise, I won't see your post, and I'd love to be able to answer your questions because you did super chat, and I'd like to be able to do that. So let me know exactly what you'd like me to look at there. TEMA, I couldn't find it on my exchange. All right, guys, I want to tell you about some other ones here that are moving. PDYN. This one, when we started off the show, was ugly. It did a bit of a big drop retracement. Hold on, Joseph. Right? And now we're putting in higher highs and higher lows. We're taking out $11. We're breaking this area crest over here, and we're above VWAP. So PDYN, certainly in focus. 51%. What are you laughing at?
Right. Trump wants Pangea again.
Pangea, yeah. I know. He does though, bro. He's trying to take Iceland, or Greenland. He's trying to take the Panama Canal. He's trying to take Canada. He's trying to goad us in. He's like 60% lower taxes, more military, this, that, and the other. Calm down there, bro.
Yeah, I know.
All right, here we go. We're breaking out here, Joseph.
Oh my days.
We're breaking out here, Joseph. LITM just broke out, got 75s, now waiting at 78. This is my biggest position. Let's see if we can able to cross 78. 78 was the top there, but we didn't cross. Now we're going to dip back down into 75. Yeah, but Donald Trump, look, bro, expect more of this in the next 4 years. I mean, that's just going to be the way it is.
He's the greatest character of all time.
100%.
He's amazing.
And I love how people, the people in the chat, they don't like him, and you're completely entitled to that. And say what you want about him as long as it doesn't, use any swear words or any derogatory terms that upset Streamlabs or Bears versus Bulls. But the fact of the matter is, man, he's a very polarizing figure, and I think it's going to be that way for a hot minute. So we'll have to keep an eye out and see how his policies end up being. Joseph, we got 82s. Now we're waiting at 84s. LITM is breaking out. 88's the high, guys. So I'm going to be looking to take out some in front of the high, knowing full well we could reject that level. Now, that 188 high is the official high. That's not a pre-market high. We printed at 955s. So it's not like I'm trading this in breach of my rules because I'm trading it south of the pre-market high. That is not the fact. It did print that at 955. Shout out to Havana Woody. Trump is the master of trolling. Happy to agree there. Kyle Burdett. I talked Trump and my YouTube shut down. Yeah, it's probably for other reasons there, Big Spile. What's going on over there? Mike, how dare you have your own opinion? That is not allowed. I know. Some people would like to take your opinion away from you. That's not going to happen, baby. Pretty dang panda. I freaking sold 186 on LITM from 120. Shouldn't be allowed. I like it starts waking up again. My man, that's a trade. You took a big boy move there. You took a 66 penny move on a dollar name. Pat yourself on the back. That's an excellent trade. Shout out to you, Joseph.
Shout out to them. Yeah, a lot of people in the chat are saying, like, Mara, why is Mara doing Mara things? Well, I don't know. It's just living up to its name. It's tough being in this mining game. There's no doubt about that. I mentioned this from time and time again. It's tough to mining when the computers are continuously getting better and better, all right? So now when we're mining, when you're using these mining rigs, everybody wants to try to solve that algorithm, complete those hashes in order to get that blockchain on the blockchain. And now, sure enough, all these computers are so strong, it just takes up so much energy and is cost inefficient. And sure enough, when Bitcoin decides that it wants to sell, it's going to drag Mara down with it as well, too, in some of these Bitcoin miners, right? Because it's just an expensive game to be involved in. But we got a $20 super chat.
My man is dropping.
Marty, cheers to the orange one. All right, the orange one, yeah. I like that it's orange, too.
I know, isn't that fantastic?
Yeah, in the background.
Do they get to choose the color when they super chat?
Yeah, I don't know.
Say that again, Adira.
Okay, so
it's based on amount,
so
Adira says.
So there you go.
Okay,
interesting
well, there you
stuff.
go, baby.
He's got a new haircut and everything these days. You see the haircut? Hey, the guy, he's a funny guy. Listen, he'll just say anything. Like, whatever, if he... Yeah, he got a new haircut. You didn't
Did he
see
actually?
Yeah,
No, did
he got a new haircut.
That's hilarious. The Katina
man. Yeah, something else. It doesn't look good. That's for sure. He's thinning up there, but I mean, the guy's getting up there, so the orange man. But yeah, guys, we're going to send it to Adara real quick.
What we're going to do here, as we always do around this time of day, is take a look at these small caps once again. IWM trying to base out a little bit here, down more than 2% still, but finding nice support around that 220.27 level. We saw a little bit of a bounce just now in the Qs and the SPY. It looks like the IWM feeling that effect as well. Now let's take a look at some of these small cap runners, FAAS, penny stock on watcher. I'm seeing, and by the way, I'm getting these from my volume scanner. Anything I'm seeing popping up on volume right now, I'm pulling up to see if we can find any more last minute or midday runners. FAAS, company's called Digit Asia. Looks like this is a Singapore ADR, up about 43% right now, just shy of that $1 level. Looks like we rejected just shy of the $1 level. No news on this that I can find. Just under $10 million market cap and 4.5% short float. There's also this VXRT I'm just seeing popping up here. This one up about 19%, 5.3% short float, about 4 million shares traded on the day. The market cap of around $164.5 million. SISI, this is Shineco. This one pulling back a little bit, but still getting some volume. Hard $4 rejection for SISI. No catalyst, Chinese ADR with a 7% short float, a $5.7 million market cap, 1.2 million share float, and total volume of 1.53 million shares traded on the day. So if you're looking for any of these other small cap runners popping up here are the few. These are going to have a little bit lighter volume than what you're going to see Sharif trading over there on the show. But be aware, there's always more small cap runners on the way. Back to you guys.
Love it. The Katina man has returned. Look, we're 50 handles on the bottom. I was telling him, Katina man, we're bleeding too much. We're down 2% on the market. He's like, well, we're up a couple of handles. Calm down. And he's not wrong. We are up a couple of handles off that 21,498. We did technically defend 21,500. We're about 55 points, well below, though, volume weighted average price, and obviously well below the overnight high. All right, I'm really happy with how I traded LITM so far. We took out some at 84s. I've set up at 94s. I still have several more outs on this one. It did come back into 70, kind of predictable with where we got, because we got into 88s. I told you guys 88s was the high of the day that we printed at 955 this morning, the implied balance high. Now, if this comes into that $1.50 and holds up, you better believe I'm going to be adding at that $1.50 at that volume weighted average price. I want to see what it does. I don't have to be quick to add into that $1.50, especially if it whiffles and waffles like it did earlier. So I'm quite pleased with how this trade has gone. I do need to bring to your attention, though, one that I brought to your attention about 10 minutes ago, PDYN, about to take out the high of the day. Okay, now this high of the day is an official high of the day. We printed it subsequent to the bell at 9:45, 11.73. We're printing 65s right now, so we're like 10 pennies away. Here we go. What a breakout through $11. And look at that, supported with volume, big boy volume, over 1.2 million shares on this 1 5-minute candle alone, really helping propel this above that $11 area, which was an obvious area of resistance. You whiffled, you waffled, and you dropped down into the volume weighted average price, only to retest that $11 area this time, making a new high. Now let's see if we can get above that 73 penny area. 11.73 is what I'm talking about here on PDYN. Good direction and good higher low situation. But if you were trying to base your trades off VWAP, you probably had trouble. It really only gave you one excellent entry on VWAP, and that was this candle here on the 5-minute chart at 12.10. It wicked into VWAP into that 10.25, and then it never looked back. Otherwise, if you set up at VWAP here or here or here, you probably got stopped out because the range per candle was quite wide. Case in point, look at this candle here that breaches VWAP. It goes to 10.75, and then it drops to 9.80, essentially $1 in one 5-minute candle. Hard to manage risk on a small cap gapper with that kind of range, but that's what you get with this one, and you know that ahead of time. So if you don't like it, don't trade it. Joseph.
If you don't like it, don't buy it. All right, and that's that, folks. Man, Sharif, I'm actually buzzing over here watching this poll. Like, this is neck and neck here. 51% to the short side, 49% to the long side. This is the closest it's ever been. I mean, with 734 votes, that's insane. Who is going to win this race? I cannot wait to see that. This is the closest it's ever been. Those votes are starting to roll in now as well too, Sharif. So just watching this, I'm having an absolute ball. Bang. Another Nimrod, our guy. Hey. Happy Hanukkah.
Happy Merry Christmas.
Yeah, exactly. Happy Hanukkah and Christmas there. Thanks for the 35. I forget what currency that is. Super chat, but thanks for LITM and QSI. No problem, my guy. Let's take a look back at QSI and see what it is up to. Yeah, since kind of pulling back, we're now trading back within that range that we were looking to hold as kind of a support level, but it's not doing that right now. Let's see if we're going to kind of hold and build somewhat of a base here. We are holding the volume weighted average price as well too, so that can be positive for QSI, but are we starting to form a little bit of a head and shoulders here on the 5-minute and the 1-minute? If you're asking me, it's kind of looking like that right now. So we have this consolidation phase 1 or shoulder 1 with that head, and then going into consolidation phase 2 or shoulder number 2. So let's see if this range holds. If we break these key support levels, then hey, I'm going to kind of suggest that there might be a little bit more downside on QSI, but as of right now, we're holding pretty and steady there at this $3.50 level. Let's see if we can continue to hold those, and if we decide that we want to break back up, then maybe we look for the long. But if we do break those key support levels, then we're going to look to participate to the downside. All right, folks. I'm only in TSLA. I don't have much left, to be honest with you. And it's looking like we're starting to pull back in as well too, with the overall market and the SPY looking like it wants to make a new low. Going to test those lows of days, and the Qs looking like they potentially could break this support level that they have established here as well too, guys. So if we do break here on TQQs, this 82.50 level, then I think there's going to be some more downside. Do I want to be buying or selling the bottom of this range? Maybe, but I'm going to want to see some volume step in order to give me a little bit more confirmation that we're ready to break to the downside and then have that second leg. But I'm going to keep an eye out on TQs as we go potentially break this support system that we have established. Maybe do I get involved here? Yeah, I think so. I think I'm going to get involved here on the short side. Wow, what a neck and neck race here, guys. I did vote short. Long, sorry. So again, let's see what happens. But is this volatility going to pick up here in the TQs and in the overall market as the SPY continues to sell off here, Sharif?
Yes,
and
sir.
with the Qs about to make a new low a day, or are currently making a new low a day, because SPY definitely is right now, my brother.
All right, man. Shout out to Nabil Ghani, which means he's rich, means Nabil Rich. Probably his last name, but shout out to him. Here's what he says. I was in the drop of PDYN, heart attack. I'm assuming that's what you meant. Got myself on the way up as I held it, but in and out. That's enough for a Friday. LOL, my man, you're missing the best part of it. It's taking out 12 1/3. It's at big boy highs. It took out that not pre-market, that 11.45 high at 11 3/4. It's like almost $1 above that, 75 pennies above that level, and it's going. And look at the volume bars. They're increasing, like basically everyone higher than its predecessor. So you're getting participation in this one, certainly. Now, here's the look. What's the move here? Are you going to punch in at highs? I don't know. That's really not my move. So here's my move. I would add into 12. I would leave a resting order for a dip trade into 12. If it comes and tests that, I put it at 12.05, front run the whole dollar in case you get exuberant buying. And then if it breaches that, which it looks like it might, I'm setting up at 11.75. Well, how come? Why are you setting up at 11.75? Well, that's an area crest. That's the area that we rejected off. So if it's an area of previous support, sometimes, not all, it acts as support on the way down. Here we go. It's going to take out that 12.5, bro. This thing's a rocket ship. It took the 12.5. Here comes 12 2/3. There goes 12 2/3. We're going to, okay, you guys get it. Now we're at the $0.75. So PDYN, a dang rocket ship. It's got a 1, 2, 3, 6 candle setup. Green right now off the volume weighted average price off 10.25. Just took out 12 3/4. Big strength right now in PDYN. And shout out to Yannick. Thanks for PDYN. You're welcome. Too bad I don't have it. I suck. But yeah, no, seriously though, that is a great look. Shout out to Yannick on that. Pretty Panda, man, I was sitting in PDYN for months. I sold the pop in October. Bad choice, of course. But dang, I hate that name, LOL. Look, brother, you clearly have, something like a relationship with that name that, maybe you should leave it alone, because that's kind of why I sometimes don't trade apples. Like I don't trade Pandub. Those are my biggest names. And, sometimes you view them from your investment goggles rather than your trading goggles, right? And that's kind of a problem I've had at times. But hey, PDYN, guys, is a dang rocket ship at the moment. We don't even have it up on a trading screen. That's what kind of a bad trader we are. So we're going to throw that up right now. It trades on the NQ, and it's about to take out $13. No size on the book here at 13. Might be hidden orders. There might be icebergs, but there was no size posted on PDYN. Sorry about that. There we go. So we're technically now the high of the day, $12.99. So it looks like we may not get that dip trade after all at $12. That looked like a pipe dream for now. Back into 12 2/3 we go. Let's see how deep possibly this retracement goes, but it's been a good look right now on PDYN. Joseph, I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. Let's have a quick look at the MAG. No, the MAG is still down and to the right. I mean, there's really nothing. Well, we'll see. We'll see if it pops. I'm seeing possibly some double bottoms here on NVIDIA, a base at 21,500 on the future. We'll see if we can get that pop up, Joseph. But right now, it doesn't look forthcoming.
No, it does not, guys. I punched out of my TQs because, as I mentioned, I'm selling the bottom of this range. Not something that you necessarily want to do. We want to be able to get in on the top of this range. So let's see how much we squeeze up here before we decide that we want to take another leg to the downside. Because with the SPY continuing to move to the southeast, I do think that we will continue this selling pressure. Crispy, nice look. I know you said you had some CSPs there on NVDA, and you're going to get a sign. So it happens. I mean, that's what you had it for, essentially, right? Now you can just get a couple more shares added to your position, my guy. So, I mean, NVDA at 130.39 or 136, whatever your strike may be. I think in a couple of months, in 6 to 8 months' time, then you'll be happy about that average price. That's no doubt about that, I think. So again, I would like to own some maybe around this level. If it ever got to 99 again, I think that you have to absolutely be a buyer of NVDA at that price. Pathetic. Sangjavi, GME. Sorry if I butchered your name there, my friend. I mean, not too much going on with GME here. Again, we sat on top of that daily range, but then we didn't really do too much with it. We decided that we wanted to push all the way to 34, 37, but then we just gapped down again, all right? So just keep that in mind. This thing isn't memeing. Roaring Kitty didn't post anything today or anything along those lines. There's no outstanding volume or above relative volume on this thing, so I'm not going to pay too much attention to it. Not my favorite trader, but again, if those who are in GME and who are holding GME, hopefully that kind of comes in again. But again, I mentioned this before that I don't know if Wall Street is going to allow that, but bless you, Fabian, or Andre, whoever was sneezing back there. Yeah, so guys, AMD looks bullish. I'm not going to repeat the other words said there. Yeah, let's take a look here, guys. Sorry, I had like a lot of coffees here, so and caffeine doesn't sit too well with me. I get the jitters and everything like that. But all right, guys, let's see what AMD is. It was really strong out of the opening drive. believe it or not. And then since kind of pulled back with the rest of the market, now holding above the volume weighted average price. But did we put in somewhat of a double top here on AMD, especially with NVDA and the overall market continuing to sell? Let's see what happens here with AMD. This might be a little bit of a range trade for the rest of the session. We are in that lunchtime hour, so again, nothing outstandish from a price action standpoint, brother. I'm looking to get in some TQQs at the top of this range here. I think, yeah, this is where we're going to look to get involved because we had the inability to form any of that new higher high there. So maybe we are putting in a lower high and then we'll go and test the low of day, brother Sharif.
Bro, we're just rocketing up. Like I this is not my area of expertise. I don't excel at this. Andre, I need to show them what we're doing here. Yeah, here we go. We're about to take out 14 right now on PDYN. I just don't excel at punching in at highs. Perhaps I need to, find one of these areas. I'm seeing this a lot where we get 1 minute candle pauses and then we continue on our merry way, especially when the trend is this aggressive. And this is kind of the benefit of sometimes executing on the 1, because you're not going to see this on the 5. You don't see these 1 candle holdups over here. So PDYN is a dang rocket ship right now. 1375 HOD. We're still at 13.5. You're not really getting much of anything in terms of a pullback. No candles have made a lower low as relative to the previous candle before it. So, wow, here we go. We're going to take out 75s, it looks like right now. And 74 is knocking on the door, likely going to blow through 14. Here comes 14, 1389 now on PDYN. It's likely going to go triple digits. We're up 90% now. 14 is just like a second away. So great strength right now on this name, but oh, wow. Yeah, this is not where I excel, dude. I don't do well punching in at highs. Now, I know some of these, the greatest small cap traders, they add into these winning positions and they add aggressively, but they're adding and removing. That's maybe where I need to, improve on, especially with these ones, because you can make the most out of these ones. So definitely I want to, look to do better on that in the new year. No question about it. So 1405 now HOD. Let's see if this one blows through 14 like it blew through 13, like it blew through 12. 1150 was kind of that previous high off which we were basing all the trades. 11 3/4. That was the crest that we put in at 945, but that seems like a distant dream at the moment right now. Random oddities, your style of punching in on the 10 EMA pullbacks on the 1 minute is a good one, though I do appreciate that, and it does work at times, but I need to adapt a strategy that works in this scenario as well, because this is where you make a lot of the money. Now, I started off my trading journey back in 2020, trading these small caps. I was following a small cap trader that did exactly what I just finished describing. He'd punch aggressively into these positions as they were moving up. He'd be removing shares, adding, removing and adding, all on the way up, locking in profits. And that's kind of what I want to be able to do a little bit there. So keeping an eye, or I'm definitely going to have my focus on that in the new year, no question about it. Absolutely. Yes, Joseph is ready to pay some bills.
Hey guys, Trade the Pool allows stock traders just like you to get evaluated and trade real shares using the company's capital with no PDT rule holding you back. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program for a one-time fee of just $300. You'll receive $80K in buying power and the chance to become a funded trader. Hit a profit target of just 4% and you'll start trading the company's capital. Get funded faster and easier with the new conditions designed for success. And the best part is the profit split has been upgraded to a generous 70% so you can keep more of what you earn. Don't wait. Check it out now and see how Trade the Pool can help you trade bigger and most definitely better there, folks. Trade the Pool. You see the QR code there. That's all we got to do is just scan things these days, and we get what we need. So, yeah, QR code link in the description, folks. Trade the Pool. All right. So I know a couple of people, Sharif, in the chat are asking me about MSTR. Crispy in the chat says, Joe, do you see MSTR going above 375 before the 17th of January? I have 2 CSPs and it's been killing me. All right, well, I don't know above 375. If that's your strike price, that's a tough look there, because you're gonna get assigned all the way up there and prices down here. You can just roll those as well too, so just realize that loss and then look for a new strike price. But I mentioned to you on this before, I think that Bitcoin is headed to the downside. Are we in that phase on the poll where we had that poll 50K or 150K? I mean, I was leaning towards that 150K, but again, slightly raining on that parade to that price target. Do I think it's going to drop down to 50K, almost half of the value that it is now? No, but I think it's going to be a little bit of a journey to 150K. They're not going to make it as easy as some of us were projecting it to be. Now, just these key support levels, if we give way, I'm going to suspect some more downside on MSTR, and the same thing goes with Bitcoin as well too. So kind of the charts kind of mirroring each other there, hovering around some key support levels. So just keep an eye on those. If they break, then look to reassess your trading plan and see what you can do from that standpoint, brother.
All right, topping tail on PDYN, but you know, I really want to stress that I don't believe these topping tails are as operative on these small cap gappers as they are in the large cap. Like if I saw this on Meta or on an Apple or whatever, I definitely wouldn't be punching long. And this is what I'm talking about right here. This candle that printed at 12:45 on the 5-minute, PDYN. Now, I believe this might be setting up for a continuation. It's really going to be about exercising patience and getting your entries on the lower end of the range. The question is, what is that range? Is it $13? Is that the low end of the range, or is it the low end over here at 12 3/4, right, to account for this bottom candle? Or do you have to wait all the way for that $12 area where the 10 exponential moving average is hanging out? It's kind of hard to know, right? So you could, do one thing here and layer your orders at different levels, and, try to get it in your head that you may not be able to catch the bottom as easily, as say being able to pick it up off VWAP or a whole dollar level. So right now, 2-candle red setup on PDYN is the one I'm talking about right now. I do want to mention that I am involved in a new name. It's called GTI. Neil called this one out earlier, and it did get into VWAP. I got long. Where am I long? 79s. I just took out some at 85s. It's at 86s right now. I'm layering my orders. I'm waiting at 88s and 92s. This one is kind of doing that rounded, that curling effect off the volume weighted average price. Boeing is just ringing right now in my ear, which means that it got to the bottom end of the range. Sorry to jump around over here, but I do have to kind of manage all these things at one time. Let's have a look at the 5-minute on Boeing. Okay, so it's at the high end of the range. So this is the area where it's putting incrementally lower highs. Look at that 950 print. That's the high of the day, 181.43. Look at that 1050 print. That high there got to 181.26. You see a pattern over here? Look at this high at 1135, 181.17. And this high over here, 181.05. We're putting incrementally lower highs, but kind of a predictable range in and around that 181 and change. It's already below 181, dipping into 188, 180.88, excuse me. So Boeing locked in a bit of a range right now. Dara was trading this. Shout out to her. Hope she's killing it on that. Now, here we go back to GTI. As this is curling back, I'm waiting at 88s, printing 86s right now. So we'll see if this one wants to be forthcoming for another print. Nick Dang W, $20 super chat. My man's dropping cash in the chat there. Dang. Sharif, all good, man. I really like your strategy. I think you could take the break there at 1175 and then take profit after a full cut move. Yeah, 850 to about 1175 equals 325 plus 1175. He's doing the measured move. I love that. 15 and a quarter is what he comes up with, and then buy at retracement of 1175. That is not a bad idea at all, Nick, and I love how you structured that with the math there so that everybody can see your thinking. That's a good call out by you, my man. Thank you for that. Definitely going to keep that, copying that, and going to keep those levels there handy when we do need it. But now back to PDYN, dropping down aggressively here into that 12.5. Could we get a move into $12 and a buyout? Now, what I've seen here at times when they do dip in and when they start pulling in towards a 10 exponential, oftentimes they don't touch them because there's just so many buyers waiting there to pick up the dip. It doesn't quite make it back into that $12 area where the 10 exponential is hanging out. So I'd like to see what this one does. I'm going to throw a dip trade though at 12. I I think that I'm required to here for this. So we're throwing a dip trade right at that 1205. Come what may, it's front running the 10 exponential because the 10 exponential is at 1190. So I'm technically front running it a little bit. We'll see what we get there, and hopefully we don't get upset with PDYN. Let me tell you though, anything below 1175, I'm out. And the only reason is, again, it's an area crest. What's going on there, Joseph?
The longs took the lead, 51% to 49%.
Hey, the longs took the lead, eh?
They took the lead.
The Katina man influenced them. He sat down, he said the market's curling up, and all of a sudden.
Did he vote, Katina man?
I don't know. You're going to have to, I think he votes.
He didn't vote, eh?
The Katina man, you voted, right? It's like when I caught Arun not subscribed to the channel. Tag him in the chat. He's not even in the chat.
All right,
that's his point. Right. His point is like, he's not even in the chat, bro. I'm just like, I'm trading. Hey, no.
All right,
you're shorting AMD again? The Katina men short AMD at these levels, by the way. What's your entry, Katina man? 124 and a half? 47. Katina men short 124, 47s on AMD. And as you can see, I don't have it up on the side, but the 1130, 1140 pop got right into that 12 and a half, 124 and a half, and then we know what happened.
I know Neil voted. I know Neil voted.
Oh wow, you're putting all of them on the spot, eh?
I know you voted because you're that guy. You vote, you know what I mean? So he's hopping on the.
Joseph,
yeah,
you're setting up yourself up here, bro.
For what?
You're setting yourself up.
I'm just saying. I know
he voted.
Yeah, no, why?
Neither of them voted.
Yeah, they voted. I know Neil voted, man. I know he voted. It's all good. It's all good. It's all fun and games. But man, what a neck and neck race there. I'm enjoying this one. BTC ripping back after a government decision. I don't know if I don't know if it's ripping, man. That's all I can say. You're a little overzealous there, I think, on that, because what I'm looking at and what you may be describing are not correlated whatsoever. So I mean, hey, I'll take it on any positive. On any positive news, we'll see if we can continue to move higher there on BTC. But Sharif, we're starting to kind of pull back here on the TQs with the inability to kind of go and test these lows again, which is totally fine. If we break this here, I'm going to get out again, and then I think that's it. I'm not going to try to short this market any more. That is for sure, considering that we may have put in a double bottom here on the Qs as well too. So just a little bit of a wick out here, and then slowly curled back over, and then sure enough starting to climb slightly higher and higher and higher. So a little bit of a cover rally maybe on that front there, folks. So we'll continue to monitor what's going on there and see if anything else sets up, all right? So guys, continue to let us know what you're looking. All right, yeah, I hope you didn't, Mila. I hope you didn't mean ripping, because it is not doing that. So you got me a little excited there, but unfortunately that isn't the case, guys. So let's see what else is going on here in the market. Tina Man short AMD, Sharif's long LITM, and some GTI. I didn't really look at GTI today, Sharif. How's it?
GTI, baby.
GTI, GraphJet technology. Okay. Nice daily there on GTI. Let's zoom in a little bit here on the 5-minute chart and see what we're going on. We kind of are hovering above that volume weighted average price. A little out of my price range here. 87 cents for this thing here, Sharif. On GTI. So yeah, let's see if we hold the volume weighted average price here, folks.
That's my entry.
Yeah, you're right in at VWAP?
Right
Nice.
Yep.
So you're a little bit in the money there. Nice work there, brother. Nice entry as well too, keeping that risk profile nice and tight. Now guys, again, I mentioned this in PDYN. Yeah, let's take a look at PDYN. Paladin AI Corp. Yeah, oh wow, this thing's really trading nicely, continuing to move higher here. That volume stepping in on this breakout, creating a new high of day as well too. So we blew past that previous high of day and now constructed a new one there, putting in a high of 1406 on the session for Paladin. Let's zoom out a little bit here and see what we got going on from a daily perspective. Oh wow, what a breakout here. Fantastic trading. Up significantly. Is it going to go for that 100% push? Maybe. I think it's totally plausible here today on the session. So let's see what PDYN. Were you trading this earlier? PDY?
Yeah, no, I did. This one I didn't get into.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. This one
PDYN,
I've got a dip trade set up at 12. It's not going to come in. Looks like it was at 12 and a half. But this is looking awfully bull flaggish right now, especially on the 5. Now, you can see what you want, but I've seen this pattern a bunch of times. When something is super strong like this, it just can't go in a straight line, or typically doesn't. It's going to whiffle. It's going to waffle. It's going to bull flag. And then possibly get that continuation now. It's going to be incumbent upon you to build a position. If you do theorize and hypothesize that this is a bull flag, it's incumbent upon you to build your position at the low end of the range, the low end of the flag part. We know the flag part sometimes, there's areas that breach it, but it's the closing prints that I'm looking at the most. So 13 right now, we've got a higher low on this current 5-minute candle than we do on the previous one. I'd like to build a position somewhere around 12 3/4, 12 maybe in 4/5, in and around that area if it comes down. Doesn't look like my $12 dip trade gonna print anytime soon. But let me tell you about GTI because we're doing well on this one. So I want to talk about this one for a second. We just got the print there at 88. Now I'm waiting at 92s. There is a seller though at 90. Here we go. We're taking him out on the level on the ask. Can we take him out on the bid? Yes. Here we go. Now we're breaking through 91 and a half. Here we go, 92. That's what I hate about these sub $1 stock. They got 4 decimal places, and there's so many different levels that you have to take on the way up. Let's see if we can get into that 92. We're gonna have to cross and bang. There we go on 92. Now let's set up a little bit higher here, Joseph. We're gonna set up at 96s. Hold on, how many outs do I have? I don't want to take out too many here.
All right.
We're going to put it at 98s to front run the size at the dollar. Hopefully we can get that. And so good look right now for GTI. I saw somebody in the chat. Who was it? Someone's like Suzuki Swift GTI. I don't think so, bro. I'm pretty sure it's a Golf GTI, but yeah, shout out to you. Malinowski, AVGO moving. Absolutely, sir. When is AVGO not moving? Is it moving back up? That's probably what it's doing. Let me have a look out here. Yeah, it's curling. It's breaking that 241. It's above VWAP. It's still negative on the day. It's got to cross that 245 and change to go green. Bang, Joseph. There we go on GTI. We're going to take out more here. Boom. Oh, now we're done the trade. It's going to halt. Hey, okay, I took it out at the halt level. All right. Okay. A false halt there, Joseph. There we go. Dip back down. Now, do we add into this false halt? Hold on. Let me think about this. So do we defend the dollar right now? Is this an add into the false halt, back down into a buck? So the high of the day now is still 110. You still haven't taken out 110. We're printing 104s right now. It was a false halt, I believe, at 106. That's where I got printed. No, I'm not going to add here. Let's see what it does with 110. If it wants to clear 110 and print a new high of the day, I'll wait for a break and take of 110, then I'll add on a possible dip trade. Use 110 as support. So we'll continue to watch here. There's a lot of chop and churn right now happening on GTI right now. It's up 210%. Let's put some dang respect on this one's name. Started its life out today at 35, 36 pennies. Now it's knocking the door or above the buck. Looking to go $1.25 possibly here. GTI is what I'm talking about. We'll keep an eye out on that one. What else? Nick Dubb. Mind taking a look at BBAI, Big Bear AI. I have a large swing position. I've been in and I'm looking at a $10 target for over 50%, then 15 for another 40, and then we'll hold the rest. Absolutely. We were trading Big Bear yesterday, Nick Dubb. But let's have a look at it right now. We're going to look at a wider time frame for you there on Big Bear. So I don't know if you want to let me know where you're in, Nick, but this is the daily on Big Bear AI, and it's a good-looking chart, my man. You're above the 10. You're above the 20. You're above the 50. You're above the 200. You're putting in higher highs, higher lows. It's still trading, very volatile, though, right? Like if you were to look at the range per day, percentage-wise, these are big moves. Like let's just take yesterday, case in point, from that 362 low to that 475 high. We're up over 30% yesterday, and today technically an inside day. You're kind of ensconced with the highs and the lows yesterday. Now let's see. So this is a great looking rounded bottom, brother. This is a good look. Are we above this level? That $5 level though, Nick, that's trouble. That takes us all the way back to March. If we can break and hold above 5, What a beauty. Now, the other side of that coin is you can get that cup and handle formation, right? You don't have to just have a rounded bottom. You can rounded bottom, and then you have that sideways consolidation, the handle part of the cup and handle pattern, so you can whiffle and waffle at 475.5. Adair's got something for us at the big desk.
All right, get back with
What we're going to do here is take a look at crypto as we always do during the midday around this 1 p.m. time. And let's take a look here at the fact that Bitcoin is actually poised for its first red December. We posted this chart here from Bloomberg on TTV Research. So check out our Trader TV Research account. We just actually also posted our second original graphic. So definitely give that account a look if you're looking for trading info or just fun market facts, because we're updating that every single day. Now, we are set here for our first red December. Not notably, Bitcoin's down about 0.7% in the month. Ethereum a little bit weaker, and all these crypto stocks getting hit especially hard month to date. MSTR down 13%, Coinbase down 9%, Mara down 28%. All of these names pretty weak, so keep an eye here on these crypto names. But yeah, Bitcoin, after a great November and a 3-month green streak, looking to go red. Now, in terms of names to look at on the day, one name that's actually quite strong today is Cardano. So shout out to Sean there. We're going to take a look at ADAUSD. This one's actually trying to get back above that previous support here in a closing level around that 87-cent level, currently around 89. But we are still making these lower highs, lower lows for the most part. Certainly made a heck of a topping tail candle here, December 3rd. So that would be the first Tuesday of the month of December. Since then, we've been on quite the downtrend. Areas of potential support, if we even fall further, would maybe be this kind of chop and churn we had in mid-November, that 70-cent level. And then, of course, our base from November is 31 cents. So even though we are in a bit of a downtrend, it's worth noting Cardano's had quite the move up since the election, like all these other crypto names. So that is our crypto look. Make sure to check out that chart on TTV Research. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Adara. Shout out to Nick Dub, who's just dropping cash in the chat today. Another $20 super chat. Sharif, I just made a bunch on GTI. Sending you a little appreciation for that look. Great look there. Thank you. No, thank you, Nick Dub. I appreciate the kind words, and I hope you print up. Storm. There we go, my man. All right, Joseph.
Hey, guys, welcome. Yeah, let's go. We're ready to rock and roll here, guys. Look at this. Look at this equity curve, man. This is insane. Like, look how, man. Wow. I mean,
Ram is very upset that you're continuing to use that, by the way.
No, did she say something? She's not here.
No, she's not here.
We're supposed. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I figured that. We're supposed to set something up. I messaged her. I was like, "Hey, what happened?" And then, sure enough, this is where we stand. But guys, we got some cool stuff coming. We're gonna make this a little more animated for the people and just have a little bit more fun than just this kind of blank Excel sheet. But guys, we need to get into this position real quick here on the SPY. And guys, man, I mean, 1,100 votes, 52% to 48% to the long side. I thought the short side was going to edge it out today, Sharif, but that is not the case, all right? That is absolutely not the case. What a neck and neck race there. That's the closest it's ever been. Absolutely fantastic. Let's hope that we can catch a good price here on these SPY, because we are starting to pull back a little bit here, folks, and then potentially make that. Whoa, TSLA. Okay, are we ready here? Are we ready?
Yeah,
we're doing the SPY.
All right, let's do it.
Doing the SPY Playmaker poll here. All right, guys.
We pulled back a little bit.
We're pulling back here, so we gotta enter now. Yeah, entry price.
591.90.
591.90. Bang. All right.
We're taking everything out at 590.90.
590.90.
That's a stop.
That's our stop there. Hold on. We are messing this one up here. Don't panic. 590.90. All right.
593.90.
593.
We're taking
90.
profit.
Bang. All right. So we're going to the long side once again there, folks. I thought that we were going to be able to, I voted long, so it's not we, it's the people who voted. I thought that we would be going short on that front there, guys. So there we go. There's the 14th entry. Look at this. After 14 trades, being in a trade for a single hour, this is the result thus far. Absolutely phenomenal. I love collecting data like this. Makes things a lot more fun there, folks. So let's see if we get stopped out or we become profitable on this one. If we do get stopped out, it'll be our second stop out of all time. All right. So guys, let's take a look at here on some TSLL here. Let me zoom in I had a little bit of the position left, not much at all, but then I decided that I wanted to add kind of at the break of this resistance level, and sure enough, we just pulled back and then went to the bottom of this range. Totally fine. We'll reassess the situation as the rest of the market, decides that it wants to pull back in a little bit here, with the SPY and the Qs kind of just hovering within that range. Guys, it is Friday, totally justifiable as well too, all right? Especially after the holidays, a little profit taking. Let's take a look at NVDA, the chosen one, who, Sharif, coming up in a couple of days, we had NVDA to be the highest market capitalization company.
Oh, yeah. What day did we talk?
By the end of the year, right? So it was NVDA, NVDA, Apple, Microsoft, and it's Microsoft, NVDA, Apple, NVDA, Microsoft, I think, so far, guys. So, yeah, I mean, hey, what a tough run this thing has been on. I don't think the price action has been that orderly, especially within this range here. Nothing we can really do about that, right? I do think that we slowly start to recover here, holding these support levels and this little bit of a bounce. Are we forming a lower high here? Possibly, but I think this just might be a little bit of a pullback here. The volume is extremely low as well, too, on that front. So I think maybe we do pull back in the new year, and then maybe we can continue to move to the northeast, Sharif, and test those all-time highs.
All right, so we're in PDYN. We're at $13 right now. That's the price. We're at trading at $12.80, so we're 20 pennies out of the money. I still like the fact that it's holding the 10 exponential. It's not now, though, putting in higher lows, unless you're looking at that one candle at $12.50 and basing it off that, and that's what I've done. So I'm basing my stop on this area trough. It's gonna have to hold this area trough for me to stay involved. Otherwise, we're gone Zeno. 12 3/4 we're trading right now. I'm layering my orders above 13 for the outs in case it does pop. I'd like to be able to catch some profitability on this one, but it's looking like it's gonna retrace here. So we might be on our first L right now with PDYN. Should have been punching in while this one was moving up. I'll look to do better next time. So PDYN, we'll see if it wants to bounce off here. I'm also keeping an eye on HOLO. It's coming back into that, where's my HOLO trade? Let me just pull that bad boy up. No, I removed it off a trading screen. I think I put QSI, here we go. We'll take out that, no, it's HOLO. HOLO's coming back into that 1240 area, very interesting area for me because that is the high of the day. And we have multiple 5-minute candles, all of which reject 240, but now we're moving right back into that level. So if we squeeze here above 240, and there is substantial size at least posted on the level 2 at the ask at 240, let's see if we're able to break that level and move back to the high side over here. Then you can base a trade off that level 240 in case it comes back down and tests it again. LITM, been waiting on this one to really kind of get going. The best we did here was at $1.84. I'm still waiting at $1.94, but it's down now to 171. I built my position at the volume weighted average price at $1.50. So we've got a decent, amount of room between where we're trading right now and the entry. So I can I don't want to say rest easy or anything like that because the bottom can drop off at any time, obviously, with these ones. So I'm keeping my eye on LITM, especially if it starts putting in incrementally lower highs for a flat bottom break. I don't want to be part of that and give back the entire move back into my entry. So I'm packing my patience right now with PDYN, with LITM. GTI was unable to break that $1.10. So I was talking about GTI and how we could get back into GTI over here. We got in at that 105, but I've been waiting for a $1.10 break and take, and that would be the break of the high of the day, and then we could base a trade off the high of the day, but that isn't forthcoming either. There's not much else going on. QSI, though, seems to be moving back up over here. Let's see what we got here with QSI. There it is. QSI back up at that 3 2/3. Good look on QSI, still well off the highs there that we got. 382 is the high. That's where we took it out last time. But since that time, it's been putting incrementally higher highs and higher lows. All right, guys, the new poll is now active. You got HOLO. You got Sound, You got Broadcom, AVGO, and then Sean's favorite, PLTR. Making a lot of millionaires this year, Palantir is. There's no question about that. Not just the insiders. So vote right now so we can have the good afternoon rundown with things that you guys want to talk about. I'm personally going to vote for AVGO because it's just been a dang rocket ship as of late, right? Everybody loving this one. Druckenmiller, obviously now cycling out of NVIDIA into Broadcom, selling his entire stake the end of Q3, and now making Broadcom one of his top 15 holdings. Oh, PDYN is gonna stop me out. Oh, that sucks over here. Here we go. It's coming right back down. There we go. We got stopped out. So first L of the day there. Yeah, you can't win them all. Let's see if this one wants to bounce off that 10 exponential. Otherwise, I'm not gonna try to catch a falling knife over here. So it's gonna have to drop at least or into the 10 exponential where it is right now, and then make higher highs and higher lows subsequent to that. So we'll take an L right now on PDYN, looking to do a little bit better, Joseph.
Big L. Remember him? The rapper Big L?
No, I know LL Cool J.
Oh, you never listened to Big L? Wow. No, okay, wow. He's sick. He's sick.
Who's that?
He was like a 90s rapper.
Is he?
2000? Yeah.
No,
Big
Adara
L.
probably knows.
Yeah, Big L. Where is Adara? She's not here right now.
She's at the big
okay.
No, you can.
Adara, are you familiar with Big L? Big L, the rapper. Big L, yeah, the rapper. No, okay, wow, okay, all right. So maybe listen to some Big L tracks later. Yeah, exactly. Okay, guys, yeah, so let's see what's going on here. Continue to let me know what you guys are looking at in the chat. Yeah, exactly, Max Weinski, big rest
I don't
in peace.
know,
Huge.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, what? Yeah, you don't know.
Yeah, like, who's like, how do you not know Big L?
Big
RV
L,
Hunter.
man.
He's like,
Big L, R.I.P.
or
Big
Hunter
L,
Harvey,
man. He's
excuse me.
sick. Yeah, Big L is sick. Yeah, nice.
oh.
Big L, exactly. There you go. Continue. Yeah, exactly. He was actually such a sick rapper. He was good. Just that old flow of I don't forget. I'm not going to try to guess what kind of names he was hovering around because I can't think of it right now. But again, guys, let's. Big L's fine. Okay, yeah, the chat's loving Big L. Yeah, all right. Well, anyways, okay, guys, let's see what's going on with IBIT here. Are we going to break the volume weighted average price and continue to the northeast? I would hope so. That'd be nice. So I'll take it at any time if we can sit on top of VWAP and then maybe hold those support levels from a daily perspective and then continue to the northeast. But yeah, GTI continuing to go impress. Possibly make some new highs of days here, Sharif. Are you still in? No, you're not in GTI.
No, I got it. Oh, there we go. Now we got the buck 10 break and take. Thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Okay, so now you want to play the high day break here on that?
What is going on?
Okay,
yeah,
all right. So yeah, that volume is kind of kicking in there, guys. That momentum stepping in on GTI. Playing the high day break there, Sharif is going to, I think, momentarily.
I'm going to set up a dip trade, yeah.
He's going to set up a dip trade, so wait for that breath within the market. Try to grab that breath and then see if we can push higher on GTI, guys. All right, so PDYN still trading. Let's see what PDYN is up to. I know Sharif's in it and covering it. All right, so we're just below those highs of days, guys. Nothing too crazy, but let's take a look at what some of the potential stocks are on the afternoon rundown with SoundHound. Ooh, I like SoundHound here. Okay, let's pull up SoundHound. Oops, S-O-U-N. There we go. We got it. We'll get it together. S-O-U-N. Yeah, I'm going to look to get involved here, guys. A little bit extended from the volume weighted average price here, but let's see if we can kind of break out here on SoundHound. Breaking some key resistance levels. Now starting to push higher. A little bit of a chase on my front, but I'm going for the break of these key pivots and this other resistance zone that we had sitting here around that 2410 level. If we break that, then I think we can go and test those pre-market levels for sure.
Absolutely. Just give me a sec to put it in.
Yeah, do it. Yeah, for sure. So, guys, now I got to listen to some Big L tracks. And there's some, and there's this other rap group that I just can't, Mob Deep. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah. All right. So there we go. Yeah. So it kind of. Exactly. So Mob Deep. Those guys kind of like that whole genre and that whole era of rap. I think is some of the best for sure. And you throw in the Wu-Tang Clan as well, guys. We're gonna. Yeah. I love that stuff. Money Storm. Who's in? Oh, that's the Quiet Storm. Mob D.
Hey.
We D. Let's go, my guy. Bang.
Bro, so many good ones.
Bang. All right. So you got there? You got your B quitter
Yeah,
set
yeah,
up there?
everything's
All
set up.
All
I
right,
appreciate you, Joseph, for covering there. All right, so we're long GTI at 07s. It's printing 13s. I'm waiting at 14s, and then the high of the day is 15. So I'm trying to front run the high of the day. Looks like there is a seller of note here at 13, preventing this one from ascending any further. We'll see if this one ends up being trouble. My stop is below the dollar. Back to PDYN. I'm back in at 64s. Wet my beak there on the break of 82s. It's kind of holding the 10 exponential. I'm trying to be more strategic with my stop placement, but we are still putting in lower lows and lower highs. Where we start curling up, if we start curling up, who knows? That's why I'm taking profits as this one pops up. Coming into my entry again. Wow. Okay, so we'll see if this one wants to give me the entry there. I'm waiting at the $0.50. Pack in my patience. Back to GTI. No print at 14s. Back. Yeah, this one rejected 14s, so we're gonna have to pack our patience, see if we can get that one. But moving back above the $1.10 area. Nothing for me other to do here other than to wait for possible prints on all these ones. I'm talking about GTI. I'm talking about PDYN. Looking for the trend, though, on PDYN to stop bleeding lower lows and lower highs. Yeah, so this one's gonna, we haven't got a trend change, quite frankly, and that's what concerns me right now, is that I'm catching a falling knife here on PDYN as it continues to hang out above the 10 exponential, but it's making lower lows and lower highs. So that's a bit of an issue. Let's see if this one wants to pop up. I'm waiting in front of 13 in the mid 90s. Let's see if we can catch a nice bid up into that area. Back to GTI as it moves right back into my area to profit take. The reason I'm in GTI here is because it took the high of the day. So it took the high of the day. Now I want to base my entry off that $1 area as a level of support. Back into 13s we go. Can we kind of get aggressive buying? Here's 14. There goes 14. Here's 15. Let's let this one go. I'm not taking out anything here. Let's let this one curl possibly into that $1.25. I'm not even going to take anything over here. I'm just going to let this one run because I'm not unsure exactly how far away we get from $1, but it's looking awfully good right now on GTI. Back to PDYN. We're still whiffling. We're still waffling at that break-even point for me in the mid-60s here. Again, nothing forthcoming in terms of higher highs, but at least the lower lows has stopped. The last two previous candles, that 110 candle and that 115 candle, equal lows. And now this current candle at 1220, for the moment, I don't want to jinx it, doesn't have a lower low than the previous two candles. So I'm going to pack my patience there. Keeping my eye also on LITM as this one has been straddling that $1.66 area. It's been putting in lower highs with a flat bottom. I'm worried that this one might flat bottom break on me, but I do have a good price at $1.52. We're trading at 167, so at least I got a little bit of room over here, possibly with which to work. All right, back to PDYN, back into the 80s we go. We're in the money now, but we're still negative on it. Let's call a spade a spade. So I don't want to take anything out here, especially if we're going to get a squeeze into 13. Here we go into the high 80s, low 90s. Can we continue moving up? We still don't have any print above 13 for the last 15 minutes. So the last three candles have been unable to break 13, and we're still unable to break it right now as we whiffle and waffle south of 13. Joseph.
Hey, good stuff there, brother. Yeah, so I just punched out a Soundhound. We didn't get that continuation that I was quite looking for, but we're kind of turning around now. So let's see if I can set it up that we get slightly of a better price on Soundhound, which I kind of like it here. So I'll punch out, get back in. But we kind of are double topping-ish on this with the inability to break some of these key resistance zones. So I really have to monitor this. If we break below the 2360 level, then I got to get out of Dodge and reassess the situation and say, hey, maybe Soundhound isn't going to continue on the path that it's been. And I mean, I can't get too mad at that because look at the run that Soundhound has been on for the past couple months. And I mentioned this before, so this thing's probably up a couple 100% since this breakout level and that volume, started to step in there, guys, all right? So we just got to keep that in mind. And sure enough, yeah, we're starting to break down. That thesis is invalid as of right now, in my opinion. So I'm just going to step away. it's not going to work out how I was kind of anticipating it to. So again, we were forming these higher lows, with kind of this resistance zone, but a higher or lower highs as well too on that front too, guys. So just keep that in mind. We're just forming that little bit of a wedge here. So I'm going to need to see volume step in on this one, and then we can maybe pick a direction. So let's wait for that volume influx, see which direction this decides it wants to break, and then maybe we can participate after that fact. But again, someone asked us to take a look at BA, and we've been talking about BA a lot here, guys. From an intraday standpoint, not looking too pretty, but you want to zoom out a little bit here and look at it from a daily perspective. We're over 30% off of the lows there on BA. So yeah, about 33% off of those lows, but we're still negative on the year. But nice recovery off the lows there for BA. I do suspect that this will continue to the top side. But as of right now, nice run there, nice recovery. Expect somewhat of a pullback, but then maybe we can start continuing on that positive path that BA has been flying on. Sharif.
All right, keeping my eye out on the mag now because it's starting to curl. So we've got our positions in the small caps, so let them run. Let's see what happens with them. But we've got a bunch of these different names now at or approaching the volume weighted average price. So good look here for some of these mega cap names. Technically though, you haven't got much of a change in trend. The only one that I can kind of see possibly here changing trend and making higher highs and higher lows, well, Apple just took out this area crest at 254.75. It's on its way to 255 and then the volume weighted average price at 255.10 or so it seems. Amazon as well, even though it hasn't necessarily made that higher high, or has it? No, still, we need to get to 222.75. What it does have, though, is these higher lows. So a bit of an upward move here, not definitely parabolic by any stretch of the imagination, but definitely working its way back up above VWAP as well. So we'll see what the MAG wants to do over here and what these large caps are looking to do. You've got the likes of Google curling into the volume weighted average price. Likewise with Meta at, or a little bit above, I should say, the volume weighted average price. Likewise with Nvidia at or a little bit above, kind of trying to hold between that 136 and a quarter, 136 and a half. The future is still below VWAP. And likewise, Tesla looking very consolidative with really no ambitions to kind of move back up. But it does seem to have some buying for whatever reason, Tesla that is, at around 432 or sub or just below 431 there. So keeping my eye out on that. Yeah, that's the situation. Got stopped at a PDYN, so this one is going to be a loser on the day, and it will be red for me on PDYN. Still positive on the day, though. Looking to do a little bit better. If PDYN wants to set up a little bit differently, we'll get into it. But right now, I'm done buying falling knives. It's going to have to set up a little bit different for me to get in. Keeping an eye out on that one. So what else we got over here? On the small cap side of things, Rigetti kind of sideways in its movement at the moment, not really doing much. If I could say something, it's bouncing off a VWAP at times, trying to, break through that 17 3/4. That's been a bit of a tough level for Rigetti on the day. Did briefly get above that. That's where we took out the majority of the position into that 18. But as you can see, since about 11 o'clock, we've been kind of rejecting up that 17 3/4 with just one blip above that level. So packing my patience here, Joseph. Not much for me to say or do other than just to kind of watch how these small caps play out, man.
Nice, man. Good luck there, brother. Jimmy, I seen what you said in the chat there. Sorry, I forget what calls you had, but I know you had a bunch of them and wanted to either just kind of get a sign on or exercise one, and let the other ones ride. Just remind me what you had those 10 calls on as well, too. I remember the exact number. I just forget the ticker on those. But hopefully that worked out, and please let me know in the chat if it did work out. Really interesting to see how that went for you. So hopefully things were positive on that front for you there, Jimmy Donnelly. All right. So guys, continue to let us know what you are looking at in the chat, folks. We have, we have IBIT just hovering above the volume weighted average price. Let's see if we can slowly start to recover a little bit more. RGTI, 10 calls for January 31st. Yeah. Okay, nice. Okay, so hopefully that worked out really well for you. Let's see. Let's pull up RGTI once again. Did we start to sell a little bit, or are we positive? Okay, so we're a little negative on the session, but again, we had that gap up, Jimmy. Oh, so Jimmy, you're sitting, okay, we're 11% up on the day, so congratulations to you, Jimmy. Really nice session, another 11% added to that. So again, you got about another 2 weeks until those expire. Look to see what you want to do with those. But RGTI adding another 11% on top of those gains, man, congratulations. We know who drinks are on, and so just let us know, and we'll get you to acquire what we like to prefer to drink. All right, my friend. So thank you very much for that, and thanks for letting me know. If we ever talk about anything, just keep me updated, because I'm curious to see how it either benefited you or how you needed to assess it in a different situation, right? I mean, what we say is you got to take kind of with a grain of salt. It's not something that you need to, just because we say it, that you have to go and do it. You got to take your own gut feelings and your own thought process into consideration first and foremost, all right? So just keep that in mind. So I'm really glad that worked out for you, Jimmy. Definitely let me know. Yeah, we're only playing there, brother. But I'm glad that's working out, man. I love seeing that type of stuff. So congratulations once again, brother. So PDYN, still hovering, putting in this pullback. I like this pullback here, Sharif, kind of on lower volume with not the most orderly price action. So let's see if this thing decides that it wants to turn around and then maybe go and test this high day again. But we are slowly starting to pull back. But really nice, strong, orderly price action candles here. Strong momentum to the top side. So we like that on Paladine. Beautiful look. And you're still in it from 1250. Okay, all right, nice. I see you there, brother. Yeah, maybe we'll look to participate on that one as well too, my friend. But let's take a look at NVDA, putting in a really weak session here as well too. Starting to pull back, kind of giving back a little of these past couple day gains. Totally fine. Let's zoom in here and see what we got going on from a 5-minute standpoint. Okay, yeah, so now we're rejecting the volume weighted average price, putting in those lower highs, and then continuing to kind of trade in this triangle type wedge there. So NVDA, a little bit of a tougher look. Told you guys how I feel about this thing as of late, and it doesn't mean anything. Some people can be trading it better than me. Some people can't. I'm just not. So okay, let's pull up IBIT here, folks. Let's see if we're going to break the volume weighted average price. I did take a short on it as we did break those key support levels, caught the bottom of it luckily, and then got stopped out break even for the rest of my position. But other than that, guys, I'm waiting for something to set up. Maybe we get involved in Tesla here shortly, but again, I'm just gonna pack my patience and wait for that A+.
We're moving into 21.6 here, Joseph, on the future. So we're moving back up a little bit off that 21.5 bump and pop 21.650. That's where the volume weighted average price is hanging out, but we do have this area crest with which to contend. And it's also kind of at that 21.650 level. We're putting in higher highs and higher lows ever since 12:30. So an hour now of higher highs and higher lows, but they've been anemic relative to basically the down move. So you feel like we're definitely still going to be selling off on the day. We'll talk more about that when we get back from Adair at the big desk.
What we're going to do here is take a look at the US dollar here in our afternoon version of our Money Talk segment. This is the monthly chart. What a double bottom here around that $100 level on the monthly chart. We got this push up here. It's going back to September 2022 into that 115 level we have not seen since. Then we push lower, and then over the next almost 2 years, we really just chop and churn. Then we get that breakout above that level. Honestly, this month, that would be that resistance around this 107.5 level going back to November 2023. Above that level now, looking to close for our third straight green month. What's also interesting here is Bloomberg's dollar gauge apparently set for its best performance in 9 years. So if you're wondering here, the Bloomberg dollar gauge, the BBDXY, I looked into this. It's basically a basket of 10 global currencies against the US dollar. So how these currencies are performing compared to the USD. Looks like this is actually the best years you can see here since 2015. Red year in 2023, red year in 2019. So interesting look here, not just the DXY, but also the USD compared to a couple other global currencies, showing you some strength there. So we'll have to see if this continues, but it has been quite, as you can see, the month and year for the US dollar. Back to you.
So much for that, as always, Adara. Yeah, so guys, let's see what's going on here. We only got about 27 minutes left in the session. A little bit tired on the day, so again, a couple coffees try to get that energy going, but sometimes it just doesn't kick in. So That's all right. We'll keep it calm and cool for the remainder of the session. We're doing pretty good on our SPY poll, though. That's one thing that definitely matters. All right, so we're positive on that. Almost $1 in the money there, guys. So hopefully we can lock in a price range, something along those lines, in the next 27 minutes or so. But only time will tell, my folks. So just be prepared for a little bit of a pullback, or do we step in? Does volume step in, and then we decide that we want to break these key resistance levels and then head higher? That would be awfully interesting, and something I most definitely would not complain about. That is for sure, folks. So, guys, look at IBIT slowly recovering here, just down about 1% on the session. We'll totally take that. Any form of recovery in this thing, I'm more than happy. The longer that we can hold these lows, the longer I can give myself to assess the situation that I'm in and see if I want to start locking in some profits, or do I start selling some covered calls against that position. So it's not really a tough decision, but I just want to be extremely accurate on my thesis and put myself in the best possible scenario and situation. All right. So strongest tech play, Apple, 593 bought calls there, 593.60. What do you mean? The Apple's not at 593.60. 290. Let's see what it is. Did you put a little bit of a typo there? AAPL. Did you mean 255? Okay, I don't know what 593.60 has to do with Apple there. Willis Addison, just let me know. But again, you know where I stand. And I was listening to Danny Ives. We were talking about this earlier. This guy has this thing in the next 12 to 18 months being a $5 trillion market capitalization company, especially with the super upgrade cycle coming in on the iPhones. And especially, I mentioned this before, with more inflows coming into the market and with Apple being in so many different ETFs, this is what you're going to see in the stock price. So it is reflecting the stock price. And I remember it's the majority of the Gen Z or whatever the newest generation may be, is that these kids want iPhones, Sharif. They don't want Androids. They don't want anything else than that. They want to be a part of the iPhone ecosystem. And sure enough, you're seeing that reflect in this stock market, in this stock's price. That's for sure. Slightly pulling off of those all-time highs. But hey, I mean, we can't just go up all the time, brother, as I like to say. Yeah.
All right, guys, if you're ready to trade smarter than not and not harder, then you need to upgrade to that elite trading experience by eSignal. You can analyze, you can strategize, and hopefully after that, you'll be able to capitalize by foreseeing those profitable opportunities with the platform you need. You get a bunch of stuff. You get infinite data. You get instant trading. You get to know where the market is moving before others with that lightning fast data and execution. And a lot of people compliment their charts. Some would say they got charts that change the game by allowing you to customize and analyze the markets faster and in your specific way. You also get better back testing and better scanning, which helps you predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable, real-time data up to the second, market information from hundreds of global markets. It's everything you need all in one place, so don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate your trading, scan that QR code to execute your best trades now. Link in the description or on the bottom right of your screen there. Shout out to the great folks at eSignal. All right, Joseph, we've been fighting with this PDYN. We're not going to give this much more room. If it breaks 12, I'm gone. I've been trading this one really poorly, but that's the case. I've got the case of stubbornness today. So come what may from this one, if it breaks below 12, then that's done. And it looks like it's going to break right now. Oh boy. It's been give back and everything kind of day today with this PDYN trade. Yeah, sometimes it's like that. There we go. We get stopped out. Oh, I'm happy that this one's done.
It's over.
Taking it off.
Yeah,
I'm taking it off my side.
Sometimes getting the weight
I'm taking it off my side.
Yeah, see you later. Blacklisted.
It's a bit of a tougher one on that one. Let's see what else we're doing over here. LITM still holding that 166 area. Seems to be finding a buyer at about that 1 2/3 area. Not really sure why, but it's not really making any higher highs. So I'm starting to think maybe I should be taking out the majority of my position here in the midpoint at around 170. 171 or so. It's been putting in lower highs, but it's got that flat bottom at 166. So that kind of concerns me that we could get an aggressive flat bottom break in and around there. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. What else is moving over here? I don't really have much else to trade at the moment. I don't like the look of any of these small cap gappers, to be quite honest with you. Rigetti tried to test 18 again, a quick rejection off that level. RGTI not really breaking through it. Now we've been watching Rigetti reject off 17 3/4, and it does an 18 attempt, but look how quickly it's dropping right back down to that 17 3/4. It looks like it's going to fail that level, but it did get a predictable bounce off VWAP. So if you picked it up off there, good on you. I didn't have eyes on that trade. Willis Addison, $2 super chat, 253.60 entry. Apple calls January 3rd, 257.50 strike. Shout out to you, Willis. Hope you print up a storm. That's kind of, a very much I don't know, that feels like a range trade of sorts. You're not really looking at breaking above or below the kind of established highs here on AAPL. Let's have a look at Apple. What's it doing on the day? So we're back at that 255, really trying to take VWAP over here. Apple breaking into high or printing all-time highs yesterday through the break of 260. It was a very short-lived 260 pop. We didn't get above there the rest of the day. 259.5 was kind of the best we could do after that 260 break on Apple. And obviously today, a bit of a sell everything kind of day, especially in the mag. So a lot of weakness in the mag. They are trying to recover as we get on with the day, but we're well below the highs, well below the pre-market highs. We'll have to see if any of these market on close orders or any accumulation going into the afternoon helps boost some of these up. We'll have to keep an eye out on that. Let's see what else is moving over here in these markets. What's crypto up to? So Bitcoin below 95,000, about 94.5. ETH is up though 1% at 33.60. What else we got over here? Not much. Everything's in Redsville right now. Everything without exception. Tougher day definitely for the long-term account. No question about that, but these are healthy retracements. I think we definitely need these in the market, Joseph. So we'll pack our patience. Keep an eye out on that one.
So we tell ourselves, right, that it's healthy.
Hopefully.
Yeah, no, I think so. Things just take a little bit of time, and I think that's one thing about holding things in your long-term investment portfolio, Sharif, is that we're so fixated on kind of an intraday and kind of just these micro movements and just monitoring the market from a day-to-day basis that it can kind of sway you from your long-term game plan. There's no doubt about that, especially because we look at everything from a lower time frame, from a 1 minute aspect, right? So those little price movements and those healthy pullbacks can definitely get into your head. There's no doubt about it, and have you kind of just re-guessing everything in your overall thesis. But sometimes I think when you just have the ability to put everything on the back burner and say, okay, you have your definitive plan, stick to it. If you get stopped out, you get stopped out, and just try not to micromanage those longer term positions, especially if they're working, right? Yeah, you may give up some unrealized gains, totally fine. Trust me, I'm in that ballpark. I've been in that game myself. Just remember that if you have a long-term plan, things that are working will continue to usually work, folks, all right? So just keep that in mind, especially with the fundamentals supporting what these stocks are doing, especially in the likes of Apple, Tesla, Google, and NVDA. Again, it's just all kind of a short-term noise, in my opinion. But STI, man, are you watching this thing here? STI? Yeah, STI. Yeah, STI, my brother, man. This thing is absolutely roaring to the top side. Now putting in some new high days, up 78% on the session so far. 15.9 million shares traded since 6 a.m. Let's see if we continue to move. Kind of gapping up here. Is it going to halt? I don't think so right now. But again, we're pushing significantly higher here on STI. Folks, let's kind of zoom out here and see what we got going from a daily perspective. Wow, okay, interesting. Very, very, very interesting. With a gap up here, the volume hasn't printed just yet. Maybe just a little bit laggard here on this platform here. But again, nice breakout here, gapping above those key resistance levels and then putting in this massive engulfing day, which it kind of seems that it's done multiple times before. So let's see if this is genuine. But as of right now, continuing to push higher and higher on the session where the streets are kind of just full of blood red. Guys, let's take a look at the SPY before we send it off to Sharif real quick.
Sure.
We're looking for 593.90s. All right, Sharif, you mentioned that. We almost got there, so that's just going to give us all we need is a little push.
We could get it.
Yeah, we could get, all we need is a little, we got 10 minutes or so, Sharif, 12 minutes. All we need is a little push above the volume weighted average price, and then that sell order will be triggered, and then we will hit that 2-to-1 profit target on SPY.
You know what I was talking about this morning? It was before you came.
Yeah.
I was talking about these American kind of car review influencers. I'm specifically talking about, if you guys know about this, Doug DeMauro on YouTube. There's also obviously Marquise Brownlee, MKHD. He has his own auto channel. Dude, a lot of them are reviewing these Chinese EVs. Obviously, they're being given the car by the manufacturer, but none of these cars are available for sale in the US. So you have to kind of wonder what the intentions of the companies are, especially because even if you did want to buy them, you know, you'd have to pay through the nose in terms of taxes, like if you want to import it from China. One thing that really caught my attention though, aside from that, and by the way, the reviewers are saying excellent things about these cars. Now you got to question some of the, they're being paid or not, but a lot of them have good reputations.
Or is like the China sending them the best version of that EV, and then like
they're not actually. They're not. They're giving them sometimes medium or like the mid-range.
The mid-range.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll give the Xiaomi, for example, the Xiaomi Su. There's three. There's a basic, middle, and then there's like a super one that has 1,200 horsepower. He gave him the middle one. So I'm talking about Doug DeMauro. And Doug DeMauro, usually you can't buy his opinion. I've been following him for like 4 or 5 years. You can't usually do that, but you never really know. Now, here's the thing. He said that Jim Farley, I think that's his name, the CEO of Ford, he drives around the Xiaomi SU. That's his daily driver. You want to know why?
Why?
Because he wants to know what the Chinese are doing, bro.
Yeah, for sure.
Right?
I mean,
these American legacy companies are terrified of these Chinese EVs eating their cake. And we all see the US government obviously kind of really protecting legacy auto. Tesla doesn't need protecting. Let's call a spade a spade. Right? Tesla's already kind of established itself. What I find to be super interesting though is how the Chinese manufacturers are trying to work their way in to the US market. Even if they can't sell their cars there, they're trying to get through them through the influencers. That's something that I didn't anticipate, which I find to be really interesting. And what's being said about them, like, I don't know, man. You guys, what do you guys think about Marquise Brownlee? You guys think that, he doesn't speak well about Apple sometimes. He talked crap about Apple intelligence. You think, Apple would be able to sway him with all their money. So, it feels like that there might be actually some substance to that whole thing. And then you have Elon coming in and saying he thinks the car companies, he said this a while ago, it's going to be Tesla and then like 3 or 4 other Chinese companies below it. You know what I mean? He doesn't think legacy auto in the States is going to have a shot, not the way they're going, right?
No, that's interesting, and I guess it's I know this guy, right? Yeah.
Big Spy, I love that. China, very good country. Excellent leader, great food. I had to say it with that accent, Neil. I had to. But yeah, no, your point well taken, Big Spy. I mean, yeah, a lot of people want to say, Chinese quality goods are they're not that good. Well, maybe you had an experience or two off Amazon or Temu or Shein or wherever you buy your stuff. But that's not the EV game is like though in China. That's the thing though. I find that to be super interesting because if they can't infiltrate in the American market, you best believe they're going to try to weasel their way in some way, somehow, whether through the Mexican or the South American market, to try to get into the Western Hemisphere some way, somehow. Which I find to be super interesting. It's just which one do you want to put your money behind? I mean, is it BYD?
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm saying?
Like, I mean, it's so much easier to reach the consumer now as well, too, with just social media and all these platforms and advertising now. So I guess if they want to get it done, it's just going to cost them a pretty penny. And then, sure enough, they'll have the ability to do so.
Call me Poppy. From someone in the industry, Chinese EVs are 2 to 3 years ahead of the curve, including Tesla. Whew. Statement made. Call me Poppy. Okay.
Well,
okay, I didn't think ahead of Tesla, but yeah.
I mean, it's not too hard. Tesla doesn't have a vehicle on there, like other than they obviously have electric vehicles, but opposed to the autonomy, they don't even have a vehicle on the ground yet, and Waymo is kind of leagues ahead of them on that front, especially in my opinion, right? Because we're pricing in what Tesla can potentially do with a robo-taxi or robocab, whatever you would like to call it.
Right.
But again, Waymo's already been doing it for a while.
It has. Shout out to Glenn Smith as well, Joseph. Legacy Auto was put on notice 15 years ago by Tesla. They have no excuses to be laggards. I gotta agree. I think some of their issues are, you can't help. Like, they're gonna have to deal with the environmental standards. They're gonna have to deal with the unions. These are all things that the Chinese don't have to deal with. We all know about that. Like, I mean, you don't need to be a great analyst to know how the Chinese do things over there. Shout out to Carlton. He fair. I'm assuming you're talking about Marquise Brownlee or Doug DeMauro. Let me know what you guys think. I'd love to hear what you guys have to say. Sharif, give us a Trump speech, please. I don't know what that means, bro. Kyle Burdett.
Someone said that.
A lot harder to smuggle EVs via avocados instead of fentanyl. Yeah, that's funny, but I'm actually looking for real takes here. Let's see what else people are saying. Let me just read some of these comments. Tax cut. Okay, no. Shout out to Willis Addison, another $2 super chat. Fastest EV belonged to NIO. Their tech is better. Interesting, yeah? Well, NIO's got that replaceable battery technology. We kind of know about that. Jesse Argon, take a peek at TRAW. Let me know. Sure. Let's have a look at TRAW for you, brother. What do we got over here? TRAW. Let me know if you see any good comments there, because I'm not.
Yeah, for sure.
TRAW up nice, 18.3%. Trows Pharma. It's really light on volume, though, brother. It's done about 445,000 shares on the day. It's above VWAP. Nothing that I would trade personally on an intraday basis. Let's see what the daily chart looks like. Definitely caught a bit of a move on the 23rd, and it really hasn't given up much of the gains here. It's above that $10 area, above the 200 exponential moving average. This day probably a bit of an outsized day, going to 19.5. We're still well below that level. Hey, look, if we close out at this area, we definitely close closer to the highs than we do the lows. I don't personally know anything about the company, but from a technical sense, obviously, it's a bit of a tougher look, having made incrementally lower lows and lower highs, but it's catching a bit of a bid now. Let me know how it goes, but not a bad breakout, assuming it stays in this kind of fashion and is sustained to the high side. Keep an eye out on that.
Someone said Marquise Brownlee destroyed Fisker.
He did.
Yeah.
He did.
Did he?
And you want to know the whole story behind that?
Yeah, absolutely.
How much time we got? We got a decent amount of time. So he wanted to review the Ocean, right? He reached out to Fisker directly. He said, give me the car, I want to review it, like he does with every other.
I remember you telling me this.
Right?
Yeah.
And then they whiffled, they waffled. They didn't want to give him the car, Joseph, because they had an update coming. They wanted to give him the car with the update, right? So then he's like, no, I'm not going to wait for you to give me the car on your timetable. I want to review the car now and give a genuine opinion about it. So he went to a car dealer, this George Saliba guy, this Lebanese guy who sells high-end cars in Jersey or New York, wherever the hell, on the east side. So he had a Fisker. So Marquise reached out to him. George gave it to him. Marquise reviewed it. It was hot trash.
Yeah, it was hot
trash.
Wow.
And then he dropped the review. And then they found out that he was getting the car from George. Fisker, that is.
Yeah.
Fisker calls George, telling him, don't give him the car. He's like, first of all, it's my car.
I can do whatever
and I'll do whatever I want. And he's already reviewed it. It's going to be posted.
Too late.
They posted it, got killed. Now, he gave him a shot. He's like, all right, fine. Look, I'll do another review after you guys update to that version 2.0 or whatever it was. He did, and it was still hot trash.
Oh, really?
It was a little bit better.
So at that
but
point, with someone reviewing your stuff and then giving it like a poor rating, can you sue for defamation?
No, because you can't. Well, unless you're saying something that's markedly untrue. And in the States, I think that there is they have another qualifier for defamation, which is like there has to be malice. And so
okay.
Which is super interesting. Right, guys, QSI is going. I see it. It's breaking through $4. QSI is rocketing up over here. through that 415. Good look, guys. There's only like 7 minutes left on the show, so I'm not going to jump into that trade, but wow, it's been a hell of a day, guys. Shout out to Big Spile Burdette. Great job to you as well. We'll see you Monday. If we don't see a Big Spile, shout out to you. Want to wish you, obviously, a Happy New Year and a Merry Christmas. We love you, brother. Hope you're doing very well. Shout out to the spiled one, Joseph.
Yeah, I popped into some Tesla here, guys. Kind of just trying to play this continuation in this trend here. Sorry, let me pull it up here, folks. Boom, there we go. We're starting to work here now. We are kind of trading in this consolidation range, totally fine. If we head back into this range, then we're just going to hop out of that trade. There is no questioning that whatsoever. But it says still here I am in some. Okay, let me get out of this. Oh, yeah. Let's see what I was playing here on. IBIT. Yeah, let me punch out of there. We're out of this IBIT here. So yeah, guys, let's focus on this TSLA trade. Breaking through some key resistance levels here. Let's see if we can sustain this. We put in this nice push here, trading up to 32.10s. Let's see if we can go back to that level, just a little north of that. Then we'll look to take a little bit off the top on TSLA. Let me put a little order here because I know we don't have too much time left. So if we catch that fill, that would be fantastic. And there we go. All right, so we got that order out. Let's see if we can push within the last couple minutes here. Okay, 7 cents until our SPY trade may be complete as well too. If these mega cap, Nvidia breaking out here as well too, Sharif. Okay, wow.
Okay, here we go.
Starting to catch a little bit of some flame here on the market here, folks. Yep. Okay, we just hit out of our SPY trade as well too. 2-to-1 hit on that one. 593.90 was our price target. We're trading at that right now, so fantastic. 5 minutes left to go. Right at 155. What a coincidence.
Not
Usually
bad.
when we hop right out of that trade, so that's a 2-to-1 there. Before we log off, we're going to touch back and we'll display that equity curve once again. But guys, look what NVDA is doing, dragging up the rest of the market with it, going to test some of these key resistance levels, my guy.
Hey, yes, man. Let's have a look at the MAG because the MAG are moving and something's afoot with this market. Shout out to Adam DeLuce. Thank you as well, brother. Hope you have a fantastic weekend. Yes, Joseph, there is definitely something afoot. Meta taking out highs. Well, not the high, but local highs. Get it, Adara. 595.5, that local area high there at 11:30. We took it out. We're on our way to 596 right now. Amazon doing the same thing. It took out that VWAP and that 222.75. It's on its way to 223.25. The dead one, Apple, moving up here to 255.5. It just took VWAP as well. Microsoft above VWAP. Google above VWAP. Fuge, we're on our way to 21.7 possibly. Even NVIDIA, well, not even. NVIDIA kind of was the move here. It still, though, Joseph, hasn't taken out those highs that we put in at 137. That 137 pop at 11:30. We're still a little bit below that, but what's operative here is these higher lows. Could we really retrace and at least, wipe off some of the red that we put in today? No question, there's been a lot of blood on the streets, whether it's the NQ down 1.5, NVIDIA down 2 1/3. So a lot of blood. Looking to kind of parse some of that back. We'll have to wait and see how strong this possible move is, if any, right now on the future. Keeping an eye on these small cap gappers as well. Looks like GTI still defending that bucket, printed a new high of the day at 125. Likewise with QSI taking out $4, HOD 414. What else we hear? Rigetti straddling VWAP. We have INTZ or Z. Shout out to my American friends doing absolutely nothing below this the volume weighted average price. That's basically about it. Holo off that 240 double top. Looks like there was a whole bunch of selling there at 240 on HOLO, coming back down now into about 2 1/5. We'll keep an eye out on that one. So good strength right now in the Mag 7 names, and by extension of that, some of the indices, both indices actually, the ES and the NQ well off the lows. The Dow now only down 0.98. The Russ taking it on the chin, the worst of the four indices, 1.8 in negative lane, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there, guys. I tried documenting this. I don't know why it kind of pulled up like that, which is kind of unfortunate. So we've got a little bit of a logging error here that we might have to iron out, but that's totally fine. You can see the cumulative P&L right now on that front. So a big 2-to-1 hit there, our second ever. So congratulations, good stuff there with the W. 3-day winning streak on the SPY. So nice look there. And man, we just the longs just edged out a W on that one. Closest pull yet. Otherwise, we would have got stopped out on the short side, guys. So let me figure out what's going on here. We should have this kind of base up there. If anybody can recognize what I am missing out on here and why it kind of printed like that, then feel free to let me know, and then we'll be able to change that up real quick there, folks. But I am in some, okay, I'm still in IBIT. I didn't want to be in IBIT. I thought I was in TSLL. Let me see what we got going on here for the people. Okay.
Can we get the Playmaker poll levels too when you have a sec?
The levels?
Yeah, the levels that we were doing on the Playmaker poll. So our entry, what was our entry again?
Our entry was 591.90.
591.90. So our profit taker would have been 593.90.
90, exactly.
And 590.90.
Yeah, exactly.
You got that, Neil?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So yeah, Okay.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's it. Those are the levels. Those were the entry metrics and our price target metrics. So I don't know why that's showing up like that. We'll get that sorted out here real quick. I just might have to mess around a little bit on that front, but there you go. We'll get back to this because I think this looks a little bit prettier. There's no questioning that, folks. But yeah, again, let's continue to see what we got going on here. TSLL starting to climb a little bit higher here. NVDA starting to pull back a little bit as well too, folks. Let's see if we can continue this ascent here and break through some of these key resistance levels and see if the market in the last couple hours decides that it wants to rally and recover some of the losses it put in earlier in the session.
All right, guys. It is 1:59. I hope you guys had a fantastic week. Obviously, a shortened week with Christmas in the middle and the half day, or the shortened day, I should say, on Boxing Day. It is now 2 o'clock. It is now time to send you to the big boy kahunas who are on the right of us, Joseph and I, though. We'll see you same bat time, same bat channel on Monday. I hope everybody has a fantastic weekend.
Thank you very much, everybody. Great look. I love that Playmaker trade. I was curious. I was asking Sharif, like, where's the entry, where's the exit? Because I wanted to have a look at that bad boy on the chart, because I mean, you guys nailed it this time. What's interesting, it was only like a 52% that wanted the long, because the market was weak this morning, everybody. I mean, we all know that. I mean, anyone that was here knew it, but what a rebound. Like, what can you even say? Like, I know, okay, get it, we're down 1.5% on the spot. On the NASDAQ, we're down 1.3% when it comes to the ES. But overall, like, I have to be really impressed with this. When I look at the SPY on a 3, it is just a clean trend back up. But I was saying this to Sharif, and I know I wouldn't want to change anything. I know that you guys are doing a fantastic job with this. I don't know if the position board's right. I'm in GTI, that's about it. It would be interesting if, when the vote's like 52%, 52 to 48, like, you'd say, okay, you take X amount. So if full position's like 1,000 for the Playmaker trade, that if it's 52, maybe you take 520 shares, and if it's 100% the vote, then you take 1,000. Like, maybe use like the confidence level of the chat to give it some kind of a different look in terms of how much you take, and then see if that affects the equity curve. Because it's interesting that on a day where it was divided, it worked out so incredibly well. Oh no, well, here, like I said, I was in GTI, and then now it's right back. This one was finally going. Once, twice. Okay, there was no OB thrice on GTI. If you're watching this one, this was the dollar hold level. It held a couple times, got to 120. And I just lost 105. So I'm not even in anything anymore. I just heard Obi came in, and Obi is the plunge protection team.
I mean, he's a little late. I mean, the market's up a couple hundred handles here, and then the bottom.
Yeah, it's too late for the PPT.
You know, PPT's already in full effect, but it's good to see Obi here right now.
Yeah,
Obi, you're feeling better, I guess, Obi. Much better.
He's in white as well.
Much better.
Everybody's got a white sweater or a white shirt on, except for
That's how we're rolling around here, you know? This is more of a cream. I think it's closer to your color.
It's so weird that, like, actually it doesn't look like that on camera, but whatever, it's fine. Just saying.
Okay, we're short. So we are just trying to stay short AMD here. So let's just wait to see what happens. I do obviously appreciate the fact that the markets ran upside. And when we left you guys at 11 o'clock, I was like, get ready for a midday run and possibly a run into the end of the day here. So being short, not a great idea. We'll wait though. 125.50 was sort of going to be the stopping spot. So we're very, very close to that right now to get stopped at. We're short at 32. Just thought we'd take another shot. This is something that worked here early on. We're not going to put the same kind of risk in these spaces right now into AMD. So we'll just wait for it. If it rips higher, we'll take this 20-cent hit. But that's something that I'm looking at right now. Looks like the market wants to run. So I think it's about time to flip over. Like you just broke through VWAP right here, trying to hold out. I'm going to assume that Apple is making a move here. As these chip names continue to climb a little bit higher there, NVIDIA also trying to go. Apple, yeah, see, like they're all at VWAP. It's so crazy. AMD, what is AMD even down? Rigetti. That was a good one.
I guess I didn't get that mute.
Yeah, AMD's up. So yeah, we should be short. We should be shorting something that's down if we're looking for something red. So we'll get out of this almost immediately here on the breakthrough. And we do have some bids even lower. Like I actually just got filled in the 30s here, just like absorbing some of this as a hit. So we just got a bid there at 30 and then a bid again at 26. So we did get some out there, but now it looks like we're trying to run that top. So 125.50, and we stop the pain here on the short of AMD, which has not been painful at all. It has been a fantastic short. But it looks like for right now, we don't need to be short as we're above VWAP on the market. So
ARM's about to go green.
That's what I'm saying. AMD is green.
This thing was bleeding.
AMD is green right now, and
NVIDIA's way down. Actually.
Yeah, see, so it should be short other names, not advanced micro devices.
NVIDIA's underneath resistance. I think should keep an eye on this one. To be 2.5 down when all these other chip names have gotten back into the green, like this is still underneath 137 and looking a little bit weak there. I know we're ready to talk about the names that you guys have voted for, but we got to shout out Long This. Thank you for the super chat. Just sending a few USD to our friends in the 51st state.
There it is for one super chat to rule them all. Right there. So thank you. Much appreciated.
I didn't hear that
for that one. Okay, so yeah, thank you so much. That $100, I'm gonna have to hit a like on that one. Thank you so much for that. There goes AMD breaking back through. So maybe the chip space now, forget about it. You know, one name that was weak that did have a pretty good move down today was going to be Tesla, and still down that 4%. Like so many better names. I don't know why we went back to AMD right there. It's because it was coming up to VWAP and it was hovering around and then eventually broke it. So we know the reasons why. I don't feel bad about doing it. AMD might eventually fall down. It's right back to that price now. All right, so 436, 435. Like this looks pretty good right here. As tops would rather be a little closer to VWAP if you want to give this about $1.50 worth of room. What about a 435 short? Maybe there for Tesla. That would be something red. And then Apple, I said also. Yeah, see, like this is right at view. I mean, I just don't know if I want to go short here into the days.
The ES is at resistance too. Like it's not like it's
we're alone here. VWAP and this and that.
ES is at VWAP. I'm chuckling in the chat. I was chuckling because someone in the chat was like, "That super chat's like 10 grand Canadian."
Yeah, I think it's like 9,800.
I mean, not quite, but you know, it is worth more than 100 by a long shot. So that much is true.
Yeah, it's worth about 143, almost to be exact.
Well, you know what's crazy is that remember when you started trading like a long time ago, like that was one of the cool things. You get those US dollars.
Yeah, it's still cool.
It varies. It's just like it's come all the way back because I'm pretty sure this is exactly where we were when we started.
Yeah, and that's why I like to trade it. You know, like that's why when we say, if you make or lose, it sucks when you lose money because then it's more. But then when you make money, it's like you're making a little bit more than before. Okay, we're all ready to go now at the big screen. So let's go with our recap. Run.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big kahunas. Neil and Sean locked and loaded, ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So join Joe and I during the How to Trade midday show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day, but it's a subs-only chat, so you're going to have to like and subscribe. Here's a look at the triple Qs. All the moving averages right now the major indexes are down on the day. You have the ES down 1 1/3, outperforming, though, the NQ, which is down 1 1/2. The best of the bunch, though, the Dow about 1%, and the worst of the bunch, the Russell 2000 down 1.9%, looking to break that into 2% land. Tesla not spared here from the selling, down 4.5%. Not really able to catch a bounce up. No specific headline today on Tesla, guys, just selling off with the overall market weakness.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's not, excuse me, there weren't headlines on more or less much of anything, but I think the story for Tesla might just be a little bit of a continuation play. Like, we've seen this happen on Tesla right in and around this 465 level, where when it loses it, it's now done it a couple times. That's either big or just start of a trend, and all roads lead to 420, or at least 4 with a 2 next to it when Tesla bounces. It doesn't seem to have any pep in its step in the 30s when it loses the bid around here. So once again, you were at a fall into, I thought it was going to be 420. I said, let's preach patience. The market was so weak, should be waiting for the 420 level to go long. In this case, it actually bounced off 26. But what I don't like about Tesla here is it's been a really good bounce by the market. Tesla can't get past this 435 in VWAP. You know, when you zoom it out, like, this was a level of interest before where there was a lot of consolidation. The only thing that gives me pause for the short is what happens if that afternoon buying that we sometimes see program buying on Tesla, if that starts to come in. We see that usually after 3 o'clock. I think looking for a 435 or VWAP short, I'd stop wanting that aggressively. If it starts trading up into VWAP close to 3 o'clock, I think I'd rather look for that afternoon buyer phenomenon that we've seen and maybe lean into that. Oh, here's Adam to lose. Just think what happens when it's pounds that you guys give us, 184, 181 as of today. Well, the Canadian dollar is not doing too well. I mean, it could be worse. You could look at our GDP relative to all of you guys, and that'd be even worse than that. So, you know, it is what it is. We're going to win the World Juniors, so
this is why I'm not going anywhere. You know, I just stay here. I spend my money here. You know, just gave Halim a nice little Christmas present. You know, it is what it is. You know,
How come you're not showing off the cut?
I was just wondering. It's the same. I mean, it's the same cut as.
Oh, okay. Keep it.
I don't have much hair up there. It's not like low taper fade like my son was trying to get.
Here's a question: when does he? Does he use a straight razor to edge, like, you know, like the beard, or is he?
Oh, he does have that. Yeah, So he to the back of the neck. Yeah, he does the razor's edge, Razor Ramon. You know, like Razor Ramon. I'm trying to short some Apple right here, but I don't know.
He was that good.
Yeah, I like Razor Ramon there. I like how he had the toothpick. You know, say hello to the bad guy. Okay, so that's Apple, but yeah, I just think. Tesla, we talked about it. It was like a double. Like, how much was this up? More than double, actually. That was $200 October. Let's just call it Halloween. $222 up to $480. You know, so I just think that there's going to be some air coming out of this at some point. We talked about some of the Chinese EVs. There's always going to be pressure from that kind of side coming through. Whoa, I don't want to draw too many lines here. You know, from that side coming through. But today it just really started off pretty bad for it right off the jump. So there wasn't many trades that would have looked better on the short side than Tesla. Why and how? That's the question, right? I mean, I would just say that yesterday into the close and after hours, we hadn't seen Tesla make dramatic moves there into the close very often. We actually talked about it getting bumped up a lot. There's, you know, bumped up into the close. There's the closing, you know, and then here's the next day into the close. It's been really bumped up. That's the whole day there. And again, into the close. Oh, that was the rebalance day, so whatever. Anyways, long story short, it had its downside move. And then coming into today, if you just kind of thought about where we were yesterday into the close, then this move into the open, I think that, you know, breaking this pre-market bottom of 448. I mean, it's easy now to say that, but we were talking about this up at 450. I was like, wow, 450, like, wow, Tesla really starting to go to the downside. And then it just went $25 all the way down. And then look, it's the VWAP bounce back play. So right there on VWAP, you had that trace all the way back. So that could have been shorted. And then if you did short 438, it only goes as high as 439.50. Knowing me, I would have used 440 or this little bump as an out. So I think that was another missed opportunity. So I would say pullbacks into VWAP is what you're looking at. We didn't get short. That's too bad, man. We were offering 40s up here on Apple. Maybe we'll get it. Oh, no, we're offering 45s. That's why. Get a little more short here on Apple. But that's the only play that I have right now, AAPL. All right, let's go over a big trade today, no doubt, is Rigetti. And we'll talk about what we did on that after Sharif.
Every day, Sean, these quantum names continue to run. Rigetti, not spared over here, up 8.25. Again, there's really no specific catalyst for these quantum names. What it's QUBT, QSI, QBTS. They're all aggressive. They've all been strong. Trade them carefully, and some of them have a bit of a higher short flow, guys.
I think they all have pretty solid short flows.
What was their short
Rigetti's is 17.
Right. Some of them are, I know it's like a lower 8 or 9.
D-Wave is 18.
18,
and then
yeah,
QUBTS, that's another QUB.
QBT.
QBTS is D-Wave. And then there's QUBT. There's way too many of these things. QUBT, 17. They're all like 17, 18, 19% short flows, which obviously just all got accumulated. And my guess is going to be, all those are going to be higher when when you look at these numbers again in like a month or two. You know what? I'll let you talk about Rigetti because it's actually which one? It's QBTS. That's the one I was trading. I know you were trading Rigetti this morning, the long side, which was, it was piling it on like the closer for the Yankees. He used to have that saves record way back in the day. He actually wasn't even that hard of a thrower. Dave Rigetti.
Yeah, probably never succeed in today's game, I would imagine. But okay. All right. So there it is right here. We did have it on our sticky note there today to go long at 16. So this is a note that we write down at about 8:30. We traded Rigetti yesterday long 11:30 and got it out near the end of the day at like $16. So we were like, if it comes back to 16, that's something we like. And before we go on to that, I want to say thank you so much for the super chat by Los Exotic. That's what I was going to say. Like, we got to go to some Los Exotic places, but then I got to spend the depressed Canadian dollar. But thank you so much for that one. This will help. $5. Great trade on AMD this morning. Sean caught the top and the bottom. And then something about a farm animal. So thank you so much, Los Exotic, there as well for that note. But I'm actually pretty impressed with Rigetti, to be honest with you, because it's a name that, again, we trade, but sometimes can be pretty hard to pick tops and bottoms with these. I'll explain to you where we did that with Rigetti. 16, Neil said 16% that. Benzinga has 14%, so you split the difference on the short float. But there it is, Rigetti. So there's that bottom. It does come right in. Why did we pick 16? We sort of talked about the fact that yesterday's close was that $16 level. It did wick up to $15.95 or so. So I sort of thought if we did drip down, and we were bidding 1760s, in the pre-market, it was trading in and around there. I thought it was a little bit high. Again, no real news on quantum other than the space itself. So I said, let's bid something around 16. It came in. We got lucky enough to get 16.15. Sometimes we get missed by 5 pennies. Sometimes we get hit almost right on the head. So we get that, and then as if some magic beans were planted at that time and we just sprinkled a little bit of water, that it was just like bang to the upside and just kept on going. There's a 19 fill right there on Rigetti today. So nice moves all the way up. Started to clear it out. And again, like you'll see when we talk about AMD at the end there with the best trade for me today, we let it go. You see how we let this thing go from 17 all the way up to 18.20? So it's like, let it go, let it breathe, let it break some of those tops. We get some out there at the pre-market high. That's already for $1.30. So it's like, okay, we're already feeling pretty good about ourselves, and then let it go and see if we can get that top. These are going to be tops that, again, hopefully will be seen, but did come back in pretty violently. We're still getting out above VWAP. Then we let it all of a sudden drip down. And then that's where we actually got out of almost all of it up here. That was the reload up to the upside. Then when it failed, we got out that last piece. And then this is where we were like, hey, where's the bottom? And unfortunately, the back and forth there, we were unable to. I mean, the show was almost over, and we were like, oh, do we take it? You guys heard me talking about that, and it was like we should have taken that break. So consolidation break higher, and consolidation at the top here as well, 17, 18. So, yeah, I like the stock. Might be done for today, but that's Rigetti. I mean, I don't want to forget about it. I think if you get back into the 1550 area, it's probably worth a shot.
Yeah, some of the other ones have fared not as well. Like Come
on, Apple.
You saw that QSI tried to go, but QBTS just went 5% down and is going to lose the bid. So I think this is actually, I'm looking to get short in this one. We talked about the difference between Rigetti and QBTS and QSI and IonQ and the host of names in this space, and some of them were able to hold on to the highs. This broke out and then immediately failed to break, and it's been a short around 10 ever since. Now I'm looking to short that 950 level, so just be careful. They're all different. Before we go up and talk about some Palantir, Tesla did just tick underneath that 432 support. So a new possible downtrend could be coming in here on Tesla. Maybe we're not going to get VWAP at 435. Let's see how it acts at this level. Maybe it'll consolidate, give some kind of an entry. But if we continue to trend down off 432, we'll have to look at something other than VWAP here and the 435 on Tesla. Let's talk some PLTR.
Sometimes it is about the stocks that you trade, but you can also trade these stocks with Trade the Pool. Start Christmas early with Trade the Pool's Ultimate, or start Christmas maybe late, I guess, with Trade the Pool's ultimate gift for traders. Buy one, get one free. Wow, okay, a little bit of BOGO action here. Buy an 80K, a 160K, or a 260K buying power evaluation and get a free 20K evaluation, plus enjoy 7 extra days on both plans. Don't forget that once you meet the profit target, you'll become a funded trader and start trading with Trade the Pool's capital. You trade real shares, not CFDs, and access over 12,000 symbols. You can short penny stocks with no extra brokerage fees. Scan the QR code to start now. Don't wait. This offer ends in just a few days, January the 1st. This could possibly be your best trading move ever. Could you believe that? You could have your best trading move ever just by scanning that QR code. Thank you to Trade the Pool. And without any further ado, thing that everybody's been waiting for, some talk on Palantir.
Hey,
yeah, buddy.
Good look today. Well, not today, obviously, for Palantir, down about 3 4/5 right now, but it did defend that the earlier week low, so we don't break through that low. Separately, Danny Ives yesterday and Wed Bush calling Palantir the next Oracle, Sean, and he said Palantir is a table pounder. Sean, were you pounding the table?
I have no trades on Palantir, but apparently the weed
Who hit
man,
the weed bet?
I don't know. Someone, maybe Ram did. Maybe accident there. Maybe Alex Karp is high in the sky with the stock these days. But yeah, no, I mean, we talked about it today with Tesla coming back in a little bit on relatively nothing. Palantir, the same kind of thing. It's just some of the moves are so good. So when the air comes out a little bit of the main index and we're not getting any support from Apple and things like that, as we talk about some of the stocks that we're involved with, Palantir is going to lose its spot, right? I mean, and again, I don't know. People, if you get out of this stock, then you got to realize some wins. So there's some capital gains maybe being taken here. I don't really know why that would be happening, but at the end of the day, if the market's going to puff out a little bit, I do expect some of these names that have been juiced up to come back in. So Palantir is one of those names, and it looks like it's doing that right now. So just coming back in, I would say it's just on like a little bit of a hiatus. We've seen these kind of moves before. I don't want it to break back below this 78 mark. That's for sure. Do I agree that's the next Oracle? I mean, I don't know why we're aiming so low. But I mean, I really like Palantir. No, I mean, if this got to be Oracle, that'd be fantastic.
I think 4 Horsemen Oracle.
That'd be fantastic.
Like not now, maybe like old Oracle. Maybe?
No, even new Oracle is great. I mean, I'm the valuation. Palantir still has a lot of room to grow. I mean, the thing is that now the space finally, after years and years and years, this is a 25 to 30-year-old company right here, Palantir, finally now getting into that public eye, obviously with the recent exposure there to all the military contracts and whatnot. I mean, I really think Palantir here, immigration, obviously with the new president coming through, there's already been talks. He already likes Alex Karp. He's been on record saying that and all about Palantir. So, you know, Elon Musk, these guys are all intertwined. I like Palantir. I like it for the new year. And I do think it's a play for 2025 as well. Not only is it up almost 400% this year, but I do think it plays into next year. So Palantir is still working. I got to manage this Apple trade.
Yeah, so look, Palantir, it was a missed breakdown at 81. They had an over-under at 81. Like if it had held 81, I was probably looking to break out that long at 80. You'll never really know. But we didn't get the short at 81. You just had to take the next available trade because it gave you the 80 break on Palantir. And I just think, like Sean's mentioned, sometimes you get a reasonable pullback at an all-time high. When it already failed that all-time high, 83 to 85 a couple of times, you get a fail break at the top. This was the 81 break. It was instantaneously at like 80, it was in the mid-80s. It came back in, tested VWAP a couple times, went 2 for 3 shorting it in there. I actually think it could lose VWAP as we speak. But I think it's healthy to get pullbacks like this. I mean, this will actually show you since the actual move to the NASDAQ. It can pull back. Next support would be down around on the daily. You could have like 70, 80. You got $60 for the 50-period moving average as well. So like there's a heck of a lot of places that this could go to maintain a broader trend. And the 50-period hasn't been actually touched since, what is that? That's August. So at the August lows, and that's the 200-period as well for Palantir. So it wouldn't be ridiculous for this to have a healthy pullback into the 50-period at some point, and then that could be your next go zone.
Broadcom down with the overall market about 1 4/5 right now. No specific headline from today. There was this one from Christmas Eve that I didn't know about, so I want to share it with you guys. Looks like there is a patent dispute happening right now between Broadcom and Netflix, specifically a Broadcom subsidiary, VMware. Netflix accusing VMware of violating 5 patent rights in virtual machines that run another's computer operating software on a host computer, according to a Reuters report, guys, that got released on Christmas Eve. Just wanted to share that with you.
Now, just quick little sirens up here because we just talked about having to manage this Apple trade, and oh boy, did it. Oh, by the way, Obi's in the building. Look at this, boom to the downside, nice move as we come back in, and this is an oh boy trade. So we will go flushy to the downside right now on the market, and you know what? Like we did have our experiences there with our friend AMD to the upside, and we got stopped out right there, but we went over to a negative name on the day there with Apple, and yeah, real happy right now, to say the least, here on Apple, as it goes right up into right into the top, one of the top P&L names for me here. We just got filled at 10s, it looks like there. We'll put some more on the bid just to make sure. Again, we have shares, so we'll get to there. I just punched them out at 18. We'll work on this on the way down. All right, Broadcom. I chose Micron. We could talk about that, but you guys chose Broadcom, so let's have a quick look. Come on, Apple, man. Let's get a little lower here, as maybe we do have a little bit of a sell-off, and then, I know Apple's been strong, but okay, Broadcom again. I said that maybe there was no better short than Tesla. I mean, this one got going real early, real quick, down $10 as well. Down $10 on 250 is the same as down 20 on 500, and that's almost, a very similar relationship there to Tesla. So a nice move to the downside. For me, it's a kind of a good question. What would we rather be invested in right now? Like, if you could put $100 to work, Neil, so just for play money, Broadcom or Tesla at these current levels?
At these levels?
It's kind of an interesting question.
I gotta say Broadcom.
Yeah.
I gotta say Broadcom. Like, Tesla's had such a crazy... I love... actually,
no, the story is good on both of them.
How much is it because I don't actually own Broadcom? And not consistent on your portfolio. I think at these levels, at the end of the year, with what I think is...
Apple's huge.
What I think is a pullback coming back in the market, at least some kind of a reasonable one, I just think AVGO gives you a better... PE there. It's like just a better spot to buy it now. Whereas if we do have a 10% correction in the market, I feel a little bit better about Broadcom than I would about Tesla in that environment, because Tesla can pull back to like 330 or something. Whereas
that's a good point. Yeah.
Broadcom, it could. Don't get me wrong. The 50 periods at like.
I wonder how
it's 25. The 50 period's 25% away on Broadcom. It's not like it hasn't been doing power moves either. But look at the response that Broadcom has had to the recent dip. It just got bought right back up. So I'd pick Broadcom for today. I don't like what I see at all with it today. Like, this looks like it could roll over as we speak here. But I'd take Broadcom over Tesla. I think just valuation thing.
I think, and so again, I was talking about, because I think diversifying your portfolio in the chip space, I don't have any Broadcom either. I'd be looking to pick up some in this space. So I think we both do like the stock. But real quick, man, this is like, anybody that was short there, that we were just talking about that short, this is actually pay dirt right now. And it was just, honestly, it's going to be a good stock, but it could have easily been in trouble again there. It was just about finding a short name at VWAP and just give it a little bit more room. And that's what we wound up doing. And then now it comes back in. I think the lesson that I'm learning, and again, we talk about trying to learn lessons literally every day, no matter how long we've been doing something, you can always get better at it. And the thing is like, just play the trend almost no matter what. And I just think that even though VWAP's not going to be an exact science at any point, you come up into a level that has sort of been retested and then failed upon again. So you have to have stops so that you can stop the bleeding when you're wrong. There's no doubt about that. But when you're right, sometimes you can get, like, this was nowhere near 50. I could tell you my stop right now, 255.61 is my stop. It's in right now. That's 15 cents worth of a stop now to grab this. And we still have about half left on this trade right now. So far, so good. It's been working out. But okay, let's go back over to a trade that I think we could probably talk a little bit more about as AMD was definitely on my mind.
Bucking the trend, certainly AMD trying to stay positive, well off the low. Great V-shaped recovery there, up 0.17. Again, this headline not from today, but it looks like Rosenblatt adding AMD guys and Micron to their top picks for 2025. So one to keep your eye on.
When was that headline?
Monday.
Oh, okay.
Ooh,
I was gonna say, like, there weren't a lot of headlines and catalysts. So on Monday, their top picks for. Oh, give me a break. Now the drop down, the first thing that came up is AMD AX. That's always fun. Which is some kind of an Australian stock. No, there isn't.
They probably have like a Blue Ocean.
There's an actual stock
Moon,
but that's not AMD.
Oh, okay.
That is AX. We have every single market out there available here at Real Trading. So sometimes it'll happen. So quickly, I'll show you. I had one trade on AMD. It never got into prior resistance, or at least close enough, 126.5, which that's the level that I really liked. And if we get there today, it'll be very bullish. So I shorted off the prior close. One scalp trade when it back under 125, it took it out. That carried $1. So I was waiting for the move in here to 126.5. Oh, I just got into that QBTS. It was here. So that's AMD. And if we do get to 126.5, this would have gone breaking out the morning highs. I don't know that I would like the short if it did that. There was just a big move down in the market, but also like Rigetti just dropped continuously from 18 to 16 and did its first bounce. So it's still up 7%, but underneath VWAP. So when that happened, I went over to what was the weaker one, D-Wave, and shorted the pop into D-Wave. And I want to try to short this back into the prior high. But when I saw Rigetti make that move, I was like, oh, let's go over to QBTS, which has been weaker pretty much the rest of the day. So I'll have eyes on both of these. But yeah, a lot of things pulled back in there. Rigetti being one of them, dropped a $2 move pretty quickly in there for that name. So these quantum names could be in a bit of trouble this afternoon.
Yeah, I was going to say, heading into a Friday, obviously, with the market being closed over the weekend, not that I'm expecting any quantum news to be hitting anywhere. Or anything,
profit takers.
Yeah, exactly. Heading into the weekend there. With more traders probably, what date is Monday exactly? What day is New Year's? New Year's is Tuesday. So yeah, you're probably not going to be getting too many people coming back through on back into trade on Monday either. So you probably get another little bit of a chance to get some of these Rigettis on the move here today as well. Look, AMD, and I know we were talking about the rundown there just real quickly. AMD, we had just pretty good conviction up there at 126 today. It was a good trade for us. It was into yesterday's sort of range trade there in and around that 126. So we hit that, we got the top, and then we nailed the bottom. This was an absolute monster of a trade and just continued to go. We had just lost on it though. So we had shorted, here. This was just during lunch. We had shorted again at 124 out, 124.25. So that's a quarter there, probably 30 cents in total. This was a flat trade. We were able to get short, get out, then get out of our last piece for roughly flat. And this one we lost on because, again, we didn't get enough out before it eventually broke, came back in. But the thing about AMD is, I think we have to remember this, it's up today. So not, like we hit that short, that was fantastic. But at the end of the day, it's up, and the trend seems to be long right now for AMD. So I'm going to switch off of that, look at the 50-period moving average. And we went over there, and we picked up some Apple. So we just got some short here, and we flipped over our logic, right? And that was, hey, wait a second. It kind of was like cold water, just right in the face. Like, what are we even doing here? We should be not shorting names that are up. That's not our playbook. And our playbook is to go over, find a name that's down, either the same, relatively weak with the market, or even more. than the market, and that was Apple. And then Apple all of a sudden was at VWAP. So that's how it came on. It came on in VWAP scanner. I was looking for that, right? And that's what hit. AMD, of course, being strong. Look at it. Ignore VWAP right there. We should not have shorted these random tops. We are already above all of these lines. So it was already telling us it was strong. Apple, just to show you guys how it looks a little bit differently, looks differently at these lines, giving us some kind of a base. But you know what? I'm going to take a little bit more out there. We just punched them out at 10s as it is getting a little stronger here. And the futures, you can't trade Apple without looking at the futures. That'd be ridiculous. So there's the futures holding VWAP basically and now heading back up to the upside. So we could have, this is almost identical chart to Apple right now. So let's just get out. We're 35 cents in the money on Apple, and we've got shares. So it's going to be a good little movement there. Thank you, Long This, as this $100 super chat there means a lot to the show. And I just want to, we've already hit the like. Guys, hit the like on this, too, if you can. Only 26 likes. Like, if you're American, don't you want Canada as being part of this thing? So, you know, hit the likes. Again, then we got some natural resources.
We got plenty of natural resources.
You know, might be some good points there to come through.
We got oil. We got comedians.
Yeah. Yep. The United States doesn't have any comedians, that's for sure. Yeah.
Hey man, per capita, Canada's got some absolute gems when it comes to comedy. Yeah. I think we definitely hold our own there. And of course, we can teach you a thing or two about hockey. That's a must. Although everyone that looks at the standings of the early standings of the World Juniors. Yeah, you know, it's about who you play early. Sometimes you get a bunch of lopsided games for all the Americans that are getting ahead of themselves, thinking they're going to beat us because they put up.
What did they do?
They scored like 10 goals.
They did? Oh my God.
Yeah, they had a big first game. We won like 4-0 our opener,
yeah,
but we'll see. I know a lot of people have been asking about Tesla. Tesla, it's making a bit of a bounce. Until 3 o'clock, I still want to look for the short before anything else. And the reason I say 3 o'clock, just a reminder to anybody that has not been trading Tesla recently, for the last, call it 3 weeks, there have been a lot of like late day, there's one, there's another, and then here. I'm just talking like in the last 30 minutes or so where you get these crazy parabolic bids and it just goes green, green, green. On like a 3-minute chart, there won't even be any red candles on it. If Tesla does something like that off of this base, I don't think you want to be shorting into it. So until that happens, it's not for sure. If that happens, I wouldn't want to stand in front. It's only 230, so there's plenty of time. The prior support was here at 432, so that's the first look. If it makes another pop, look for the 432, curl. Right now, it's still in a bit of an upward trend. So as far as I'm concerned, we'll just be patient with it. NVIDIA wants to break out. It's down 2.5%, and I had the eyeballs on this because it's still down on the day. There's 137 once, twice, 3 times in here. Seems like a good spot for a curl on this chip name that's relatively weak. But then you see Tesla way under VWAP, and that looks even better. The name that looks strong on the Mag 7, or one of them, Google, I like this rounded bottom on Alphabet. It gets holding on to VWAP. When you pull up this 15-minute, like look where the support bounced. I wish I had looked at Alphabet this morning because, and I didn't, it is what it is. But if you look at where this bounced a few days ago, the fact that it double bottomed right at the more obvious support level, and you've almost come all the way. Now you're holding the morning range support at 192. I like this for a VWAP dip on Google. I know it's down 1.5%, but I like where this has come from. We just got to long this again.
Yeah.
Again, another super chat. Sadly, the 51st Trader TV can't exist in Canada, so maybe relocate to Greenland. Well, thank you for the super chat there, long this. Always good fun around here. I like the jokes. Greenland. Oh, that's the name of a really
he's trying to buy that. I thought he was trying to buy Greenland as well there, President Trump, or former president.
Yeah.
You know, he's trying to
he made some comments
to
about that
expand the great states there, the United States, which could include some new countries apparently in it very, very soon. All right.
Be good for the
Didn't he call our prime minister like Lieutenant Trudeau or something like that?
It was governor.
Governor, yeah.
Well, in order to be governor, though, you'd have to be in power. So
this is going to be hilarious. Okay, well they're on break right now, of course. I was thinking about
for now
again maybe shorting some Intel up here, but it's kind of away from everything again. Just looking at a 5-minute chart, you see like you're at this 200 period moving average. Thing is, we've already been up here before. I kind of feel like we might be shorting again, like an AMD situation where we can find something a little bit weaker than Intel. Like we're already short Apple, which has
MSTR is bleeding.
MSTR is bleeding. What is Bitcoin doing? MSTR is going to the downside. All right. I mean, we can look at IBIT. I mean, we talked about not going long on Bitcoin until we actually got into a level that we somewhat believed in. And right now for Bitcoin, it's that 15-minute chart that we've been following here on the 200 period moving average. And so we are still like ways away from that right now, 96.5 before we even think about either shorting it or breaking through the long. I'd rather now. You know, we're well away from that 97.4. I still like the break of that level, but then you're going to be about $1,000 away almost from the current. So this is how you kind of would play these things. If you're going to play the break long here on the 200 period moving average, then your out should be the 50 period. So that's like $1,000 right there. So that's always going to be the play. Right. And so I would try to wait for that. We've talked about following this, how well it's been, the break down, you know, then the break up right there didn't really last that long. And then there's the break, the fake break back in. So remember what I said, if you're going to play the break, then your out is going to be, you know, where that fills. So that's about a flat trade on that little baby move there. And then if you go short again, you're probably not out. I mean, you get out into there if you want to, but that's again a flat trade. And then it just takes you all the way to the bottom without breaking the 200 period. And then there's the clean break again at 94.4, and you probably don't get out till 98. So at the end of the day, it's been working doing that. Does it mean it will work again? I don't know. But if you're going to, you know, trade for a reason, you might as well have a strategy, and that would be something there that I think I could stamp for an approval there on Bitcoin. So looking at that now, IBIT just on the day, doing nothing for the last hour. I guess if you got the short, but the short worked for basically the whole market early on. If you just push short on something, it looks like it would have worked. Yeah, it's too much in the middle for me.
Well,
now, Bitcoin.
I'd rather wild is that it's 94. At the middle,
right?
But
maybe 94.
MicroStrategy is this is bad. It's bad. This is really bad. Like down 5%.
What's going on with MicroStrategy then?
No, like this is. You know what it could be? Sell the news after the addition to the Nasdaq. If I had to guess, it's just you didn't get the bump you were looking for, and now that it's in the Nasdaq 100, okay, it's not as big of a deal as everyone expected it to be, and suddenly it's just fallen like a rock. I understand you're consolidating underneath 100K, but on Bitcoin, but for it to be at VWAP and you're still bleeding, that doesn't look very good. It's trading like a miner right now, which like Mars down. That's what it is. I mean, Mars down 4.5%. What's Coinbase doing here? Coinbase is not having a good day either. No, you know what? It's all the adjacent things that are on the lows. Although the argument is that MSTR is much weaker. Coinbase, this has a flat bottom break on it too. This doesn't look very healthy either here in Coinbase. Look, if we head back down to 92,000, I think you've got a few names that are going to be worth it. Like Coinbase here, 63 break, that could happen today. Maybe it happens on Monday as well. I think that's got to be a look. Yeah, I don't like at all what I'm seeing with MSTR. Every time I look at this, I know my physio guy, he absolutely loves this stock.
Oh no, yeah.
Yeah, and we were sort of, all I was talking to him about was like the historic, just have a look at what happens when some major names when they go into a major index. And a lot of times there's like a sell the news event. And this just did not get the bump that everyone's looking for. If this loses the 50-period moving average on the daily here, it doesn't look good at all for MicroStrategy. What we got? Okay. Thank you, Nimrod, for the super chat here. Dedicating the personal Jesus song for the B-Day boy.
Personal Jesus.
Surprising you share the same date. Not quite. I was born on Boxing Day, was not born on the 25th, but appreciate you. If you guys can explain about imbalances after close, it'd be great. Also, any insights on the general direction of the market in January?
Closing imbalances, I'm sure you mean.
Yeah, you mean the closing imbalances. Yeah, sure. It doesn't. Yeah, I'll explain that. And then direction of the general market entering January. Okay, so a lot of times what you'll have, the general direction of the market in January, I would not be surprised if we get a decent sized retracement, sort of after we get the usual Santa Claus rally. I think a lot of time people back off and taking a lot of profits and they'll start selling some things that they think are a little bit too high in January that haven't already pulled back. I think that's reasonable. I think it provides a lot of buying opportunities in the first month or two of the year. But just what the imbalances are, just very quickly for everybody. Every single market, well, almost every single market has an open and a close, which is decided by an auction, right? So just like when a stock halts or an IPO opens or a stock opens up at 9:30 in the morning, they have an opening auction where almost everybody or anybody with direct market access can put orders into that auction. You can put market orders into the auction, market buys, market sells, limit buys, limit sells. So because they want an orderly auction, what they do is they take all, and this happens in the open, it happens at the close, they take all of the orders that have gone into that auction, and before the open at 9:30 or before the close at 4 o'clock, they publish data before. And the reason they publish this data, which gives you an indicative open price, and it gives you a buy imbalance or a sell imbalance, which we'll get to in a second, is so that they can have people take the other side if it's too big one way or the other. So when they take all those buys and sells, all the buys, meaning all the market on buys, and all the limit on open buys, and market on open sells, and all that kind of stuff, and if they say if it were to print right now, let's say at 9:26 or at 3:45 in this particular case, there'd be still unaccounted for 1.6 million shares of buys on AROC. That's an early look on the imbalance. If they had to print it right now based on the market orders, there'd be 1.6 million to the buy side. Now, the idea for that is that people can look at that and say, hey, if I want to sell shares in this stock, I can try to do it into the auction without moving the price around. So they do that at 350, and that's what we talk about in the afternoon. They do that at 9:25 in the NASDAQ in the morning, and then people take the other side of it, and you'll see it update in real time. Just because something has a buy imbalance does not mean it's going to print up or move up. Just because it has a sell imbalance doesn't mean it's going to go in the other direction. So always keep that in mind. They do it so there won't be excess volatility. And then we'll show you guys what these do at like 3:30. As you can see, there's nothing here except for whatever this AROC is. I have no idea what that stock is.
All right, good. Thank you. Yeah, good explanation. And thank you, Nimrod, for that. Another super chat just came in. Long Dis has all these ideas. I mean, I think maybe this guy or girl should run for some sort of a governor, maybe a role there. What if we gave each province a state? What if we give each province a state? So 10. We'd do it just to see if California got mad. So what if we give each province a state? We do it just to see California get mad. The state of California would not like that. That must be an inside joke there about California.
I don't know if I get that.
The expansion of the states, maybe.
Maybe?
Governor Newsom there, I guess. Gavin. All right, so Apple, we just took some out. Let us know.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think either one of us gets that one, but hey, that's pretty good. Thank you, Long.
Thanks for the super chat.
Yeah, that's like $150 or something like that in total. So we're going to say thank you so much for that. Heading into the new year. Okay, so Apple just pulled back into $24 there. 24 cents, 255.25. So we did take that bid there, and now just getting lighter on it as we come back up. We already talked about only having about a third of it left all the way down here. So now we're just slightly pairing it off. Obviously, we always like to make more money, rather be going down than up. But the market trend right now is pretty upside here as we continue to get momentum higher. So right into there. 21,700 coming in. So this would be, if you're going to go short here, I don't think I'd hold it past some of these breaking spots, because if you can get back up into here, that's kind of where we started with the day. So you're still down 1.5%. It's still not good. But that doesn't mean, the market started cascading, and it was already in the pre-market giving us this number. So I worry sort of to get back into this area, and if we can hold this short, that would be really, really good, 21,800. But we still got to get up to there. So that's still another 100 handles higher. I'm not going to be averaging into this Apple trade. We've sort of done enough right now. We'll wait for a lower move here on Apple.
There's something that's, I messaged Sharif about this. For stocks that are at massive levels, check out Adobe on a weekly chart. So this is one, Adobe's at the Alamo right now, and this could be a huge opportunity. I got to double check what their PE is. But if going into the new year, if you're looking for stocks that could make a nice little bounce, look, it's lost the 200 period on the weekly. That's not very good, but it's now double bottomed at $435. This one's on my watch list. Watch list for things that I would look to like swing. Because if you hold this level here and then break out this level here, I'd be looking for long. It has to do it first. Like, heck, it could lose this bid, and then maybe you're just looking at long-term gifts with a 3 handle on it, which I think would be a gift on Adobe. But if it can bounce off this double bottom, give you a close above the week, like you look for something like this happen, just like what happened before at this level. Why am I even trying to draw it over here? It would just be close one green, it's off the same price level, break it out, and then trend back into like $550. So I got Adobe on a radar for a potential. It would probably be something for the new, because this is a weekly chart. If you're looking at a weekly chart, well, heck, it has to close one of these candles green, which I'm going to go out on a limb and saying you're not going to get a big, strong closing green candle on the weekly for this week on Adobe. Something distinctly insane would have to happen. So this is probably like a New Year's kind of thing, but this is for sure on my radar. And you know what? I don't own the stock, but if it loses the bid, I mean, how could you not like this in the 300s? I'm going to double check the PE, which I'm like 99% sure that it's got a very good PE. Because I saw an article comparing, for some reason they had PEs in the space and they were comparing Palantir and Adobe. Huh. I saw an article that was doing that. I'm like, why? Like, why were you doing that? These guys are 35, forward P's 19. So if they can if they can meet their next quarter, then that would be under 20 times. And that's if the stock doesn't even drop from here. Like if it drops, that's even better. Yeah, this one gets real interesting, I think, soon. By the way, this GTI, it's back above $1. The volume's not great. I'd like to see this pick back up. I know every single time it's held $1, I've gone into the long, but this looks a little bit different this time. Darwin saying the Adobe 4-hour chart looks pretty good too. Hey, when in doubt, zoom out. I'm with you there.
Yeah, good look on that one. And you got a nice little play. There's been some pretty beat up names in this space. You could definitely go grab some Adobe. Yeah, there's Palantir. That's why I sort of shrugged at it. Like 400 is the PE with a forward of 172. So, but that's not, for a stock like Palantir, any of these growth names, you don't really look at forward PEs, or else you would have missed Amazon and Meta and all these things on the way up. As you just, you got to sort of trade it for what it's worth, play momentum, I think, in a lot of those names. And today you are getting some momentum sucked out of you in Palantir as well. Let's look at Taiwan Semi. That was a name that we had on our watch list earlier on today. We talked about trying to fall out of, if this fell out, it would be a name that we'd want to buy because it was strong early. But again, look at this. Just hit the sell key early. Found some base. Not a whole heck of a lot happening, but you are, again, at this level, 202. So this is, again, if you like the short for Taiwan Semi, not bad. I'm almost... There was, there's a couple stocks that if you did like the short, I'm just not really super convinced that the short is really what I want to do right now. We're above VWAP, we're above the 50-period moving average, but I was looking at Starbucks right here as well. And if you sort of looked at this and thought about something like this, and you sort of drew it like that, you're kind of getting into a spot now where you have this high coming right back in right now, looking like it still wants to sort of get underneath. You're underneath VWAP right now. This could be, again, another short. These are all like coulda, woulda, shoulda plays. I'm already short Apple, just looking to see if anybody else is sort of in Starbucks. As channeling down, I think we could get a little bit of a movement up there. And if you get short here at this bar, 92.25, you're not too far away. And then you can use 92.40s, maybe as you're out. That's 15 cents worth of risk. I think you could definitely make that if the market if it pulls back in. You're still down 1.5%. Just the momentum seems to be holding a little bit here, high side. And the other play was going to be AMD. So this is really the one. So Apple's now coming back in. So we're starting to make a little bit better on that one. But this is right back at this level. So like part of me is like itching to do this. But AMD sort of already showed its strength here. We've tried to short. We've given some back. And right now, not really worth it in my opinion. But it's right here. And if you're following the sticky note, it does mention to get short into here. But again, these plays are like sort of what we're seeing early and the feeling that we get on the market early and what names, how they've been reacting in the pre-market, how they've been reacting early. Momentum always wins. And right now, that is long on this name. It was short here, obviously, and you saw the carry forward to the bottom, which turned out to be fantastic. But since then, we're just fighting this trend up. So I'm going to try to back away from that one and then go over to maybe another name here that's down that 4%. Like, you see, this just looks much better for risk reward here to short Palantir as opposed to AMD, because now you're at VWAP, you have these highs. So this would be your out if you're wrong. 79.50. So again, market falls in, maybe Palantir can get back into 78.25, 78.40, giving you 30 cents worth of risk to the upside with about 80 cents downside. So lots of opportunity here on Palantir today. I like that short better than AMD. And people want to talk about Tesla, so we'll do that as well when we get back from Madera.
Once again, we have more small cap names running. That's right. Even this afternoon, this one is INTZ. Neil brought this one to my attention. Intrusion. It is up about 385% right now. There's no catalyst in this that I could find. Nice attempt kind of at a rounding bottom, or at least a bit of a reversion. You're bouncing just above that $1 level. We do have a market cap here of about $19.25 million. We have a float of 6.16 million shares, roughly 2.75% of which are sold short, and it's about 160 million shares traded on the day. Then we also have this SFHG. This one just popping up now, a little bit less volume, about 4.8 million shares traded on the day, but SFHG, much like Intrusion, no catalyst. Its name is Samfine Creation Holdings. Got a 300,000 share float for this one with a market cap of $29.5 million. So very small float for SFHG and INTZ. Back to you.
Yeah, super small float, but hey, I mean, it's really going here. There's no question about it. Like, the fact that, and you never sleep on these names when they start to pick up volume. I know it probably rinsed a lot of people that were looking at gappers, but I mean, it was downward trending going into the open. But look at the bottom; it's been higher lows since 10 o'clock. So really, if you kind of just ignore the rinsing of people out, which sometimes gives it a little bit of juice because it stops some people out, relieves a little bit of pressure. It's been going, and I think this double top here at 230 is worth watching. I tend to not like breakouts on plays like this. I think looking at this $2 level, or looking at VWAP, or looking at the halt price 215, those give you better areas to work off of for some potential longs in here. So I kind of lean into that a little bit better, looking for a consolidation. If it can close this candle above this halt price 215, hold this range, that would give you a long to 15 or a long to 07, depending on how you like to place your stops. That way, if it breaks the high, you're long going into it, as opposed to taking that break at the top and giving it the wide stop, which I'm not a huge fan of. I've also seen a lot of people mention Faraday, FFIE. I don't know why Faraday's having a strong day today, except for maybe, I didn't see a story on it. I could be wrong about that. It could just be the stock is double bottomed at $1, and it could be technical. Like, it's breaking out here on the daily. This doesn't look that bad. I just love to see, I like to see the volume, and it's at that high. I just prefer if there was a catalyst on Faraday. It does look very good. I can't deny it. Prior highs in here that it can hold on to, certainly. And it's got a lot of volume, and the volume's actually holding up pretty well. So I can't hate on that whatsoever. But as Sean mentioned, one of the names that we like short is now coming into resistance, and that's Palantir. Let me just get rid of this. I do not trade Australia. VWAP, it's just a line on a chart. Resistance has been 79.5 on PLTR. So I'm kind of eyeballing this level as we have a slight trend into the upside going into it. So there's your trend line going into the top. All I want to see is press into this high and break that trend, then I look to be short. If it never breaks this gentle upward trend, then I wait for 80. It's that simple. Let it make a new trend, and then you wait for the $80 level. It's either going to be a short up here breaking the trend, or it's going to be short up at 80, which is where we were trading it a lot earlier. Bearded Warrior Trade says sound. You mean S-O-U-N, not sound. Yeah, well, sound hound, but S-O-U-N, that's also strong. But it's red on the day. Don't see, that's the thing. I'd rather, if I was looking at something to break out one of these parabolic runners, I'd be much more interested in one of the cheaper, smaller ones that I think has a better chance to give you that 10, 20% move than S-O-U-N. Somebody likes to sell this thing at $24 today. which is the prior close. So yeah, it could go. The 24 quarter goes. I think it's got a decent chance, but I'd rather this INTZ set something up. Now it's going to go into an uphold. The only issue with this is a $2 stock, 10%, not going to be that hard with the amount of volume that it has. It hits these halt bands pretty easily. But it did close that bar green. We'll look to get in the long in INTZ. The name of which I already can't remember the name of the company, but it doesn't matter.
Trying to break a little higher. We did talk about where our stop was going to be on Apple, and it's right here. So 255.60. We talked about getting stopped out there. It might come back, and we did not average back into this. It'll be good. This is the only trade we made on Apple, and it will be, well, I'll go down to the third on our P&L list there, but we were able to make a little bit of money on it anyway. So Apple right now, nice move in. Yeah, it could have continued. Wish it would have, but now it looks like it wants to go higher. I'll be at the PWHL game tonight. I actually kind of forgot about that. Oh, man. That should be a lot of fun. So if anybody's going to the Coca-Cola Coliseum, probably nobody watching this might be. 9,000 fans. Not bad.
You never know. Why not?
I should have a good time there. If you're there, I will see you.
I'm just hoping the weather's nice tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be 7 or 8 degrees this weekend.
Well, we're driving up north tonight.
Oh, okay, nice. We're going to Canada's Wonderland, I think, on the weekend. There's that Winterfest stuff.
Dude, that's a lot of fun.
So, yeah, we've
done it like 5 times.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going. We did it last year as well. That should be fun. Going a little bit of rides there. It could be 8 degrees. I mean, why not? All right. So Apple, AMD, still trying to go. Micron, nice upside move there as well into the closed arm. I was just watching out. You guys know the stop. So Apple's right now back to flat. If you want to take this out and you're like, you know what, this market is just doing its own thing here, which I would tend to agree with. There's Apple right now. We're short at 255.45. So you get out for flat if you like it. We've already taken money. It's kind of house money here, but I want to play it for the short. I wouldn't be in it if I didn't like it. So we'll still hold on to that one. We said that we should have gone long AMD. We talked about that, and now look at AMD. There it goes. This is why we did not reload that short. We talked about why it was much different than before, and there it goes upside. Wow, AMD continues to work it out. Maybe NVIDIA is taking out some of those levels again. Still 137. So you're getting into that 137. That's the mark. I think if you take that, you can. This is a long. Right, I mean, we talked about looking at Tesla. We'll have to go over there because we know that's moving. But this is a long too, no? Like breaking this 137. Again, mark it down. But I'm feeling bullish, I thought, into the close as the market sort of showed us right now that it's fine hanging out around VWAP. So maybe a little bit of a dip and then a rip on some names. So that would be something to look at as we're just approaching power hour right now. So, wow, that AMD on the 5-minute chart is really starting to go here. Like, look what this looks like here. Just whoosh, straight up. Like, the fact to have this and this, that's what I mean. Like, it was lucky. I was saying AMD's so strong early, and then it just, someone hit the sell key. And we're happy to be part of that. But there it is right there. Just touched out to basically some of these highs from yesterday. So into yesterday's sort of midday highs of 126.50 again, just goes AMD. That might be the top. 126.50. It goes back a couple days right into there. So I could mess with that. What is that exactly? 126.60? Yeah, if we get close into like the 30s or 40s, I could short that. And so that's where my brain goes, is that my out's going to be 125.60. I can't go short now. 60 cents all the way up is going to be too much. So we're going to let it settle down. If it wants to continue to go up and someone hits buy keys up here, then we'll take that short. But until then, no on that one. Apple pulling back just a little bit now. I don't know. Where's the 50-period moving average? Last time we cashed out at the 50, a little bit. All right, how about a little bit more? That's just at 28, so we'll sit there at 30s. We'll get out of 5% of what we have left at 30. So hopefully that can come back in and give us a little bit of a fill. Some people are still talking about your MSTR there. Bitcoin, it's been not really booming. Someone in the chat is like, Bitcoin.
No, it's having a very, very bad day. Palantir is trying to revert that trend back in. It actually didn't get to 79.50. 79.47 is the local high in here. And now it's starting to revert at least a little bit. So we'll see. But I just got some at 29s. We'll see if we can add to it at the 39 level. But as you were mentioning, MSTR, that's quite the bid. It's hilarious that the weakest name in crypto land, the second we finish talking about it, suddenly catches a big bid with Bitcoin doing a whole lot of nothing.
Right.
Like it's not like it has to, but come on. Like Bitcoin's basically a lot of sideways action in here. So for MSTR to catch that kind of bid, my first thought was, oh, I just typed Mara into my trading view and not my P Pro 8. So we'll look at it in P Pro 8. Oh, was Mara making a move? Not really, a little bit, but not that strong. Still 3.5 down. It's going to be at VWAP. Feel like if the crypto names start to go, it's going to be a little bit of, this could be like one of those bleeds back to the upside. Like we're profit taking. Like if you're profit taking because you're going to get away from, you're not going to be trading, and it's New Year's Eve is coming in there, and maybe this is your last day of trade until you get to the new year. Well, then the things that you were leaning on short, they would be covers to the other side. So I think that could be what's going on here, maybe, but it's obvious program buying with nothing happening on Bitcoin. I still have eyeballs on our INTZ. It's trying to hold. Like there's the pullback. It hasn't really given you a lot of strength since that high that we said I don't want the high today break. I'd like to see it hold a higher low after that. Well, it's still looking a little bit red, so it feels like it's on the pullback train from there. So Palantir is the only new position. This INTZ looking okay. What did SOUN? SOUN did go green? Yeah, it made the breakout. It could hold above here. If INTZ's not going to give the setup we want, and this one wants to consolidate over a breakout level, that's a good red to green story. Prior resistance into current support. Not bad at all. If this can close this bar holding 24.20, I think that looks just as good. Although I think you get a bigger percentage move on INTZ. It's a $2 stock, of course, that's true. Doesn't mean you can't find a win here in SOUN. So yeah, Palantir on watch, INTZ and SOUN now. I think that is a good one. No hate on that at all, Bearded Warriors.
Bearded Warriors, we're getting still $17. We'll go cheers up a little bit and just go a little bit awesome. Right there, we took off our cash cow hat, but it doesn't mean that we can't get some cash coming through there. There's another, so I mean, again, we talked about almost getting stopped out there for sure. It went up to 55s. Our stop was 61. We could have reloaded it, but we did not like the trend here in the market. But wow. Okay. Oh, I thought I was bidding. Oh, we did. We just got 15s. Okay. So there's a nice little pullback into 15 right now. So a nice little move here for Apple. So now I feel a little bit better about missing the AMD long because we have the Apple short, which just printed us at 15s right there, getting less and less on that one. So a good way to end sort of, I don't know, end. We'll see what happens here. I'm not ending the trade, but ending the week, I was going to say. The week will be red now on the NASDAQ, which kind of sucks. So we'll wait to see if we can get back going. Palo Alto was a name that we wanted to look at a little bit as well. There was weakness in this space, and whenever there's weakness, Palo Alto probably worth buying a little bit, and I think people thought about that already because it is nicely off the bottoms as well, down there at 183. Oh, yeah, that's right. We just had the share split on PanW, so I have to call up a different...
Easy to forget that.
And this is... was it just 3 for 1 or something like that? I mean, didn't remember what the price was. But Raiden, I should say, oh no, I have to probably zoom in, oopsies, to see what that split was there. Split, I can't see what it was. I'll zoom in on that in a minute. All right, so anyways, I was just going to say PanW right there, nice move to the downside into some of these levels. So we keep talking about chip names and, looking to diversify if you're looking for something else. What about Palo Alto? Has already sort of given some back into that pre-election level. Like there we are pre-election down into 182, and we just touched into that about today, 183, 184. So gave it all back and some, and we'll see if it does hold. But I like those levels as well to pan out with. Our CLW, I'm not selling any of these names. I'm just trying to show this to you. CrowdStrike, another one. Lucky enough that we are not involved in CrowdStrike until eventually, I think it was 260 is where we bought it. We did not buy that very bottom there in August. That would have been pretty sweet. So we're still long in and around 260 there on CrowdStrike. Polestar Racer says, is this Polestar finally bottoming? Regained $1. So we definitely like when stocks regain $1 there. Apple's trying to go to the downside. This is actually good. Thank you for asking me about this because now I don't have to look at Apple, although it's on the side there and I'm thinking about getting more out. I am bidding Apple at 07. It's at 10s. Okay, so yeah, Polestar, Nah, I mean, I can't. Again, we can sort of zoom in here if we want to look over the last little while. I can't really appreciate too much Polestar here because we still are. There we are. We do get the 7s right there. So let's go on Apple. That's another 50 cents right there for Apple. But again, you're still underneath the 200, underneath the 50-period moving average. Look, I like the trade, but honestly, still downward there. Every single time we've tried to pop through, we've actually got faded out there. So just a little bit of a risk. You do get now that dollar bounce. But again, we've had the dollar bounce there. Only got as high as 121 before fading back into 80 cents. Had all these dollar possible bounces, right? Because there's the break right there, down under $1. There's the retake, and it went up 20%. So that's great. So if you can get a retake again of 20%, which you almost got there, that would not be a horrible spot as well. So yeah, not a horrible thing there for Polestar, but again, like,
you know what I like?
Straight to the downside.
I like any stock that tries to make a bottom after that death cross.
The dollar break?
No, the death
the
cross.
death
That's
cross?
the 50 and the 200, right?
Yeah, that's what those were.
So the 50 period just crossed the 200, which is a death cross, and then a penny stock makes a bottoming tail candle. But the thing is, like, let it break that trend and let people get squeezed on PSNY. Because I think, let me just double check. I don't want to say a short. I don't want
Probably not much of a short float.
Okay, yeah, it's not as much as you would have thought. It's only 7.5% short float.
Yeah, for some reason I knew that. I don't know why.
Yeah, that's okay. Never mind. I thought maybe this was one of those, hey, it's like 20, 30% short float, and you can really, if it breaks out, it's more of a squeeze play. But it doesn't mean if it doesn't break trend, it's not bad. I think it can still be pretty good. So just very quickly, a couple of things. The futures just came back.
Yeah.
But yeah, what's up with that candle? So Palantir pulls in, lower high at 79.40.
How about that?
It's printed 25s, it printed 20s, it's headed down to VWAP, and then you have a bottoming tail candle. I don't like bottoming tail candles above VWAP because a lot of times that'll mean it's going to reject and break out the top. So if that continues, if this breaks 79.5, I should be out. Let me just make sure I have the stop in there, which is a reason why you check, because I had gone to reprice it and didn't put it back in. So I don't like that kind of a bottoming tail candle in front of VWAP, and it does look like the market made a bit of a dip itself, NASDAQ into VWAP as well, trying to come back in. So we did get a 20 fill, and I got back in here in front of the 40s, but it does look like it has a chance to break higher. And then it was that INTZ. Yeah, it doesn't hold. It never catches a bid above that hull price. Just still bleeding down. It's just the long entry didn't ever set up for this thing. Now you're going right back into VWAP. So you would like to see a consolidation, make a rounded bottom, some kind of a green candle to show you that there can be a bit of a buy here. And SP Williams, another super chat here. Palantir has a major stake in FFIE. Enough respect. Shout out to you. Yeah, hopefully you have some good lines over this holiday season, man. Nothing like a good lime. I wish I was in the islands right now, as cold as it gets up in here, but I did not know that. Palantir has a major stake in Faraday Future. Is that true? I don't.
Probably not. Maybe Adair can double check that. I don't want to say probably not true. I've never heard of it.
I've never heard of that, but
could be. It doesn't really matter too much, but
no, but
yeah,
Faraday, is that the reason Faraday's going up? I don't know.
Yeah, that's. I mean, if it's 170, yeah, sure, Adair. If you have it, we can go over there.
If it's moving,
they're ready. Let's go.
So actually, this is real. So as of a filing, this was published on October 9th. Palantir owns 8.7% of Faraday Futures. This was actually, October 2nd it went through. And this is the thing. They didn't really acquire them the traditional way. They were granted more than 800,000 shares in the company, quote, as payment for certain outstanding receivables. They're valued at about $2.4 million. This is a quiet settlement, basically. The EV startup stopped paying Palantir for services it agreed to buy back in 2021. So this was actually, interestingly enough, a settlement and less of a traditional share acquisition. And with that in mind, we also want to say the time to thank Trade Ideas, because this Christmas, you can gift yourself the gift of smarter trading with Trade Ideas. Don't miss out on 25% off all subscriptions, including upgrades to premium. Just unlock powerful trading tools and insights to take your strategies to the next level. But you want to hurry because this special offer ends December 26th. Use code TraderTV25 at checkout to save big. Visit trade-ideas.com today and make this holiday season your most profitable yet. Back to you.
Thanks to the super chat there. We learned something else every single day. So good.
I don't know that I've ever heard of, you got some receivables, and we can't pay up.
This is how Alex Karp does it, man.
Just take some shares, man. Here, you could have to get 25% of my penny stock company. And now this thing goes to $10. Karp's the winner.
This is why you like Palantir.
Well,
it's run like a mafia. You know, this is like a gang thing here. You can't pay, we'll take some stake in the company. You know,
why not?
And that's it, man. It comes through, and then it's all worked out in the end. So
I'm sure it does happen. I'm sure it's happened before. I'm just saying I can't recall a story.
It's funny because Faraday Future's up 30% right there, and Palantir is just like going down. It's like
wow.
You know, it's like, okay, well, we have a stake in the company, but on their balance sheet, it's not mean anything. So there goes Palantir. Anyways, nice move up. Just nice move up recently, not necessarily up on the day, but yeah, Palantir, good little call there. I mean, we'll just call out.
Just buy them in a week.
Oh yeah, they can sneeze and buy Faraday. I don't even know what Faraday's
$77 million.
$77 million. So Palantir probably just put that move in the last hour. So okay, so here we go. Apple right now. Nice move. Let's go. 45, 50 cents in the money. Look, we talked about this. This was literally 16 cents worth of risk. We talked about it 3 times, this trade, and we could have got it again. Well, we talked about it twice, I guess. The last time was right there. That was not really there, but we could have taken it there. So maybe 2 for sure reloads. If you wanted it there, you might have got more, but at the end of the day, it goes boom to the downside. It's Apple. It is that stock that we like. And it's a good move there to the downside now for Apple. Just trying to follow the market. Remember what we said, if the market loses, VWAP could be for a problem spot there, but Apple's been holding out okay. AMD, I said 126.50 would be a good turnaround spot there. Close enough. Could have got more aggressive on it. Did not. We chose that. And too bad. 126.15 or so was the high before falling right back in. Could have still been on this trade and it would have been fine, but you don't hold something almost $1 against you just for it to come back to flat. So we got out of that one pretty early and had to absorb none of that, keeping most of this trade, obviously, in our pocket there earlier. And there it is again, 126 to 126.50. It's exactly what we had written down on here into that range. But again, we talked about why we didn't like it. Just different time of day. And the momentum in the market was the other way. So right now, here comes the fade. Here comes the hot stepper. And we're going to wait to see right now if we can get even lower on this call now for Apple. So my next bid is 91s. Some of the bids that we've already gotten in the past. So we'll see if that can hold. And then you see right back into here, a little bit of consolidation back at around 1130 and in around 65s. And then you also have the 200 period down here as well. So we will be taking more out if we get into these areas. So 91, the first take there, and then 75, the next one. Let's just sit hands off a little bit here on Apple, work the trade to the downside and see if we can hit something now. So Apple downside, so far so good here. 50 cents in the money on 16 cents worth of risk. I wish we could trade IBIT. It's just, I don't really want to get caught in the middle. And remember, the market, crypto is going to be going all weekend. So it's not like the market closes here in 45 minutes and there needs to be some sort of a bouncing off of some of these lows. I'll take a shot in and around here, I think, 53.30s or so. Trying to see if there's any garbage down there. 30 cents worth of risk, probably worth it. What is the low of the day? We're charting that at 52.95. Right now, quoting it at 52.95, low of the day. I think it's probably worth it taking it in and around 20.25 here for IBIT if we do come back in. But let's go. Apple trying to hold 225. Let's get out of 5% of what we have right there at 03s. Again, we just put up 03 bid. We probably should have punched out some 05s. Get it to us. There it is. Okay, we get that fill there at 05. We actually got part fill. I'm going to cancel the rest of it. Sorry, at 03s. And now we'll just hold on to that one. FFIE. You know what? We didn't talk too much about Rigetti there. It just keeps bouncing off 16. This is a level that we put on our sticky note earlier. We had talked about it. That is probably a level, just like this is probably a level as well. $18 that high. I was thinking, like, where do we want to punch long if it gets going? You could definitely try the 16 again if that comes in. I don't think you really want to mess with it right here at VWAP. It's been fine holding it, but then when it loses it, it's gone. So where are you going to get out then? 16.90 maybe right now. So that could be something worth it. 17.10, 17.15 right there out. Let's zoom in just a little bit. I wish we could zoom in a little bit easier than having to do this. But, taking it long here around VWAP or the 200 and then using the 50 period, maybe that could be something. Or I thought this break, 18.25 right there. So, Yeah, that's Rigetti. I only have Apple, and Apple's just kind of cruising right now. We did get some more out. So if there's any stocks other than these ones you want to talk about, put them in the chat, and I'll definitely have a look.
Yeah, exactly. With only 45 minutes to go, I mean, something's going to have to pop up to jump our attention before we get these imbalances. Palantir just bounced off VWAP, so we'll reload it if we get back up toward the top end of the range. And let me just zoom out so you can see. Like, it's not at a random price. I get it; it's above VWAP, but it's under resistance above VWAP. And then that INTZ, Intrusion Inc., just caught a bid off at $2. So there you go. It finally reverted the trend. If it can now hold above $2, I like the long in INTZ. I'm also still eyeballing. Look, obviously that SOUN, it's holding, but it's not looking super strong. Right? Like, it's holding above the prior low. Got a couple of wicks in here. It's been mostly weakness and selling off that consolidation, but if it can close it green, this looks good for a continuation play. It's a red to green story as well for SoundHound. You know, obviously going green. I think it's got an obvious target area. If it holds this, you're playing for yesterday's high as long as it can hold on to this 24 level. But it's having some trouble doing it. Just be a little bit patient with that move. NVIDIA, I guess NVIDIA was a short at 137. So much for it breaking out that top. Yeah, it's just hanging out. I guess it's a short at the 137 level on NVIDIA. It felt like it was strong and this was going to break out, but I suppose you could put it in that other category. So again, just in Palantir, that INTZ's trying to go, and I do like the look of SoundHound if it can hold on to 24.